We good? Okay.
That's okay. No.
I don't have my gavel. I'm gonna call the meeting to order.
I saw that. I figured you might be just kind of doing.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. It is August 26th, 2025. This is the meeting of the Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council. I'll call the meeting to order. We will start by a call of the roll. Tom?
Hartwell.
I'm here.
Hartwell present. Shara.
He's here.
Shara present. Baird.
I'm here as well.
Baird present. Representative Burkle.
Burkle present.
Burkle present. Eggerling.
Here.
Eggerling present. Senator Kerr. Koharski.
Here.
Koharski present. Senator Lang.
Present.
Senator Lang present. Palmer.
Present.
Palmer present. Saxog.
Here.
Saxog present. Suss.
Here.
Suss present. Representative Bang.
Present.
Representative Bang present. Mr. Chair, there are 11 members present.
Great, we have a quorum. I'd like a motion to approve the agenda for today. So moved. Pass. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We had the minutes distributed before the meeting. I assume you've had a chance to review them. Can I get a motion for approval?
So, Grant.
Great. Any corrections? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Any conflicts of interest on today or tomorrow's agenda? I'm conflicted on the Audubon proposal. I will not participate in that one.
I'm conflicted on the Audubon. I thought you had a different one.
No, that's my one. Anything else? Those are the conflicts. Comments, I would say, it'll be a long day, interesting day. I will try to watch the time. And will allow questions to go on a little longer than the allotted time, but at some point I'll have to cut it off to keep us on track. If you have questions that are unanswered, take them out in the hall if you need to. I'm going to try really hard to allow everybody to get in what they need, but there's a certain point at which we can't let the meeting drag too far. We will have time at the end of the day to have a general discussion about what you've heard, thoughts, questions that were unanswered, whatever it is that's on your mind. And we've scheduled that both today and tomorrow. Beyond that, I don't have any comments, but I'm happy to answer any questions. All right, Mark, do you have any comments?
Mr. Chair, I don't believe so today.
Wow. We're already ahead of schedule.
Be a long day.
The one item before we get going on the hearings, we had, as you know, we've got a transition with the executive director's position. I had asked for volunteers to assist the LCC in going through the selection process before we bring a full candidate to the council. I had volunteers. Kristen volunteered, which put me in a difficult place because Matt also volunteered and they're both on the executive committee. And I started to think about it. We have this executive committee. It's written in our charter. We have never, ever had an executive committee meeting. And the truth is, with Zoom now, there's no need to think of getting a small group together. So I am recommending that we do away with the executive committee since it's a non-functioning group that really has no purpose. It was just made up officers. And the only mention of it in our procedures is under the selection of officers, that the officers would serve on the executive committee that was never ever then constituted in any way. And that would give us the opportunity, if we did that, to let Kristen participate, which would be helpful because she has some longer perspective on the position, and it'd be helpful to have that in the selection process. So I would love to move what's a memo in your files on the removal of the language in our procedures of the executive committee. Short and sweet. And if you'll allow me, I will move that we modify our procedures to eliminate that mention. But I'm open for discussion. Tom?
Well, the question is that if the reason you're eliminating that committee is because they can't participate in picking a new leadership, why don't we just modify it so that they can?
It's about quorums. If you have an executive committee, a quorum of the executive committee would constitute 3, which would, of the 5, which would then make it a public hearing. So we can have no committee that has 3 members of the executive committee in it without having every meeting, having that subject to open meeting law. Which has been a problem in other places where we've had ad hoc committees. You can only have 2 members of the executive committee serving. So since we've never actually used an executive committee, and I can't imagine how we would, it's just a barrier to conducting business.
All right. Question answered.
Thank you. Any other? If not, we'll call the roll.
Members starting with number 2 on our list, Shara.
Yes.
Shara, aye. Baird.
Aye.
Baird, aye. Representative Burkle.
Burkle, aye.
Representative Burkle, aye. Eggerling.
Aye.
Eggerling, aye. Senator Herc. Kuharski.
Aye.
Kuharski, aye. Senator Lang.
Aye.
Senator Lang, aye. Palmer.
Aye.
Palmer, aye. Saxog.
Aye.
Saxog, aye. Suss.
Aye.
Suss, aye. Representative Bang.
Aye.
Representative Bang, aye. Hartwell.
Aye.
Hartwell, aye. Mr. Chair, there are 11 ayes, 0 nays.
Motion passes. Thank you. Next, we'll get right into our hearings. Long day. We've allotted 15 minutes for each presentation with a break at 10:15. We'll see how it goes. But first on the agenda is PA01, 2026 Rim Grasslands Reserve, Phase 7. You come up and present, that would be great. And just so that everyone who's new knows, Joe actually holds up little cards saying you're almost out of time, you're really out of time to the presenters. So go ahead.
All right. Well, good morning and thank you for the honor of being the first person. So I know that everybody's full of caffeine and ready to charge through it, but thank you for that. As you mentioned, this is PA01, Rim Grassland Reserve Phase 7. My name is John Vaz. I am a Minnesota Board of Water and Soil Resource employee. My title is Resource Program Coordinator.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Hartwell and council members. Sharon Doucette, Easement Section Manager at the Minnesota Board of Water and Soil Resources.
Morning, Chair Hartwell and council members. I'm Ryan Diener. I'm the Grasslands and Grazing Program Manager for Ducks Unlimited.
Well, John graciously gave me some of his time this morning to cover a few broad and probably seemingly unrelated points on Bowser's Reinvest in Minnesota, or RIM program, and a broad overview of some points that apply to all of our proposals that you hear over the next 2 days. RIM acquires on behalf of the state conservation easements to protect, restore, and manage natural resources for habitat and water quality by limiting development, intense agricultural uses, and restoring and or maintaining vegetative cover on private lands. Many RIM programs focus on a particular resource, for example, grasslands, with a large geographic portion of the state eligible for that program. We also are involved in several partner proposals that you'll hear about in the next 2 days, where we serve in a supporting role to accomplish a local priority or a specific project. To date, RIM has protected almost 350,000 acres, which is actually less than 1% of Minnesota's land area. But more than 70% of land in Minnesota is in private ownership, with landowners who have a choice on how to manage their land and what terms are acceptable to enroll in an easement program. As Kevin Roth will explain tomorrow, the RIM scoring and ranking process always considers the proximity to public land and other permanently protected lands when we select easement applications. This helps build on habitat complexes and improve wildlife populations on public lands. The value of ag land in Minnesota has increased by approximately 50% over the last 10 years. Easements and land acquisitions are increasingly expensive, but simply dividing the number of acres by the dollars in the proposal is not an accurate way to determine the easement payment to the landowner. Our appropriations that require restoration, for example, wetlands and floodplains that you'll hear about later today, acquire the easement and restore those same acres with the same appropriation. A particular issue we had this year with providing budget information was the uncertainty related to leverage with our federal partnership, CREP. I'm not going to explain what that is. I'm going to leave that for Dusty later today. Federal leverage via CREP included in the wetlands and floodplains budget section of the proposals is not included in the easement and acre calculations due to the unknowns of the federal farm bill. While we are sure of the ability to use these funds in these proposals under our CREP agreement and to be able to leverage federal funds, there are too many unknowns to estimate easement and acre calculations. The risk of over or under delivering between proposal and final report is far too significant to take that risk. The last note I wanted to make was the 4 Bowser-led proposals that you will hear about over the next 2 days: grasslands, floodplains, wetlands, and integrating habitat and clean water are all unable to accept new applications now until at least July of 2026. Our floodplains and wetlands easements also receive funding from the Clean Water Fund and have been the cornerstone of RIM since the late 1980s. It is almost unprecedented in recent years to be unable to accept applications for those programs for over a year.
All right, thank you. Well, first, a bit of background about the RIM Grassland Reserve Program. This is the 7th proposal before the Lessard Council, and over that time, the Reinvest in Minnesota Grassland Reserve Program has successfully partnered with private landowners to protect 57 easements for a total of 3,710 acres. Last year, we did not submit a proposal because we had some funding remaining that was not committed. We listened to the council's comments and decided we would not make a request in ML 24. We listened for this year. All funding, as Sharon mentioned, is committed through signed applications, including the ML 25 that we just received 2 months ago. We are essentially out of funding. This program started after landowners asked the Board of Water and Soil Resources and our Soil and Water Conservation District partners how they can enter into a private land easement that protects prairies that have never been plowed or cropped. Before this program began, there were very few options for landowners to protect these areas. Most programs offered solutions to temporarily retire existing cropland through CRP, which requires a crop history. Often landowners would crop and break up undisturbed ground to simply qualify for a program. Ironically, we reward this behavior and spend millions of taxpayers' money through temporary fixes. The DNR Native Prairie Bank program can provide some options to enroll extremely high-quality remnant prairies But these areas are far and in between and getting harder and harder to find. What about the remnant prairies that aren't necessarily in perfect shape? The ones that may be of moderate quality that can still be saved through proper management. The Rim Grassland Program helps protect these rare landscape features and protects them forever. Most people do not realize that there is no protection for prairies. We have many other environmental regulations that are enforced by law, but there is nothing stopping someone from plowing up an undisturbed prairie. As my colleagues in this room can confirm, it starts with removing all the large rocks. Then comes the herbicide to kill everything, and then comes the plow. After the microbes in the soil are removed, there will be no going back. Prairie soils have vast underground ecosystems. Healthy soils are alive. There are more microbes in a teaspoon of healthy soil than there are people on Earth, 7 billion. Our prairies have literally tons of bacteria and fungi with unique relationships. It's a dismal reality, but something can yet be done through targeted funding by the Lessard-Sams Outdoor Council. Let me step back and describe how we do this. The Minnesota Board of Water and Soil Resources works in close partnership with 88 soil and water conservation districts statewide. Landowners and producers stop in their offices to see what programs are available, and district staff offer a wide range of programs. Many times, cattle producers have land that has never been plowed but can still be saved if protected and managed. There are remarkable things happening in Rock County, Minnesota recently. Staff at the Soil and Water District have been working closely with landowners to enroll large blocks of remnant prairies. One is 393 acres and is in one contiguous block. Who could have imagined that large blocks of truly native prairie still exist? The map on the back page of the handout shows some easements that are in process that are adjacent to the Blue Mound State Park. There's a working herd of bison in the park, and it may be possible to rotate bison on these nearby easements. After closing the easement, we usually start with prescribed fire and see what residual grass and wildflower species are dominant in the soil. Hand cutting non-native trees is also a strategy. Overall, the idea is to tread lightly and not damage the sod. This proposal also includes a new partnership with Ducks Unlimited that will include grazing biologists, which will be pivotal in the promotion of this easement program directly to potential landowners, making site visits to assess the potential easement sites, and developing the relationships with landowners needed to get the easement program delivered, in addition to the work that they have been historically doing at DU with SWCDs. That's the conclusion of my testimony. I will let Ryan explain the new partnership and have him explain it in more detail.
Thank you. Yes, we at Ducks Unlimited look forward to partnering with Bowser on this proposal. We have some grazing biologists on the ground in Minnesota with plans to continue to grow that program. These specialist staff work every day visiting at the kitchen table with private landowners and would offer the ability to better target this program in delivering easements where they can do the most good on the landscape for ecological function. We also have these staff are specialists in management of native grasslands through grazing regimes to better restore those areas. So taking these remnant degraded native prairies in the easement program and having our specialists be able to go out and work with those producers to write specialized management plans to graze these grasslands into better health and restore those ecological functions that we want to see on the landscape is something that we look forward to working with, and we thank them for the opportunity.
All right, well, thanks for the opportunity to appear before you today, and we will take any questions.
Great. Are there questions? Suzanne?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a couple of general questions. I'm unfamiliar with the Native Prairie Bank program. How is that different from like your research, your natural area program and other programs like that?
I can't speak for the Prairie Bank staff, but generally they deal with prairies that are like almost perfect condition, very high quality. There's not much to do but protect them. This program kind of targets the ones that can't get into that program, and landowners are somewhat caught in the middle. They want to protect these prairies, and they technically still are remnant prairies, and that's where we fill in the niche.
One more question, and that is, as far as monitoring these easements, how are those inspections completed? Is that done in person? Is it done by drones, aerial photography?
Yep. We work with our SWCD partners, and they go out and monitor every one of these easements. Every year, we provide them a list. The first 3 years after the closing of an easement, we do it every year, and then every 5 years afterwards.
Okay, thank you.
Matt?
Good morning. Some of these questions, hopefully, you have the benefit of being the first one, so some of these questions you get so that other people don't get them later on. I have two of them. One is a little bit related to the choice. First of all, I have 2 pieces of RIM land that were acquired in RIM before I bought them, so I'm not getting payments from them, which is why there's no disclosure. When you're choosing those RIM lands, one of the things that it does make it a little bit challenging is the fact that these aren't open to the public, and that's understandable. But when they're chosen, how much consideration is given to choosing RIM lands that are adjacent to WMAs, WPAs, and other public lands to create complexes? That's one question. The second is, I'm still trying to decipher the funding histories of each one of these grants, and I know you said you didn't apply for money in ML 2024. According to the grant application, can you say a little bit more about the funds remaining, the $2.5 million that's listed for 23? Is that committed? Just trying to understand that and reconcile that with your comment about there not being any money available. Thank you.
Which one? I'll take both of them.
I'll take both. Well, we do have a score sheet that we rank every program, and the top priority would be adjacency to permanent protected land. We use the Minnesota Prairie Plan, a lot. And if it's in a prairie core, it gets additional points. If it's in a corridor, it also gets points. But with a remnant prairie, we are finding that even in the ag matrix, we are finding remnant points. The second question, the reason that we have committed dollars for our last appropriation was that we had a bunch of very large applications that we could not fund, but we did commit the funds. So we basically spent all of that remaining funds.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question too about a couple months ago when you sent the proposal in, you had spent roughly a little over half of what you'd already received. You received 15 million and you still had over 6 million left. And now today, you say it's all gone. I'm a little confused because there were in 21, 22, there were $250,000 still sitting there. Now suddenly all of that's gone. I'm just confused about how this happens.
Thank you, Member Shara. I'll take that one. With Bowser, we have several phases of our easement application process, and from application to recording, that takes, right now we're averaging about 12 months. And so we have applications that come in the door that we are still reviewing and doing eligibility confirmation on. And then we have the next phase where we say, this is a really good application. We are we're going to fund it. So we commit part of the dollars in any one appropriation to fund that easement. But that doesn't appear anywhere in the system except within Bowser internally. We move on to the next stage where we have basically a purchase agreement with the landowner. It is only at that point that we then actually commit those funds in the state fiscal software to that easement, and they become encumbered and they look like they have a use in the system. The money is going to show up as unspent until we pay that easement, which is 12 months from the time we get the application. I hope it's not years. Oh. So it is a process. There are many steps, but what we are saying is we had recent application batches for actually all 4 of these programs where any of the budgeted landowner payment dollars, we received more applications for all 4 of these programs, including grasslands, than we had money available to fund easements. And the easement payments are about, depending on our program, around 80% of our total budget. And that last 20% is used for restoration, staff time, title insurance, paying the SWCDs for their services. And so that's a small portion of the budget, but that money will be spent as the easement dollars are spent.
So I have a question. You indicate on the scaling question, if not the scaling question, if we give you 50 or 30% of what you've asked for, and you've asked for 9 million, you've got 3 roughly in the past from us when you've asked. You say you won't cut program management or oversight. So you got $1 million in your proposal for staff. And if we give you 3 million, you're going to spend $1 million on staff and only 2 million on easements?
Thanks,
that
Chair
correct?
Hartwell. That's not what the answer says, actually. What we say at Bowser is that absolutely our easement staff work is proportional to the number of easements we take. That is how our budgets are created. What we are specifically saying is that the management of the appropriation or the proposal will not change. So there are maybe 2 staff within that entire budget whose main job is to do fiscal management and the reporting. And it's just those 2 staff where if it is $9 million or $1 million, their work doesn't really change. So you will see an almost proportional change in our staffing there. It might not be perfect. If it's a 30% of the ask, we might be at 31%.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification. My last question is really a DU question. There's 700,000 of the personnel costs that are DU related. Is that for easements in this proposal that would be done, or easements that already exist as well as new easements?
Thank you, Chair Harrell, for that question. When we discussed beginning this partnership that was looking forward at easements going into this proposal, specifically in funding those positions to be able to spend the time to develop the program, promote it with producers, do the hundreds of landowner visits that would take to deliver this, and then the multi-year process after the easements are accepted, writing the grazing plans and helping manage those grazing lands with these producers to improve that landscape. We're certainly open to working with any and all producers that we have within the system beforehand too. So I wouldn't say that we would limit it. We would certainly be open to working with past folks who have been included in the program as well.
Okay, other questions? Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is PAO2, Accelerating Wildlife Management Area Program, Phase 18. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. I'm Mary Jo Hill, Minnesota Public Lands Specialist with Pheasants Forever. And with me today is our Minnesota Public Lands Project Manager, Jake Grandforce. We're glad to be here today to present our proposal for accelerating the Wildlife Management Area Program, Phase 18. This proposal is a continuation of Pheasants Forever's program to acquire prairie habitat and add that habitat to the state's wildlife management areas. Our program goal has been and continues to be to prevent future loss of grassland and wetland habitat while also providing expanded public lands to all Minnesotans. To date, our program has been able to acquire 138 parcels in acquisition, adding 17,713 acres to the state's wildlife management areas. For those of you who are getting reacquainted with our program or just getting to know our program, some of the foundations of our program and acquisitions are that we are building upon complexes of habitat. Our target parcels that we're acquiring are directly adjacent to existing WMAs or in very close proximity. We work in this program in the prairie forest transition, and metro regions of the state. Our land acquisition projects come to us from a few different sources. One of those is our local Pheasants Forever chapters in the state. We have 73 located out throughout the state that bring us projects forward that would be good for the fit for the local area. We have landowners that approach Pheasants Forever staff directly looking to sell their parcels of land to become parts of WMAs. Our local DNR wildlife managers bring us projects with relationships that they have built with their neighbors of existing WMAs and in their communities. And lastly, sometimes projects just come to us through traditional real estate listings that Jake and I see. Once we do have a project identified for an acquisition, we do next work closely with our local DNR partners, our Division of Wildlife Managers, to make sure that that project is a good fit to acquire that WMA, add on to it, that it works with their priorities and their workload. And then once we've done that and go through the acquisition process, next comes restoration of those parcels. And as the previous proposal stated, many lands in the prairie area have been extensively altered by grasslands that are now crop agriculture or wetlands that are drained or severely altered. So a lot of these properties come with a pretty heavy restoration lift, and that starts once we've acquired the property. And you'll see that in our proposal. That's mostly in the contracts dollars line is those restoration work. And after, and I should note that restoration work can start while Pheasants Forever owns the property, and sometimes does continue after we've conveyed it to the DNR as well, to be able to finish a high quality restoration project. Next, I'd like to just transition a little bit to an example of an area that we've been working in. In our proposal illustration, there's a map of Prairie Marshes WMA. Prairie Marshes WMA is in Lyon County, southwest Minnesota, exists just southwest of Marshall. And this WMA was existed that had a high percentage of native quality prairie on it. And through the WMA program, through two different appropriation years, we have been able to essentially double the size of this WMA. First, starting in 2020, we were able to acquire 177 acres to the north and east of the WMA. And then due to that acquisition, another opportunity came up to acquire another 40 acres 3 years later with another 2023 appropriation as well. And so the WMA itself now is about 590 acres. We've been able to restore the cropland that was on the first acquisition in 2021, planting that to native prairie. And our restoration process continues on these two parcels with wetland restoration. Wanted to talk to you about this project a little bit because it is one of those projects that has a little longer of a restoration timeline because the wetlands out there, both acquisitions that we acquired, there's an extensive county tile draining system through these parcels. So our restoration specialist has been working with the county, the DNR office there to be able to abandon some of this tile as well as reroute the county tile. And there's designing and planning and compliance that goes into that. But 3 years into the process, they have a plan to be able to do this and still allow drainage from neighboring properties, but ultimately restore 19 smaller wetland basins on both of these acquisitions that will no longer be drained by county tile. And that restoration plan is planned to take place later this fall for those wetlands. But with this proposal, we're asking for funds to be able to continue building on past investments like Prairie Marsh's WMA and in our partnership with the Minnesota DNR to add an additional 1,560 acres to the WMA system. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jake to give a little status on our current appropriations.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members. My name is Jake Granfors, our Public Lands Manager for Minnesota here. As you just heard from Mary Jo, kind of the history of where the program's been, what we've done. I just wanted to kind of take a dive specifically into our budget, what we look at. So our handout has two pie charts on there, a fee title budget and a restoration budget. I want to start first with the left side, the fee title budget. And this is looking at the proposals back to ML19, which is our last open appropriation. So we've spent $21 million, so 76% of our available appropriation for fee title has been spent. And you go to the unobligated plan, that's similar to what Bowser just mentioned, that it's encumbered on our end. When we commit to a project, we have to basically encumber that money internally so we don't overspend. So there's a plan for it. It's committed to a project. We just don't have a signed purchase agreement yet to make it legally obligated. One note with that $5.5 million is we were trying really hard to get a project. It was 320 acres, about $2.9 million under contract before hearing, so we could put that into legally obligated. It just didn't pan out, but I expect here maybe even by the end of the month to have that either moved or moved to fee title or moved to obligated. And then that leaves $1,057,000 basically as what we call unobligated waiting. That's basically money. We have $1 million. So 1/3 of our ML25 appropriation. We got 3.3 million for fee title specifically last year. So we've already encumbered on our end 2/3 of that. So we have $1 million right now available for a new project. Looking at our restoration budget, we spent about 50% of that. With 5% obligated, the remaining 49% being planned. So $1.1 million in plan. We have restoration specialists doing the scoping, contracting. It just hasn't been contracted out yet, so it's not moved into legally obligated. The waiting portion, again, is money waiting for restoration of a purchased parcels. So that's $6.5 million on the fee title side. That million, well, basically 1.1 is waiting to be encumbered for those newer new WMAs. And while this might look like a large surplus, we can't start restoration on these parcels until the acquisition is purchased. So there's always kind of a natural lag. The restoration money is always going to be behind our restoration dollars. So we're always going to have more of our acquisition money spent than our restoration dollars. And as you heard from Mary Jo, sometimes these things take years to develop and spend. And that parcel that she just talked about is in the plan phase. It's been in the plan phase, unfortunately, for multiple years for permitting and everything else. But that is money we have to restore these properties. It's going to get spent. And none of these restorations would happen without our restoration staff out there working with the permitting, working with the local DNR. And those staff are the ones that really put these restoration dollars into actual habitat on the ground. So without them, without their expertise and experience in this, these dollars would just be dollars. So kind of to close it out, we've spent wisely. We have plans to spend out nearly all of our money and have, limited resources to continue without getting more funds for the future. And really this program just ensures hunters, birders, outdoor enthusiasts have places to, continue to enjoy forever. So thank you.
Questions? Ted?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for your presentation. I'm glad you brought up drainage and tile systems. Is the DNR open to, obviously you're restoring wetlands on some of these properties, to use those as temporary short-term storage for tile systems that come into it and leave it, that some of the water can stay there, but not just put a pipe completely through it or around it?
Mr. Chairman, Councilmember Suss, that is, something that would be up to, DNR to really decide. And that kind of goes into when we're planning these restorations, we work with. Go ahead.
I guess, Mr. Chairman, if I could, I would certainly encourage you to let the folks in the appropriate section of DNR to be open to that. And then if I may ask another question before someone else. I know we're not here to buy trail money or buy trail routes and build trails. But if there's a wildlife management area that is being acquired with public funds here, is it possible that someone else paying for it could put a trail across or along the edge of some of these properties? Because quite frankly, right now, I mean, you can just about walk from Fort Ridgely to Upper Sioux Agency, former state park, without leaving public land. But you can't even get an easement across a WMA for a trail. And if we're going to be buying these parcels, or you're going to be buying these parcels with public funds, I, for one, would like to not have that door absolutely, totally closed. I'm not suggesting that maybe the folks that have legacy money for parks and trails might need to purchase from the WMA the right of way, but I hate to see that door absolutely closed. And I may be the only one here that believes that. Not really a question.
I would support that observation. And I mean, we have horses and I have a wildlife management area next to my property. And we can't even ride our horses, which I'm thinking are non-motorized. Can't ride your horses in a WMA. I'm thinking, but we're gonna graze cows in there. We can't ride our horse on the trail.
That's a whole nother discussion.
Yeah, that's another issue.
It's a whole
Just
other issue
from
that we
a-
can discuss with you later.
Historically, what we have said is if you want to do trails, find money for the trail segment to purchase that. So that it's essentially two separate transactions. Because habitat money isn't, and I think you were indicating this, but we have allowed groups to divide up the purchase. So that trails could go through. It's this money that has not been used in the past for purchasing trail segments because it's not habitat and therefore not part of the constitutional.
And I support that, Mr. Chairman. It's the idea that in the future, I would hope that DNR, whichever division is in charge of the wildlife management areas, is open to at least saying, yes, we will sell you a 16-foot strip through our WMA along the edge of it.
And then that money would come back to us.
Yeah, instead of, we aren't even gonna talk to you. Because I sat in the building with people being told that.
All right.
Question on the restoration side of things. What sort of factors go into determining who does the restoration and how much of the restoration is done by local contractors versus others?
Yeah, great question. Thank you for your question. And so Pheasants Forever has, mainly the planning of the restoration projects are done by our own staff and in concert with the Division of Wildlife staff that's local. So most of the planning and designing is done that way. Occasionally we do on some more complicated things, contract that out if we need an engineer or something like that. But then the actual work itself, Pheasants Forever has a bid process that we solicit bids to contractors and award the bids to those contractors. And I would say, so the vast majority of the contractors who bid and award on our projects are almost all in-state, and then lots of them are very local to the area because it's most beneficial and efficient for them to work in close proximity to where they are. So they do some that travel a little bit throughout the state, but they're all fairly local.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question will prove once more I don't know anything about real estate, but based on your average cost per acre of what you're doing, you are spending close to $10,000 an acre for wetland. This could be a mud hole, or it could be a beautiful marsh teeming with ducks and cattails, whatever. But $10,000 an acre for a mud hole. Tell me how that works.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Member Shara. So that 10,000 an acre encompasses the entire property. It's not, typically it's not just the wetland basin we're buying. It's the upland adjacent to it as well. And that is that cropland. And in Southwest Minnesota, I mean, that cropland, I mean, and we're not even targeting the best cropland anyway around some of these. And it's still, you know, that's what we're seeing appraised values come back at for cropland is you know, roughly, you know, that 10,000, and that's an average, you know, so maybe the wetland basin of it is 2,000 or 3,000. But that's only, you know, depending on the size, that's only a portion of the actual acquisition. But a majority of our acquisitions are mostly cropland, and that's what we're seeing as land prices for cropland is, at least in Southwest Minnesota. As you go north, those values do decrease some, but you know, we're trying to work in primarily pheasant range, and unfortunately the costs have gone up.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for that. So it's actually misleading here because it says you're paying $10,000 for a wetland. That's what I see here. Doesn't say wetland complex or includes upland or whatever. It says you're paying $10,000 for a wetland, and then you're paying $10,000 for prairie. So you've divided those. So I can only believe here that you're paying $10,000 for a mud hole.
I guess I don't know exactly where you're referencing, where we put specifically you know, a wetland, but I can we're bound by appraisals, and you know, that whatever the appraised value comes back at is what it is, and usually it's what we're seeing is a per cropland acre rate or a universal rate across the board. It doesn't break out those specific land types in an appraisal, but these, I mean, that's what land prices are. You can look on, I mean, that's it, unless it's encumbered or is mostly the entire property is wetland, then we're seeing values more in the 2,500, I mean, say 1,500 to 3,500 roughly, for if it's almost all wetland.
Last question.
Does that 10,000 an acre also include the restoration costs, or is that separate?
No.
Depends on, I think on this, it's probably within the entire budget, and then it gets calculated out, I believe. But I mean, it's 10,000. The average is 10,000 an acre is what that's what we're saying we're averaging. It might not come to that. It might be less, it might be a touch more, but in order to get those, in order to meet our acre goal of the 15 160 acres with our $15 million ask. Yeah, that's the entire across the board, 10,000. That includes personnel, everything.
Okay, I'm just gonna clarify. Your budget shows 1,400 in the prairie restoration. Wetland and prairie are essentially 10,000 in protect and fee with or without pilt. So I don't think it does include the restoration cost.
Okay. Yeah, so restoration can be additional then.
Sandy?
I just want to clarify that table 5 and table 6 in the proposal is an automatically generated thing in the system. So that's not information that managers have entered. And we put this in
Thank you
there.
for the clarification.
Good information.
Because it lumps together all the costs to get to that per acre.
That's important information to have. Thank you.
So I'm going to move on. Thank you very much. I would ask presenters to keep your comments to about 8 minutes so we have time for questions because we're running long.
That's a handout for this one. Take one and pass it down. Yeah.
Table 2, man. Table 2 is the dollars.
Yeah.
We have
Not great.
good information.
Yeah.
Okay.
Refinements on these one.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'd rather.
Next is PA03 DNR WMA SNA acquisition.
Good morning, Chairman Hartwell and members. I'm Jeff Tillman with Minnesota DNR, and I work primarily on WMA acquisition. And this is Rick Walsh. He's my coworker, and he works on both WMA and AMA acquisition. We're both very thankful for the opportunity to present. I'm here today seeking your support for phase 18 of our WMA SNA acquisition program. Since 2010, we've acquired over 12,000 acres. We're asking you to fund another phase of our very successful program because our work clearly fits within the constitutional intent of the Outdoor Heritage Fund. And we've been very successful in utilizing our past appropriations. To continue our work outlined in our proposal, we're seeking funding to acquire 900 acres of WMA or SNAs in the prairie planning section. It's important to note that the funds from this council increase our ability to acquire funds beyond what our own internal funding sources can provide. And our request this year is quite a bit larger than it has been in past appropriations because we've spent down our internal budgets. We had a fairly large RIM budget the last several years, but the real estate market's been very good for acquiring land, and we've been able to acquire quite a bit of property and do restoration work with those budgets. And so our proposal this year is larger than it would be in past. We're focused in the prairie planning section because that's where the need for the habitat and recreational opportunities is the greatest. I want to draw your attention to the handout that you just received, and it's a county by county snapshot of what we have for public land in the state. And you can see in Southwest Minnesota, those are the lighter colored counties, we have very little public land. Somewhere around, some counties are as low as 1%, and a county in that area that might be higher would be 5%. Also within those counties, 80% of the private land is cultivated. So there's very little habitat on private land, and really most of the habitat exists on public land. So this is where the need for conservation is the greatest within the state. Our proposal, along with those many of our partners, is aimed at increasing these exceedingly rare habitats and increasing those recreational opportunities. We select high priority parcels based on a number of factors. And first, if we can find it, is the presence of native prairie. Native prairie is very scarce in this area, and if we can find a parcel that has native prairie, it goes to the top of our acquisition list. Restorable wetlands to improve waterfowl habitat and water quality. And distance to larger cities, again, the closer we are to a metropolitan area, the more users we're going to have of that parcel. And how that property fits within the many planning documents that we have, such as a pheasant plan, a duck plan, and the prairie plan that help guide conservation in Minnesota. We're working very hard to build upon habitat complexes. Those can include WMAs that have adjacent property, waterfowl production areas, rim conservation easements. The Fish and Wildlife Service also holds many conservation easements. Building on habitat complexes increases our management efficiency and allows us to provide more habitat for a variety of wildlife. Larger complexes also increases our ability to restore wetlands. Oftentimes, a large basin crosses property lines, and we can only restore a portion of that wetland that's on the property we own. But by purchasing additional property adjacent to it, we can increase those restoration opportunities. Scientific natural areas prioritizes parcels that are sites of biological significance. They contain rare, unique plant and animal communities, and sites that are undisturbed and representative of the various ecoregions across Minnesota. Think of these parcels as really the best of the best remaining habitat that we have available. And for OHF funded parcels, they're compatible with fishing and hunting. In addition to acquiring land, our proposal seeks to fully restore the wetlands and prairie of our acquisitions. And that restoration includes seeding with native grasses and forbs. Sometimes those plant mixes can exceed 100 species. So we're really diligent about trying to do our best to restore prairie to the best of our ability. And we've come a long way. Early prairie restorations had very few or much less species diversity than we have today. Restoration also includes rerouting tile lines to restore wetlands and improve drainage and water recharge and water quality, and managing invasive species. There are several proposals you're going to hear today that also seek to acquire land within the prairie planning section. And we work collaboratively with all of our conservation partners. We meet monthly with many of the groups and at least quarterly with the others. And so we're constantly looking at what parcels we have available, who's best suited to acquire those parcels, and who's best to restore those parcels. So I think of this as a collaborative effort among the DNR and our conservation partners, even though we're all up here asking for individual proposals. Some of the parcels that fit best for DNR are landowners that specifically want to work with the DNR. And sometimes they're administrative, things that maybe don't fit in particular with what a conservation partner may have. Maybe administrative, like adding a water control structure, buying properties that have a portion of the property that's in a rim or CREP easement. We would appraise those two portions separately and only fund the portion without the easement with the OHF dollars, and find internal funding for the other portion that's in conservation easement. Sometimes there's certain objectives like turkey or deer habitat in the prairie planning section that don't quite fit with the objectives of our partners. So since May, I'm happy to report that we made significant progress on several of our past appropriations. We have options to purchase parcels that exceed our accomplishment plan goals for Minnesota laws of 24 and 22. And we've closed on parcels that will exceed our accomplishment plan goals for Minnesota laws of 24, 23, and 21. And so our process takes a little bit longer than that of our partners, but we do end up acquiring the land and meeting our accomplishment plan goals. One of the items that we don't list in our proposals is match. And as you've heard from other presenters, that as a state agency, we can't make a commitment to funds or leverage without having that funding or encumbered or reserved for that specific use. And at the time of our proposal, we don't know what our acquisition costs will be, and so we can't make a pledge of match. We do often use other sources for match. And just as a highlight, Minnesota laws of 21, we matched our appropriation 33%, 22 was 44%, and 23 is also 44%. And we're still working on ongoing acquisitions for 24 and 25, so we can't list match at this time. I want to bring up, there's a sense of urgency right now for acquiring land in Southwest Minnesota. The real estate market is really good, and approximately 80% of our offers are being accepted by landowners. And that's not always the case. There are times when it's more difficult to find parcels that fit our conservation needs, and it's really dependent on how the land market is. So in a rapidly rising land market or a falling land market, landowners tend to hold on to their properties and wait for a better market to sell. Right now, the land market is still increasing, but the pace of those increases has started to level off. And we're getting a lot of acceptance on our offers. We have more parcels than we can purchase. And that's not just within the DNR, but most of our conservation partners are spent. And so there's a real sense of urgency right now in that we can spend the money for acquisition. And we have several parcels that we don't have the funding to purchase right now. Those may be really key parcels that really fit within our future management of WMAs. And so if we can get funding today, we can really make headway on acquisition. So we appreciate your continued support for our WMA SNA acquisition program, and I'll answer any questions.
Questions? I have go ahead, Darrell.
Just an observation, I congratulate you on closing the dollars of your unspent funds for past years, because that was one of my issues and frustrations. Why should we allocate more funding to you if you hadn't already spent the dollars you've got? So, but in that vein, I mean, given the past dollars you've been given, do you think your request for funding is appropriate, given the level of spending you've had?
Yes. Chair and council members, I should say, yes. We've requested lower dollar amounts in the past, somewhere around $3 million was our requests for the past couple proposals. And this year we're asking for nearly $9 million. There are a number of parcels right now that we're sitting on that one of them is $2.5 million. We don't have the funding to pursue that. We're also getting additional properties that we don't have funding to pursue. So, and this is the same with us and the other many groups that are pursuing acquisition. The time is very good right now for purchasing property.
Thank you.
Of all the purchases you've done since you gave us the chart, which showed that there was lots of money to spend, was it all spent in southwestern Minnesota? Where was it spent?
This appropriation or past?
Past.
Past was a mix of southwest and northwest, and some in northern Minnesota. And again, our appropriations through the years have had a mix of prairie, transition, and northern forest.
But this is just for southwest?
This is just for southwest.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Good enough. Thank you very much. Next is PA04 Martin County WMA acquisition. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman Hartwell and council members. It's a great day to be here today on behalf of PA04 Martin County DNR WMA acquisition, our phase 10. I am Doug Hartke, grant coordinator of the Fox Lake Conservation League of Sherburne, Minnesota. Within our partnership for this grant this year, I have Stacy Sullivan with the Conservation Fund and Jake Cronister with Ducks Unlimited. This is a partnership that I'm the local guy finding the land, and Stacy assists me with all real estate transactions to get the parcels purchased, and then Ducks Unlimited and Jake work with the DNR to come up with the conservation enhancement plan for each parcel. Our partnership continues to work very well with Minnesota DNR to add important WMA additions to the existing Martin County habitat complexes. Our club works with the Minnesota DNR to proactively determine the best complex roundouts. We are a local grassroots organization and know our local landowners very well. We will have county support of any land acquisition. Fox Lake Conservation League is a local club with approximately 400 members, and we have been a CPL grant recipient and a LSOHC recipient for 9 separate phases. We have a closing scheduled for September 26th for $1.4 million that will completely spend our 2023 budget and part of our 2024. So I'm happy to report that our spending is almost on pace. We still have not got our 2025 contract yet, so we just have a little bit left in 24, and we're just getting our contract signed for 25. The additions of these public lands have been a great boost to our Martin County public lands. We have great support from our county and our landowners. I would like to thank the council for the past funding and continued support of our projects. We are truly making a difference in conservation in Martin County. Next to testify here for you today is Stacy from the Conservation Fund.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Stacy Salvavold. I'm the Senior Field Representative for the Conservation Fund in Minnesota. And our role in this partnership is to bring our expertise in land acquisition and protection to support the Fox Lake Conservation League in their wildlife habitat protection in Martin County. I'd like to draw your attention to the back of the handout. The focus area map for this project is unique to this partnership. Citizens in Martin County gathered with local, state, federal government, and the local organizations in Martin County at the start of this partnership to develop very specific focus areas for where they wanted to do land protection that was going to be the greatest benefit for the local area and for wildlife. What is also unique to this partnership is that all three of our organizations bring our expertise to the table. So as Doug said, he knows the local landowners, he has the connections locally to be able to talk about our program and make all of the local transactions happen. TCF brings our expertise as a national real estate expert. And Ducks Unlimited is nationally recognized as well for their ability to restore and protect wetlands and restore conservation habitat. So we can maximize our effectiveness and our efficiency by utilizing each organization's skills rather than having everyone individually trying to build additional skills. Our acquisition business is active. Like Doug said, we'll be closing on September 26th on a parcel that is 123 acres. It will become Maniaska Wildlife Management Area and donated to the DNR. And we have multiple additional conversations and pre-acquisition logistics going on, discussing future transactions with a number of landowners in Martin County. So what's left of the 24 budget and the coming 25 budget, once we have that grant agreement in place, we do have landowners we are actively working with to spend those dollars on land acquisition. So over the past 10 years, DNR's land ownership in Martin County has doubled from 2,500 acres to 5,000 acres, largely due to the partnership that we have here. And I recently had the opportunity to visit Karen WMA, which Jake's going to talk about here shortly. But Karen is a fantastic example of how multiple individual parcels were combined to create a very large wildlife management area, close to 1,000 acres. And the time we spent out on the parcel was pretty amazing. There were insects flying everywhere, birds, utilizing those insects, the core of our ecosystem, right? And the opportunity to get on the ground and see the wildlife using that land was pretty special. So with that, I'm going to let Jake tell you a bit about the restoration work that he's been doing out on Karen WMA and throughout Martin County. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Chair and members. I'm Jake Chronister. I'm our Southern Minnesota Regional Biologist for Ducks Unlimited, and I lead the restoration activities in this partnership. And I just wanted to reflect a little on what we've done since we were here last year. This spring, late spring, we wrapped up restoration at Karen WMA. And that spent down our ML 19 and 20 restoration funds. And this restored several wetlands, including a 35-acre basin that went across both parcels. We installed a water control structure, removed a lot of tile, a lot of sediment removal that had eroded in. And it involved cooperation from the township, from the neighboring farmers to facilitate their drainage, and the Martin County Drainage Authority as well. Due to this project and the ongoing conservation at Karen WMA complex, This is the first time an entire judicial ditch has been completely abandoned in Martin County, and it may be even in southern Minnesota. It's pretty remarkable. The photo on our handout with the Count the Ducks title, so that's the full page photo. This is taken at Karen just weeks after the water control structure was completed and the basin started to fill. This is a very popular wetland for migrating waterfowl in April and May. On the flip side of the handout, on the bottom left image is a broader view of the project. We brought in over $140,000 in leverage to complete restorations from NACA and private donations. This allowed us to complete our goals well under our OHF budget. Currently, restoration is underway at a 49-acre parcel from our ML22 appropriation. That's at Exeter WMA in central Martin County. Contractor is currently on pause, waiting for the potholes to dry up after our unseasonably wet late July and August. We're also in the very beginning stages of designing restoration on a 160-acre parcel, which was acquired last winter at Perch Creek WMA. And that was with, we'll be using our 2023 funds. This adds to the complex at Perch Creek where we restored 290 acres last year. You might remember photos of that. We will also begin restoration design soon on another quarter section that will be closing in about a month. And that will spend down our ML22 and 23 restoration funds. I want to thank you for your time today. And if you want to know how many ducks are in that image, the answer is hidden upside down on the bottom right corner.
Great.
Thank you.
Questions?
Is this acquisition or restoration?
Both.
It is both?
Yeah. Acquire a
Your
farm.
handout shows protections as well, and I just wanted to clarify that this request is specifically for acquisition and restoration, not for easements.
Acquisition.
Suzanne?
Yeah, this kind of goes, Mr. Chairman, to confusion I've seen across many of these proposals is whether they're reporting acquisition and restoration in one line versus two different processes. So it makes it difficult for us to understand whether or not they're buying land and then restoring that same land versus.
So Sandy tried to explain this. If they are just doing restoration work, it'll show up in the restoration line.
Mhm.
But if they're doing acquisition with restoration, it shows up in the acquisition line. The restoration is lumped there, and that's an automatic thing. It's not what they've put in their proposal. It's what our system spits out. So you have to take it understanding if they're doing both, it's lumped together to get a total cost of project per acre.
That's helpful for sort of newer members of the board to understand how that's.
Joe's going to explain it
Yeah,
even better than me.
Mr. Chair and members, so if you look at the outputs, if they have acres in restoration and enhancement, those are acres that aren't related to the acquisitions. So they would be doing acquisition, they'd be restoring the acquisitions that they're buying, and then they'd be restoring, properties that they never bought, but they're existing parcels that they're also restoring. So if you only see acres in acquisition, then they're restoring the acquisitions. If you see acres in restoration enhancement, they're also doing work on other parcels that they have not acquired.
So, but in the budget, if they're only showing acquisition dollars, does that also include the restoration in that process?
Correct.
So it may appear as though the cost per acre is higher than it
That's
really
right.
is if you're just calculating that. Is that?
And to make it even more complex, if they ask for 10 million and get 3, all the numbers will make sense in terms of that, but they may do no restoration and only the acquisition restoration. So that's where you have to read the accomplishment plan once we do an allocation to see what decisions they've made.
Is that something we can ask it in the future? We actually have a specific item for what we're paying per acre. So, I mean, as we're trying to compare these things, I mean, I know that the restoration cost probably is very variable depending on what the property looks like, but at least the cost per acre would be somewhat able to be comparable to other things.
We certainly can ask, but when it is a program, it'd be an average and individual parcels would be very different.
Yeah.
Understand that, but.
As would restoration. I mean,
Yeah.
some projects need light and some need heavy restoration.
Yeah.
But let's bank that thought for discussion about future years and how we might ask that question.
Because I have to admit the 17,000 an acre, I was like, what?
It's apples, oranges and potatoes.
Ted?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I see somewhat, look to me like some pretty big numbers for personnel. Like 575,000, that's included in a 600,000 total. And there are percentages of FTEs, in this case, 2.5 over 3 years. Is that personnel all dedicated to the parcels that are identified in this application? Or is some of that going back to previous parcels? Or is some of that staffing for looking forward to the work you're going to do so you can come back and ask for more money next year?
Yeah.
And that applies to those of you who are listening from that applies to almost every one of these applications.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartwell and Member Suss for the question. Most of the staff costs is for the Ducks Unlimited budget for staff costs. And it is large because our restoration plans take licensed engineers, which we have employed, and designs are lengthy and costly in Martin County with the extensive drainage. The money in this request is only for projects purchased under this request. We will not be using staff time from this potential ML26 funding to pay for projects in other years.
Any other questions?
Ron, go first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just congratulate Martin County and Fox folks for nothing like trying to improve your own backyard, which you folks have done. Curious, I've been here a long time. Very few other counties in the Southwest come here. Don't understand that. But we just heard from DNR that wanted a lot of money that they're going to spend in Southwest Minnesota, and you're in Southwest Minnesota. Is this a conflict? Do you guys outbid each other? How do you work that?
Chairman Hartwell and Ron, essentially we're meeting at least quarterly, specifically on the Martin County proposals, and we get assigned a project. If there's a project in Martin County, I probably brought it to the DNR. So they're not actively pursuing thing. And if I'm out of funds, yes, I'll go to all the partners and find dollars if I don't have them. But right now we're working, monthly or quarterly meetings, deciding who's going to attack it. And of course, we use the appraisal process, so we're not actively outbidding each other. So we're proactively ahead of the curve. Does that answer your question, Ron? Okay.
You have a follow-up and then we'll move on.
Follow-up to the question I asked earlier about drainage. Do your instructions to the engineers address the issue of additional temporary water storage when you're rerouting these drainage systems, rather than just create the wetland and get the water around the wetland that's not needed?
Yes. Good question. Almost all of our restorations, we try to daylight surface outlet, the neighboring tile into the wetland, restore the hydrology that was there. There are cases when the neighbor's tile is too deep and there's no way to give it an outlet. And so we will maintain drainage by allowing it to flow through. But in most cases, yes, we outlet them into our projects.
I would also say with the event of me being local, I know the Martin County drainage staff really well. And whenever I get a parcel, if it's got a messy drainage on it, we're sitting down immediately. How can we improve the neighborhood system to benefit landowners? I preach to the county, we want 2-3% of the county, 4% of the county, 96 of it you guys can farm. We're just going to be very selective where we're choosing our projects. And we want to build larger complexes, and the Karen WMA and the Perch Creek WMA have more than doubled since we've gotten money from Martin County.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, my concern is more with, are we going to be able to use these for temporary water storage than not disrupting the drainage system?
I believe your answer is to all the restorations we're doing in Martin County, yes, and we work with the DNR to try to lower them in the fall so we can have bump room for winter drainage.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
We'll move on. Next is PA 05, ML 26, Northern Tallgrass Prairie National Wildlife Refuge. Go ahead.
All right. Good morning, Chair Hartwell and council members. My name is Chris McGrath, and I'm the Associate Director of Protection and the Northern Tallgrass Prairie National Wildlife Refuge Program Manager for the Nature Conservancy in Minnesota. Joining me today in the room is Rich Biskey, who's the Director of Water and Land Protection for the Nature Conservancy. And joining on Zoom is John Byer, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Project Leader for the Northern Tallgrass Prairie National Wildlife Refuge, which I'll refer to as NTP, or just simply the refuge during this presentation. We appreciate the council's consideration of our ML 2026 proposal for the NTP program. The refuge was established by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in the year 2000 to address the loss of America's native grasslands and the decline of grassland wildlife. The refuge is authorized to work in the prairie landscapes of western Minnesota and northwestern Iowa, including 49 counties in Minnesota. Now, the Nature Conservancy and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service have partnered in the state of Minnesota to acquire, restore, enhance, and manage native grasslands. This program's work is targeted at protecting high-quality native habitat in areas with existing concentrations of native prairie, wetlands, and adjacent protected lands. The long-term goal for the refuge is to protect 77,000 acres through conservation easements and fee title acquisitions. Now, to date, the refuge has protected 15,027 acres, and 63% of it, which is 9,406 acres, have been added to the refuge with OHF funding. Of these, 5,956 acres are classified as untilled native prairie, which is 63% of the total acres funded by OHF. Additional habitat protected in the refuge with OHF funding includes 791 acres of wetlands, more than 2.5 miles of lakefront, and 31 miles of stream frontage. The original tallgrass prairie in Minnesota covered approximately 18 million acres. Now today there's just about 1% of it remains. The remaining native prairie is under threat. Land values, including pasture and crop ground values, have risen dramatically over the past 4 years, making undisturbed native prairie a prime candidate for conversion to row crop agriculture. Although the Nature Conservancy supports renewable energy, when wind easements and the related infrastructure development in western and southwestern Minnesota occurs on land containing native prairie, it reduces the available amount of remaining native prairie that we can protect. And wind utilities have continued their efforts to secure leases and easements in this prairie landscape. We've appreciated the partnership with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the continued support of the council since the beginning of this OHF-funded program. Based on our history with the NTP program, we know that the most accurate approach for predicting spend down for open appropriations is to compare what has already happened in previous appropriations that are now closed. We spent 93.3% of the available funds for our first 9 closed appropriations, resulting in the protection of 7,440 acres, which is 113% of our protected acreage goals. And we're continuing our spend down of open appropriations with available funding for acquisitions, restoration, and enhancement. Based on this history, we know that the most likely and highly probable scenario is that 13 of 15 appropriations will be 99% to 100% spent down. The 2 appropriations affected by the combination of COVID and rapidly rising land values will end up being about 76% spent down. Now that COVID has subsided and the land market has largely leveled off, landowner interest in selling is high, resulting in the large increase of acquisition activity that we've experienced over the past 2 years. Available funding in each open phase spans many years due to the time it takes to do outreach, to negotiate, to gain commitment, to complete due diligence, to close, and to complete restoration and enhancement work. As an example, our most recent appropriation award, ML 2025, has a deadline of June 30th, 2029 for acquisitions and June 30th, 2033 for restoration and enhancement, which allows nearly 8 years to fully spend down that appropriation. There's just under $13 million of available funding in our open appropriations for acquisitions, restoration, and enhancement and associated costs. Our high level of protection activity over the past 2 years has continued, resulting in $4.3 million of signed and $7 million of proposed acquisition projects for a total of $11.3 million. Based on our historical conversion rate of proposed acquisition projects that become signed and therefore committed projects, a conservative estimate is that $8.2 million out of the $11.3 million of acquisition projects will be signed and committed. This leaves $4.8 million remaining out of that $13 million overall, which we project will be fully spent down by $2.2 million of planned restoration and enhancement, $1.8 million of acquisition and restoration support costs, and approximately $780,000 of unspent funds from those 2 COVID phases mentioned earlier, which will be returned to the Outdoor Heritage Fund. This shortage of funds and the continued high level of landowner interest in protecting native prairie through this program are the reasons we submitted a proposal this year. For this year's proposal, the Nature Conservancy and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service will cooperate on protecting approximately 1,725 acres of native prairie and associated habitat. Of that, we expect to protect approximately 1,500 acres with conservation easements and 225 acres in fee acquisitions. Now, the mix of conservation easements and fee acquisitions included in this proposal are estimates based on current and projected land market conditions. Now, over the past 3 years, most landowners have chosen the conservation easement as their preferred method of native prairie protection in the NTP program. Now that land values have largely leveled off, we anticipate that fee title acquisitions may become more prevalent in the coming years. A very recent example is a $936,000 NTP fee acquisition in Clay County that we just secured a signed purchase agreement for. Although land protected by a conservation easement is not open to the public since the landowner retains title to the property, the advantages of conservation easement protection include a lower acquisition cost with the same level of protection. Conservation easement acquisitions are approximately 1/2 to 2/3 the cost of fee acquisitions. And conservation easements typically have a higher percentage of native prairie as compared to fee acquisitions. And this is primarily due to the flexibility of being able to define the conservation easement boundary so that the majority of it is native prairie. And conservation easements provide a vehicle for land protection during times where landowners may be reluctant to sell in fee due to land market conditions. ML 2026's acquisition work will be focused on high quality, diverse habitat, benefiting a wide range of species. As we successfully continue with the program to protect the last remaining native prairie in Minnesota, there are climate resiliency benefits resulting from increased restoration and enhancement investments. To that end, this proposal includes restoration and enhancement of approximately 1,060 acres. The Council's consistent support of the NTP program and our highly effective partnership with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has resulted in a program that's in full stride, one that is protecting significantly more native prairie today as compared to the early years of this program. This partnership is well positioned to accommodate this increase in native prairie protection activity. We appreciate your continued support of this highly effective native prairie protection and restoration program, especially considering the increased crop ground conversion pressures that the limited amount of remaining native prairie is under. Our proposal requests that the Council will continue to support the successful and impactful NTP program by funding ML 2026's proposal so that we can continue the laser-focused work of this program on protecting the last remaining native tallgrass prairie in the state of Minnesota. Thank you, Chair Hartwell and Council members, for your time and consideration. And now it's time for questions.
All right, questions? So I have two questions for you. The first is just, you mentioned returning funds. When are you going to close out the appropriations so we have those funds available to spend?
Yeah, that's a great question. And we're working on, those are 10 and 11 as far as our phases anyway. But those two phases, we're finishing up our restoration and enhancement work. We expect phase 10 will do the closeout next year, and phase 11 maybe next year, but for sure in 2027. But we've realized that the Outdoor Heritage Fund could use that $780,000. And so we're working hard to get restoration done on those two phases ASAP.
My second question is, excuse me, but you gave us a whole bunch of numbers of someday you'll spend all this money. When are you going to actually spend it? You've got an appropriation in 22 that had $3 million left in it. When is that going to be spent? I don't care that you're going to spend it over 10 years. I need to know when you're actually spending it. How fast are you doing this work?
Well, I mentioned.
And 4 million in 24,
Right.
nothing spent.
Yeah, and I mentioned in the presentation that as an example, ML 2025, we have 8 years to spend.
I don't care how long you have. I want to know when you're planning on spending it. How long does it take you to do the work? Because frankly, if it takes you 5 years to do an acquisition and someone else 2 years, I'm more interested in giving them the money than I am waiting 5 years to do the work, because we want money in the ground.
I get
And
it.
so
Yep.
I need clarification, because what you've given me doesn't clarify.
Once an appropriation is available for funding, as an example, ML 2025 is not available yet, and it will be in December probably of this year. So let's start with that time frame. So in December of this year, we will start spending down that appropriation through signed agreements with landowners. So the first phase, which takes about 2 to 2.5 years, once an appropriation is available to spend, we focus on acquisitions, period. And we get those acquisitions done from the time we get a signed purchase agreement to the time it's spent is 2 to 2.5 years once the appropriation is available. And then we begin the restoration and enhancement work on those parcels that were acquired through that appropriation. The vast majority of our restoration and enhancement spend down for each phase is on acquisitions that have been completed in that same phase. I don't know
Okay,
if that
so
answered
for
your question.
2022, according to this, you have $3.3 million left.
Right.
You're at the end of your 2.5 years and you haven't spent 3.3, you've only spent 527,000. So I'm not following how fast you're getting money into the ground.
ML 2022 is one of those 2 years where we didn't spend everything down and we were 76% spent. And that's, some of that money is going to go back, but a lot of that money is going to be utilized for restoration and enhancement that we're currently actively working on.
But you've only spent 13% of the 22. You were given 3.8 million, you've spent 527, you have 3.3 left.
Yeah, that, I'll have to get back to you on that, Chair Hartwell, because that appropriation is one of the two that we're going to be 76% spent down. That I know. And I know what our acquisition costs were, which are now closed, and I know what our restoration and enhancement costs are for the planned restoration and enhancement. But that, the total of those two appropriations that were not fully spent that are going to be returned is under 800,000. So I will get back to you on the details on that one.
I'm just confused based on what you said and the numbers, and I'd love to know before I make any decisions. In 2024, you've spent 0.
That's right.
Okay.
Now, keep in mind, and this is good for everyone in the room, is that what shows up is what is spent. So we have $4.2 million $4.2 million of committed acquisitions. They are signed purchase agreements. That's not going to show up in the totals. What shows up in the totals are spent funds. And so what doesn't show up are planned restoration and enhancement costs that have not been billed and paid for yet. And what doesn't show up are acquisitions that have been signed.
It would be helpful for me to know what you've actually committed to. And the restoration, I get that restoration takes 3 years. You know, that's not an issue. It's the acquisition dollars and how fast they're actually spent. So if you can get me that, that would be helpful. And I suspect others might be interested, but I can't speak for others. Other questions?
The observation of you know, of the funding of the $10 million requested, that gets us 1,500 acres in easements. It's not open to the public and protects 225 acres. To a perspective as an outdoors person, I'd like to see property that the public can use and not easements that are only available to the private land.
You have your opinion.
Thank you.
Good enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is PA06 Minnesota Prairie Recovery Program, Phase 15.
David, well, they're getting organized. Why, maybe it's just different programs, but the aspect of, you know, other states have WEHA programs, walking. Other states have.
Can you
WEHA.
put your mic up so people can
Sorry.
hear?
Other states have what they consider walk-in hunter areas or plots lands that are open to hunters.
Do too.
But I'm saying these easements, why do we try to prioritize, or if we're gonna buy an easement somewhere, do we try to prioritize it where those get looked at first so they're open to the public?
Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I can tell you what I think, which is it's completely separate pots of money. The walk-in money comes and goes. And it is not tied to anything other than willing landowners. And there's no way to commit. If an easement allows public access, you're essentially buying the entire property. You may not be buying it, but that's what the landowners who are doing easements typically hold back, is their right of use versus the public use. And so the value of an easement that has public access is almost the same as fee property.
And the walk-ins don't have to be on easements. There's a lot
They
of
don't.
walk-ins that are not on easement too.
Yeah.
Funded through that license, that $3.
Yep.
Yeah. So now that we won't really steal your time. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. I'm Liz Beery, the Associate Director of Grasslands for the Nature Conservancy in Minnesota and also the Minnesota Prairie Recovery Program Manager. Thank you for inviting me to come this morning to present on behalf of the Nature Conservancy. And thank you for your past investments in the Minnesota Prairie Recovery Program and your ongoing commitment to prairie conservation in the state of Minnesota. I'm going to provide you an overview of the Minnesota Prairie Recovery Program and then dive into the details of this proposal. Our program goal is to maintain key areas as functional prairie systems that provide wildlife habitat for game and non-game species. Healthy grasslands mean clean water for the surrounding ecosystems and communities. Intact habitat helps us sustain the plant and wildlife diversity that are trademarks of prairie in our state. Increasing habitat connectivity and improving habitat quality are high priorities due to the increasingly noticeable impacts of climate change across our state. The work within the Minnesota Prairie Recovery Program spans across much of Minnesota's prairie region. We have 5 priority landscapes identified based on the Minnesota Prairie Conservation Plan, where our dedicated staff implement restoration and enhancement projects. The map on the front side of your handout identifies these key prairie landscapes. Within these focal areas, our staff closely collaborate with federal and state partners to implement prairie protection, restoration, and enhancement work. We accomplish that critical work through limited and targeted acquisition in existing prairie complexes. In this phase 15 proposal, we are requesting funds to protect 700 acres of prairies, grasslands, and wetlands. Generally, acquisitions adjacent to or very close to TNC preserves will stay in TNC ownership. Lands adjacent to DNR tracts or separate from existing conservation land will likely be transferred to DNR ownership in collaboration with DNR staff. We also accomplish our work through accelerated enhancement of permanently protected lands, primarily federal and state lands. We are requesting funds for an additional 27,500 acres of prairie enhancement. We implement work such as prescribed fire, invasive species control, the removal of woody species, conservation grazing, and interseeding. We also complete very diverse prairie restorations of key parcels within these habitat we are requesting funds for an additional 300 acres of prairie and wetland restoration. And through all of this protection, restoration, and enhancement work, we will sequester approximately 190,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. Previous phases of the Minnesota Prairie Recovery Program are indicative of the Outdoor Heritage Fund's impact of scaled-up prairie conservation in Minnesota and the Nature Conservancy's commitment to stewarding public dollars. Through June 30th, 2025, we have protected 8,179 acres of prairies, wetlands, grasslands, and oak savannas. All of these protected acres are open to public hunting and just general public recreational access. We have enhanced over 215,000 acres, and we have restored 2,765 acres. We have also sequestered approximately 1.7 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalents and will continue to hold that carbon in the soil long-term. Much of this work is made possible through a team of TNC prairie recovery biologists, and they are co-located in agency offices and core areas, and their success is predicated on the notion of building partnerships and working collaboratively with their partners. I would like to share some budget updates. If you refer to the backside of your handout, you will see a budget table demonstrating that we have allocated or obligated $7 million of our existing $9.9 million to upcoming acquisition and contracted restoration and enhancement projects. We have a signed purchase agreement with a landowner in a key prairie landscape to purchase a significant amount of land. This acquisition will spend down all of our existing acquisition funds in PRPs Phase 12 through Phase 14, or ML 22, 23, and 25. The most exciting part of this acquisition is that it will end up connecting 4,500 acres in this large prairie habitat complex. These lands will be open to public hunting after closing. Therefore, our request of additional OHF funds at this time is to ensure that we have funds to continue implementing restoration and enhancement projects, as well as acquisition funds available to protect key parcels that we anticipate in the future. I'd like to tell you a little bit more about our protection efforts. The Nature Conservancy has focused efforts around protecting existing habitat complexes to improve the biological integrity of plant and wildlife populations. This strategy has been successful over the years and has been implemented through TNC staff making personal connections with landowners and better understanding their long-term goals. In many cases, these landowners are conservation-minded and look forward to ensuring that their land will be protected and managed as wildlife habitat in the future. This has led to an impressive transformation in expanding key prairie habitat complexes. This important protection work is primarily occurring due to our dedicated protection staff regularly providing program outreach and improving relationships with key landowners. But I'd also like to point out that protection successes also come from the footprint that we've established in these priority landscapes with our restoration and enhancement work. What I mean by that is TNC staff are diligently working to restore and enhance these acquired prairies through OHF funding, as well as improving the habitat conditions on our federal and state partner lands within these priority areas. These projects include implementing prescribed fire by the Nature Conservancy staff, conducting tree removal and fence installation projects through contracts with local private vendors, implementing short-term farm leases with local producers when we prepare sites for restoration, developing annual grazing and haying leases with producers to enhance our grasslands and reduce livestock pressure on home pastures, and implementing other enhancement projects like invasive species control, hand harvest of native seed, scattered tree removal, and fence removal by our TNC seasonal staff and our dedicated crews with the Conservation Corps of Minnesota and Iowa, or CCMI. This year, we've invested more resources into our conservation work with CCMI, establishing 2 dedicated young adult crews focusing on our prairie enhancement efforts through the field season. Crews based at TNC locations in central and northwest Minnesota have been able to add greater capacity to our priority work on TNC's OHF acquired prairies and improve seasonal capacity on our state and federal lands. The time that we spend on these projects in cooperation with local vendors, producers, and seasonal crews improves the overall quality of these prairie habitats while also building trust and understanding with our neighbors and local communities and deepening our roots in these landscapes. Thank you, Mr. Chair and council members, for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Matt?
Yeah, Liz, two questions. One is, could you clarify and confirm that the request here is all for lands that are publicly available for hunting and fishing? Because I noticed in some of it, you had some permanent easements in here, but this is all public, including things that land that TNC would hold in title. And the second, because it's going to come up from someone else, can you talk about the 23 and 25 allocations that haven't been spent yet?
Yes, thank you for those questions.
And where's 2024? Because it's not, there's no 2024 line item in there.
Sure.
Thanks.
I might have to have you repeat that at some point, but thank you for those questions. Mr. Chair and council members, so yes, all of the vast majority of the lands that we work on are public lands. Once in a blue moon, we might work on a conservation easement, so we like to keep that option listed within our proposal. We also do work on our TNC's OHF tracts, or we call them PRP tracts, within our organization. So that's where much of our work occurs. And then speaking to the budget, so.
Clarify, those are lands available for public?
Yes, all of those are lands available, minus the small easements that we sometimes work on. And we have them signed that way. We can find them on our website. Yes, so as for our budget, so for the phase 12 or ML 2022 funds, I know that question just came up in the last presentation. So we are partially through spending those funds, and we are on track to likely have those all spent down by June of this next year. Maybe save for a restoration project here or there, but we're already planning out to use all those funds. As for ML 2023 and 2025, part of those funds have been obligated already to that existing large acquisition that I mentioned, as well as some contracted restoration and enhancement projects, but some of them, you know, we'll soon be having conversations to prioritize the work that will occur with those funds, but we don't yet have them assigned to any projects.
Ted?
Mr. Chairman, ma'am, thank you for your detailed explanations. In your proposal, you propose 27,000 acres for enhancement over roughly 4 years to June 30th, 2040 or 2030. You also state that in your entire history of this project, you've restored 2,700 acres. And I'm curious, is it even feasible to do 10 times more in the next 4 years than what's been done since you started this project, which I assume is about 4 or 5 years? It just strikes me as a massive increase in needed capacity and in productivity.
Yes, thank you for that question. And Mr. Chair and council members, so just to clarify, so we've done 2,765 acres of prairie restoration, which is generally starting from cropland and installing very diverse prairie restorations. And then in the other category, we have prairie enhancement, which is prescribed fire, invasive species control, woody removal, conservation grazing, and interseeding, where we might already have a grassland that could use more diversity. So those are two separate categories. We've already completed over 215,000 acres of prairie enhancement work. So we feel very confident that we could definitely meet those goals.
So what you're telling me is I mixed apples and oranges. Thank you.
That's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
And this is maybe more for the council. I noticed in here that there were, for under capital equipment, there's a budget for 2 UTVs. How does that work when we acquire capital equipment using these funds, and how does that get handled within the organizations that do that? And is there a percentage limit or anything like that?
No, they ask for it. We spend it, they use it.
Noted. Thanks.
I don't think there's any cracking after it is purchased. The justification is in the proposal, and I don't think anyone's ever reported that they've only used an ATV on 85% of the time on these new projects. It goes into the general pool.
Mr. Chair, members, we do ask organizations, where are your ATVs and UTVs? And
I know the last time I asked was with Ducks Unlimited. They've got them all tracked exactly where and how and how they're stored, where they're used, all that stuff. So we expect them to keep track of them.
See, I learned something. I have a question for you, which is, you've asked for 13 million, $14 million. In the past, you've gotten a fraction of that. You have your justifications for asking. The part that concerned me is that when asked if you got 50% or 30% of the money, how would you adjust things? And you basically said our staff costs would stay exactly the same. We're just not going to spend it on acquisition. So if we give you $3 million, you're going to spend $3 million on staffing and do no acquisition, according to how I read your proposal. Can you address that?
Yes, thank you for that question. Mr. Chair and council members, just to clarify, if our program only receives a certain portion allocation, we would scale our staffing down the approximate amount as well. We would scale back, the length of the time that we would expect to do the work. So instead of a 2-year budget as proposed, we would scale it back to a year or potentially a little less. And we would still just scale back the amount of work able to complete in that time with that amount of funding available. We do have the ability to scale, our seasonal staffed habitat crews up and down a little bit as well to accommodate those budget changes.
Okay, what your proposal says is to deliver accomplishments in a consistent manner, staffing would be kept at approximately the same levels as in your full funding model.
Right, and then the timeline would just be shortened versus a 2-year timeline. We would, use the funds sooner. We would love if we became in a place where we could have a 2-year budget or even a larger budget and then come back here in front of you every 2 or 3 years instead of returning
So just
annually.
hypothetically, so I understand, you've asked for 2 years staffing cost of $2.8 million if out of 13.6. If we gave you $3 million, you would spend 1.4 on staffing.
We would scale it back appropriately with the amount that we were appropriated. So if you appropriated us 30%, we would, use an Excel spreadsheet and scale it down, in inconsistency.
But you've asked for a 2-year budget. Would you scale to a half-year budget?
Potentially, depending on our allocation.
Okay. And so you'd have everybody work for 6 months and then lay them off? I'm just not following how you do that.
Sure. Well, I appreciate that question and I appreciate that you're trying to get down to the bottom of it.
No, you don't appreciate the question.
Mr. Chair and council members, we basically are able to scale back appropriately. We try to keep our permanent staffing levels the same in order to continue providing efficient and effective results with the goals lined out in this program. So we anticipate a certain amount will be appropriated. We don't really expect that 100% is appropriated since that's usually quite unusual with these different projects. But we have the ability to scale our staffing appropriately in the landscape to accommodate our allocations.
Okay.
I thought she said that she kept her staff at the same levels, but
for a shorter period of time.
I'm not sure how that, I don't understand how you can make that work. I have to admit, I'm more confused now than I was to begin with about the staffing level. I mean, if you're gonna, I acknowledge and would expect and respect the fact that you have staffing, you want to maintain that staffing, and maybe you don't have it. Maybe your increased staffing levels would not be the same, but I mean, you can't say, no, we're going to cut it in half and have half our staff if you're saying you're going to keep and maintain your staffing. I don't understand that answer, I guess.
Okay. Well, yes, our prairie recovery biologists are full-time staff. The majority of our habitat crews are seasonal staff, so we could scale those more readily is what I'm trying to explain, I suppose.
So the seasonal staff, you would not retain them. You would just use your existing full-time staff and maybe some level of season.
Yep.
Yeah, the difference would be that the seasonal staff is what does most of the enhancement work. So your accomplishment would then shrink on that, I'm guessing.
To a degree, yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're at 10:15. We're going to take a 10-minute break. So be back here at actually 10:18, please. Is that right? 10:18.
We're there.
Whatever.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking about this, like, they just happened to fall on. Like,
Matt, you got those dogs already? Season's gonna start, you're pretty dang sure.
They're, if they're not finely tuned, they're at least getting screwed, that's for sure. Definitely at the end of the season where there's not. They got one eye out.
Eldest.
They can smell it.
I'll smell it.
Oh, all right.
I took them out to the Barrens, I have nothing but the Barrens.
Your allocation.
There it is.
All right, thank you for getting back together. Next is PA07, Prairie Chicken Habitat Partnership of the Southern Red River Valley, Phase 12. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. My name is Saban Adams. I'm the Minnesota State Coordinator with Pheasants Forever. Today, we are presenting on the Prairie Chicken Habitat Partnership of the Southern Red River Valley. And I brought a wild man from the forest who I will let introduce himself.
Good morning, Chair Hartwell, or good afternoon, Chair Hartwell and council members. My name is Dr. Bill Faber. Today, I'm here representing the Minnesota Prairie Chicken Society. I am a longstanding board member and life member of the organization. I'm going to start with just a little, I'm not going to talk numbers because it sounds like you don't want to hear numbers, but I'll let my colleague, my younger colleague here, Saban, give you more of the numbers, which you have on your handouts. I'm going to talk a little chicken with you rather than turkey, since we're talking prairie chickens here. I've got a few talking points that I was specifically asked to present. So bear with me. I'm a field biologist by trade. So we're going to talk about boots on the ground and what some of we already done the past 11 years has accomplished. And then again, Saban here will give you some of the actual numbers of acres that we've acquired and so on. The question that I'm sure I was going to get, which I thought I'd beat you to the punch on, is when is enough enough? As far as, you know, the purchase of and acquisition of lands. And Ron asked the question, I think a couple of years ago when I was here and a couple of years before that. So let me give you some numbers about Minnesota prairie chickens. We have 4 native grouse species. Prairie chickens are one of them, the greater prairie chicken. We have ruffed grouse, we have spruce grouse, we have sharp-tailed grouse. I would suggest in my lifetime, 3 of those species might be gone from the landscape. Ruffed grouse would be the only one, and the arguable reason is because they benefit from our timber industry and aspen and so on, but the others don't. And so specifically talking about prairie chickens, the Minnesota Prairie Chicken Society has been doing the surveys on prairie chickens for the past almost 4 decades. We've run those surveys, not me, myself, but many of my colleagues on the board and in the society. And the last 3 years have shown that prairie chickens continue to go down. So when you ask the question about when is enough, never, I would argue. We're losing not only the battle, we're losing the war. We're losing the battle with chickens, we're losing the war with the other 3, at least 2 of the other 3 native grouse species. So almost certainly because of habitat loss reduction in CRP acres. One census block that was surveyed for many years has lost all of its CRP acres, and the historical leks, and some of these have been historical leks then for almost all 4 decades. The birds are gone. The lek, for new members, hopefully you understand, that's the kind of playground where the males come each spring to display for the females for breeding opportunities. So again, we're losing the battle, but also the war. The prairie chicken, should mention the greater prairie chicken is not in threat of, is not threatened by extinction because we have some decent populations in Nebraska and Kansas and some other places. It would be extirpated from Minnesota if things continue the way they are. I would take a moment when you talk about land prices. I live in central Minnesota. I serve on the Morrison County SWCD, Little Falls, Minnesota. We had one of the board members, other board members is a farmer there, 73-acre parcel next to him. Rumor has it that there's a large ag producer that is going to pay $15,000 an acre for 73 acres of pretty decent tillable land and so on. So when you talk about the prices, they ain't going down, they're moving up, and it's moving north. All right. Greater prairie chicken is currently a state species of special concern in Minnesota. If this downward trend continues, there's a serious possibility that it will become threatened at the state level, as I already mentioned. Talking about our partnership with Pheasants Forever, which we've been doing, I think this is our 12th or 13th year. It commits funding as fast as we receive it. As I said, I'm not going to give you the exact numbers, but we're doing what we've been asked to do in fulfilling our, acreage quota and so on. But I'm going to let Saban refer to that here in a few minutes. We never sit on money and then ask for another appropriation. That's why we're here again. Other thing, talking about public lands, we have, again, he will give you the acres that we've acquired, 4,500 acres so far of the, acreage he's going to talk about, which is obviously more than that, are already restored and open to the public. And it may be actually more. That was the latest figures I got from one of our other members of the Prairie Chicken Society. The partnership is also the closest to any program when it comes to turnkey conservation. The partnership does most of the hard work. and establishing wildlife cover before it is flipped to state or federal management areas. And so again, reiterating or repeating what all of the presenters before me have said is the time it takes to groom the relationships in order to either get easements or get acquisitions in place. And I will say on behalf of Mark Johnson, his brother Earl started one of the partner relationships with a landowner back in the early 70s in Becker County. That finally came to fruition here about 3 or 4 years ago. So that's almost 40 years. God bless Earl. So it takes a long time. All right. And then the last thing I'll say is the MPCS has a long history with landowners. We're trusted. It's been around. The society, we celebrated our 50 years about 2 years ago. And landowners that have Greater Prairie Chickens Underground are proud and want to do something. So I'll turn it over to Saban. Thank you.
All right, so now I get to give you the numbers, I guess. Since this program started, we've been through 11 phases. We've acquired 19 parcels for 5,727 acres. The 4,500 acres that he referenced are those that we have already conveyed over to either the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as waterfowl production areas or to the Minnesota DNR as WMAs. The big thing I wanted to get into, knowing how the council views these things, is our handout. You can see the 2 pie charts on there. I put the fee title budget first, as Chair Hartwell has mentioned earlier. The restoration budget is an important and it's a big line item on there, but if you don't buy the land, then we don't have anything to restore. So I like to focus on that fee title budget. Of the open appropriations right now, we have spent $10.2 million, and we are right now legally obligated to spend everything that we have available to us, plus another $432 that I'm gonna have to find somewhere. An important note on that is, if you asked me that 2 weeks ago, we would have that $4.2 million would be sitting in unobligated but planned. But as soon as the pen strikes the paper on a purchase agreement, it flips over. So a lot of these things take a long time, but then they change really quickly. And hopefully we close on that large acquisition in the next 6 to 8 months, and it'll turn into the spent category. The next budget is our restoration budget. We've got, let's see, we spent about $124,000, which is only 4% of our budget of what is remaining. And that is in part because when we buy one of these large land acquisitions, the restoration takes so much longer. And so the spending of the restoration takes a long time, as others have stated. Legally obligated for us means that we have signed a contract with an excavation company, with somebody who does the seeding, that sort of thing. We've signed a contract with them to do the work. Unobligated planned means that we have a plan in place to restore one of the properties that we've bought. And unobligated waiting means that money is waiting to be spent on one of our acquisitions. And so you look, we've got $4.2 million legally obligated with a purchase agreement on an acquisition. That $1.3 million is waiting for that property to be bought. And then it will be planned, and then it will be obligated, and then it will be spent. So at this point in time, without additional funding, we won't be able to acquire any more properties in the prairie chicken range. The last thing I wanted to mention, with all of Pheasants Forever's asks today, the 4 of them that we are presenting on the back, you will see a big chart with lots and lots of numbers. I don't want to go into all of that right now because there's way too much there, but we thought we would provide full transparency. These are numbers that I pulled last week, and they are every budget line item of every open appropriation, how much we were awarded, how much we spent, and how much is remaining. So if you want to do some math and talk Excel spreadsheets later, I'm open to it. And with that, I will turn it over for questions.
Questions?
I had one, dude.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the prairie chicken numbers are going down. And the council here has appropriated over $18 million in the name of prairie chickens. How much sense does this make? That's one question. And the other question is, You buy the land in the name of prairie chickens, which is a great gesture. What else might benefit? Because obviously the prairie chicken is not benefiting. That we need a reality check.
So, thank you for the question, Mr. Chair and Member Shara. I think to the first part of your question, well, I think your second part actually answered the first part of your question. We are buying these properties in the name of prairie chickens, but we restore all of the grasslands and we restore all of the wetlands out there. We're donating these lands to the DNR or to the Fish and Wildlife Service under their management scheme. They just happen to be in prairie chicken range. And so any other wildlife, whether that's pheasants, deer, turkeys, whatever was going to use that habitat is going to benefit. It's also benefiting water quality. It's also benefiting storage, or soil health, and it's providing public access. It just so happens that we're doing it where the prairie chickens live. Your second question about, actually, I forget what the second question was. Second part of that.
That was the second question.
All right, well then I answered it.
I'd like to add a couple of things, of course. If you think about, we have the prairie chicken as the iconic species that we hope to benefit. So I'm not implying that all of the other species. So if you just look at grassland birds in general, meadowlarks and bobolinks, all of these other species that would stand to benefit, we haven't actually looked at those. Audubon Society is doing things with grazing lands and all of these things to improve the quality of grasslands, the amount of grasslands actually. Now our CRP program, which I mentioned earlier, that's gone up. We've had up as much as 30-some million acres. Now it's 19,000 or 19 million, excuse me. And we'll see if and when it gets renewed or whatever, it would stay at the same, 24 million acres. So there's a whole suite of species. The other ones that benefit too, then arguably if it's on prairie that gets restored, is our pollinator species, who are all declining when you look. So when you look at decline of species in general on all sorts of different habitat, they're all declining everywhere. We've lost 40% of our vertebrate species since the 1960s. That's worldwide. We've lost how many of our insect species that they've done these worldwide analyses. So it's dire. And I don't say that as a joke because they brought the dire wolf back. So I guess maybe everyone's thinking that things as they begin to disappear, we don't have to worry about it because we can just genetically recreate those. I'm being a little facetious, but anyway, so I think you understand where I'm aiming at there, Member Shara. Thank you.
The only thing I did remember the second part that I wanted to make a mention to, which was we've done a lot of work here and the prairie chicken numbers have also still continued to go down. But when I think about the work that the council has achieved already, what Pheasants Forever, Prairie Chicken Society, what all of our partners have achieved, those numbers would be even more drastically declined if it wasn't for the work that we've already successfully put into the ground. I know in the past, one of my favorite charts that I've seen is from Bowser looking at that CRP decline, the amount of acres of just grassland that we have in the state and the decline in CRP, and then comparing it to what we've done with RIM, with WMA, with WPA acquisition, with CREP easements. And we haven't kept up with CRP. It's millions and millions of acres, but we've slowed it down. And who knows if we'll ever catch up to it, but we're trying.
Mark, you have a question?
Excuse me, maybe you should change your name to Bobolink, Meadowlark, and Prairie Chicken Society.
Point taken.
Quick question, guys. You're familiar, I grew up in that area. I grew up in Fertile. And as a kid, I was all over that country. I'd put 100 miles a day on my motorcycle and probably near as much as I'm on my bike before that. But the question is that when I was there, I never saw prairie chickens. I knew of one area where there were prairie chickens up by Marcoux Corner. We very seldom saw sharptail. Nowadays, when I go back up, I see prairie chickens every time. We see sharptails every fall up there. So maybe you can, I understand that the surveys are going down, but can you speak to the benefit of these particular habitats and the effect that's having on the prairie chickens? Because I'm definitely seeing, and everybody I know is seeing more birds there.
Yeah, and thank you for the question, Mark. Mr. Chair, I think one of the things that, if I'm addressing this correctly, that we need to adapt to is how these species are actually utilized in the landscape. One of the things that we talk about a bunch is that the sharp-tailed grouse are moving into prairie chicken country. And so we're doing projects particularly focusing on the core of prairie chicken habitat, but we're also doing projects right next door to it. And one of the things that we're learning is that we're doing all of these surveys of old lekking areas and old habitats where we knew they were prairie chickens, but there's really not people going out and actually paying attention to, maybe the prairie chickens moved into this area and maybe they're establishing new populations in areas where we're doing this work. And so I think one of the benefits that we're providing is we're not just maintaining this core population, we're trying to provide habitat in the adjacent areas to see if those birds take over and colonize into new areas. I'm not sure if I exactly addressed your question.
I would add to that too, since we just had our board meeting, Mark, we were talking about our surveys. One of the things that's taken note of that observations are made about is the number of sharp-tailed grouse on the prairie chicken leks, but also the hybrids. So for folks that didn't know it, prairie chickens and sharp-tailed grouse hybridize regularly on the leks, not the leks themselves, but a sharp-tail will breed with a female. And so that is increasing along with the number of sharp-tails being seen. So, you know, and that's partly because they're losing their habitat over in east central and northwestern parts of the state and are moving down or moving around because they like to lek on somewhat similar areas and so on. So that's being made note of. So I don't know that we've looked at it specifically, but we discuss it every time we talk about them moving in, just like there was concern about pheasants on the prairie chicken range down in where Dave traveled was along Lac qui Parle when we had tried to reintroduce chickens, that pheasants were coming into those areas too. So that's ongoing and there's concern. Of course there is.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is PA08, rim buffers for wildlife and water. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members and staff. My name is Dusty Anthony. I'm an easement programs coordinator with the Minnesota Board of Water and Soil Resources and manager of the Rim Buffers program. Thank you for the prior support of the Rim Buffers and Wildlife and Water program and the opportunity to be here today to discuss with you PA08. This $10 million request is to continue the rim-only buffers easement program, much like Minnesota law years 2021, 22, and 25. Just as a reminder, law years 2015 through 2018 were utilized for the Minnesota Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program in partnership with the Federal Conservation Reserve Program. Sharon briefly mentioned this program at the beginning of this morning, but just some background. The CREP program is a partnership we are in with the USDA Farm Service Agency, where a landowner enrolls into a 14 to 15-year federal CRP contract, as well as a perpetual rim easement on that property. And then both the CRP program and rim contribute to restoration and enhancement of that property. The goal of the Rim Buffers program is to restore and protect riparian and floodplain areas across the state to improve and enhance wildlife habitat and water quality. This will be accomplished by permanently protecting approximately 800 acres on 16 rim easements across the state. The number of easements and acres funded with this program will be dependent on the size and location of the applications received. The lands eligible for this program are row crop acres experiencing flooding, erosion, and sedimentation, resulting in marginal agricultural production, as well as existing CRP acres. Enrollment in this program is voluntary, and these perpetual easements remain in private ownership and on the county tax roll. Enrolling these acres into rim buffers will help create corridors for wildlife that are critical to linking larger habitat complexes while maintaining agricultural landscapes and improving water quality. Crop cessation will be the main form of floodplain wetland restoration. A small amount of funding was budgeted for engineering to restore altered hydrology through activities such as tile breaks or ditch plugs. Extensive depressional wetland restorations will not take place through this program and are better suited for our rim wetlands program, which you'll be hearing about more this afternoon. and that proposal number is WA02, just for reference. RIM buffers utilizes a ranking and selection process and is implemented locally, working with soil and water conservation districts and other partner staff who work directly with interested landowners throughout the state. Some scoring considerations include proximity to permanently protected land, proximity to lands open to public hunting, and linear corridor connectivity. If you would turn to page 1 of the handout provided for this hearing, you'll see a pie chart highlighting categories that the Bowser easement section uses when talking about funds budgeted for easement payments as easement applications are received and easements recorded. This pie chart is focused on the easement payment portion of the budget for each law year, and the numbers on both pages of this handout were current as of yesterday, August 25th. Page 1 is focused on the RIM buffers appropriations that are still open. I'll describe the categories briefly. They're also defined there on the right side of the page. But the main point to take away from this is that there is currently 0% available. The soon-to-be committed category shown in green here, while not a technical category within our state financial system, it represents funds that will be committed to specific applications we have in hand after funding decisions are made. So those would be applications that are actually in the door. The committed category represents funds committed to specific easements that have not yet been encumbered in the state financial system. Those would be in-process easements. The encumbered category represents funds for specific easements that have been encumbered in the state system. The paid category represents payments that have been made directly to landowners, and the available category would be funds that are currently available for new applications. You'll notice in the pie chart for Minnesota laws 21, 22, and 25, 0% is available for easement payments. The soon-to-be committed funds from Minnesota Law 22 and 25 will be committed in September 2025 from applications that were received in July. 6 easement application periods have been held from October 2023 through July 2025. During that time, $21.6 million in applications were received. With interest in this program increasing and the impacts of recent rain events, we expect a large demand for the program during a July 2026 batching period, should funding be allocated. Bowser has received funding from the Clean Water Fund for RIM buffers, but it is not included in the budget as leverage, only in the narrative. For this 2026 request, we are proposing to leverage federal funding through the Minnesota CREP program. Our Minnesota CREP agreement was recently extended through September of 2039. The amount of federal match realized will depend on the number of easements and acres enrolled, as well as CRP soil rental rates and the CRP acreage, national CRP acreage cap. I wanted to provide you an update on prior appropriations. If you'll turn to page 2 of the handout provided for the hearing, you'll see a table of our prior appropriations. Minnesota laws 2011 through 2014 protected over 1,600 acres through Outdoor Heritage Fund and over 4,700 acres through all funding sources. Those appropriations are closed, final reports completed and approved. 2015 through 2018 protected over 4,300 acres through Outdoor Heritage Fund and over 8,400 acres through all funding sources. Those appropriations are also closed. The 2017 appropriation, the final report was just submitted for that yesterday. Minnesota Law 21 and 22 have funded 827 acres as of August 25th. And during the batching period that ended in July, we received just over $8.7 million in applications. The $3.5 million shown as available from Minnesota Law 22 and 25 for easement payments will be committed in September of this year to applications that we just received. Funding decisions are being made on those applications, so I did not include them as committed in this table. While RIM easements are not directly open to the public, however, they are eligible for enrollment into the walk-in access program in select counties. Soil and Water Conservation District staff who work with landowners to enroll into RIM are also typically the ones that discuss the walk-in access program enrollment in those offices as well. The walk-in access program is available in 54 counties in Minnesota, all of which are eligible for the RIM buffers program. Bowser staff have recently been discussing adding a question to our conservation easement application form where a landowner can indicate directly if they are interested in enrolling in the walk-in access program, if they're in an eligible county, and that could start the conversation between those local soil and water conservation district staff and the landowner directly at that time. I'm running out of time here, but just like to thank you again for the opportunity to present this morning, and I will take any questions that you may have.
Matt?
Yeah, Dusty, I think I might be reading the numbers wrong, so maybe you can help clarify a little bit. Funding request is for $10 million. It's showing $12 million in leverage from FSA and CRP. So $22 million total budget there for 900 acres, according to the application. And I look at the demand on your handout, which is super helpful. In July of 2025 batching period, you had $8.7 million in applications received and 995 acres. So we got $8.7 million versus $22 million. We've got 800 or 900 acres versus 995 acres. Help me reconcile the dollars per acre there, as well as is there demand for everything you're requesting?
Mr. Chair and members, thank you for the question. I failed to point out during my presentation here that we mentioned the federal leverage in the proposal. However, we did not account for that in the acres and number of easements as our goals in the proposal, just with the uncertainties of the CRP within the federal farm bill and CRP soil rental rates. Okay. There are a number of different factors that play into the amount of funding that would come from FSA versus state. So the federal leverage was not included in our acre and easement goal.
Yeah. Thank you. That's helpful. What about you brought up the Clean Water Fund. Can you help explain how and why this request comes in through Lessard-Sams Council and what comes in through Clean Water Fund, what the proportion is given the purpose of the proposal?
Mr. Chair and members, thank you for the question. We do receive funding from the Clean Water Fund. Typically, the applications that are funded through the Outdoor Heritage Fund have a more habitat-focused application, either a larger acreage or linking additional habitat, where the Clean Water Fund acres has the Clean Water Fund dollars have a little more flexibility where we could do limited term easements or working lands activities on those. So if there's a landowner interested specifically in a limited term easement or additional working lands opportunities on their land, the Clean Water Fund would be the source for that.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make sure I understand how the program works. Under current Minnesota law, open ditches require a 16.5-foot buffer and streams a 50-foot buffer. A lot of the farmers enrolled that land in CRP because they couldn't farm it. They could harvest hay off of it. They couldn't put row crops in it. So they put it in CRP. What you're saying is those CRP contracts are expiring, and I know that they're expiring. That does not remove the statutory requirement to have either a 16.5-foot or a 50-foot buffer. So that doesn't mean that land's automatically going to go back into row crop. And it looks like $12,500 per acre, which is about right for an average for row crop in Senator Lang's district and where I used to live.
That cheap.
I don't necessarily see where we're acquiring more non-farmed land. Maybe the habitat will be better than it was under the CRP. I know you can't create a wetland in a CRP. You have to leave it in farmable condition for when the contract expires. Could you talk a little bit about the additional benefit that justifies $12,500 per acre?
Mr. Chair and members, thank you for the question. With the rim buffers for wildlife and water program, we have a minimum enrollment of 300 feet for a width or the extent of the floodplain. So we're enrolling the larger width, which would benefit the wildlife there. And that could be new acres of cropland being enrolled. If a CRP contract currently existing, it could be enrolled within that offer, but then that landowner may choose to enroll additional cropland to encompass that floodplain or additional flooded acres that they may have on the property.
Other question? Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as we go through these proposals, I saw Bowser do things this year as far as leverage. You talked about the $12 million that came in as leverage. You know, I look at that in the scoring sheet and I said, well, that's about as good as leverage as I can get. If you go back to the title page, you have 0 confirmed leverage. So can you speak to me of that 12 million? You talked about the Clean Water Fund. You talked about the $500 million in the CREP and the details of that leverage, but how much of that 12 is actually confirmed? Is it 0?
Mr. Chair and members, thank you for the question. Our CREP agreement with the USDA is through 2039. So the program is committed. The CREP program relies on enrollment into the Conservation Reserve Program as well. So the amount of federal leverage we would receive is going to depend on the number of acres and easements that we enroll through the program. It's going to be proportional to whatever is enrolled into the rim buffers program. $12 million, that estimate was using prior CREP enrollment in floodplain practices and then adjusting that to the 800 acre goal of this proposal. So I used prior appropriations that were used for CREP, so what the federal leverage was on those easements, and then applied that to our acre goal here.
You look like you have.
Well, no, I got it. I get what I understand how the math works, but you know, we deal in very black and white. I'm just scoring when we come to allocations. Saying it's confirmed maybe is a bridge too far. I noticed in some other proposals throughout here, you talk about using landowners' value as leverage as well. And maybe it's our fault that we don't have not on you, Sandy, but maybe it's our fault that we don't define what leverage is. You know, it becomes very convoluted as you go through this process. And you know, I gave Bowser a very good score for having 120%, but maybe that's not.
Maybe
correct.
we should revisit how we define leverage when we get to asking for next year's proposals.
Absolutely.
Daryl, did you have a question?
I wanted to, again, kind of personal experience side of this thing is I've been approached about a rim buffer on property I own up in Cass County, nothing to do with croplands. And I mean, it's not feet, it's acres. You know, I've got 80 acres basically that they're trying to talk me into doing a rim easement on to protect some watershed issues. So is that a different program than this, or is it all one and the same?
Mr. Chair and members, thank you for the question. That would be a different program, focused more on non-cropland acres, either through the Clean Water Fund, Critical Shorelands project, or some specific county appropriations. Sharon's gonna help me out here.
Very quickly, because we're running
Very
out of-
quickly, Sharon is that easement section manager. Dusty is correct. Again, when I made my brief remarks at the beginning this morning, you have to remember that the rim easement program has about 19 different sub-programs funded from various sources and to do various things. Some of them, rim is basically a support mechanism to further local goals. Many of those programs are in north central Minnesota, and the local goal is protection of habitat leading to critical waters like the Mississippi River. And so the easement you're specifically talking about that you were approached on Could be funded from Clean Water Fund, or it could be one of our Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council programs. But those focus very specifically on protection of existing land where that is a local priority.
Thank you.
Great. We'll move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is PRE 01, accelerating the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Habitat Conservation Easement Program. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman Hartwell and members of the council. My name is Logan Shoup. I'm a regional biologist with Ducks Unlimited based in Fergus Falls, and I lead our habitat easement work in western Minnesota. With me today are partners Anne Marie Krumpetich with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. She's joining remotely, and Becca Clute with Pheasants Forever. We're here today asking for your support for Phase 6 of the Accelerating the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Habitat Conservation Easement Program. This program started back in 2018, and how it works is pretty straightforward. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service uses dollars from the federal duck stamp program to purchase permanent habitat easements on private land. However, those federal dollars can't be used to restore or enhance land. That's where the outdoor heritage funds come in. With your support, we turn those easements into high quality wildlife habitat. We survey and restore the wetlands, plant cropland back to native grasslands, remove harmful trees and other woody vegetation, and perform prescribed burns to enhance the prairie habitat. Many of these easements are also working lands managed in a way that supports both wildlife and farm families. For this phase, our goal is to restore and enhance 3,750 acres of high priority prairie and wetlands across western Minnesota. This program has worked from Marshall County in the north all the way down to Jackson County in the south. These landscapes are part of the tallgrass prairie and the prairie pothole region, which are some of the most threatened ecosystems in the country. When they're healthy, they become biodiversity hotspots, home to ducks, pheasants, grassland songbirds, monarch butterflies, pollinators, and many more. Since last year, we've continued to show strong results. These numbers I'm going to go over are in more detail in your handouts on the back page. But to briefly summarize, Phase 1 is fully completed now. We closed that out in the spring of this year. We've exceeded our acreage goals there. Phase 2 is nearly wrapped up. I believe we only have one project still on the ground slated for completion this fall. And so we're looking to close that grant in spring of 26. Phase 3, we're currently 91% spent out. We only have a handful of projects left, and our protection goals have been exceeded. Phase 4, we've accelerated our work rapidly. At this time last year at the hearing, we were only 3% spent out on that grant. As of right now, we are over 40% spent out or under contract for work this fall. We've also begun work on the Phase 5 projects, even though it was only just awarded in July. In fact, we already have one project almost ready for bid on that Phase 5. Ducks Unlimited and Pheasants Forever have a highly capable team of field biologists, engineers, and conservation professionals in place to get this work done. With Phase 6, we can keep pace with the growing backlog of easements that landowners are waiting to see restored. Moving on, while this program's main goals are about wildlife, it's also about people. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service easements are often on family lands, small farms, and independent cattle operations. They give landowners a way to keep their property productive through haying after July 15th and manage grazing while still ensuring permanent habitat protection. I'd also like to share one quick anecdote before I finish up. Last fall, I led a habitat tour of one of these family cattle operations. On this land, we had restored wetlands, converted row crops back to native prairies, and removed invasive trees and brush. The landowner who was with us that day told the group that this program was helping him pass his operation on to the next generation. The stability of the easement gave him the ability to expand his operation, while the restored grasslands and wetlands improved his grazing systems. That's the core of this work. We are restoring acres and simultaneously helping small farmers and ranchers, wildlife, and the outdoor heritage of rural Minnesota. So today we're asking for your support for this next phase of work. With your investment, we'll bring back wetlands, restore prairies, support family farmers and ranchers, and create permanently protected habitat complexes
that will serve Minnesotans and wildlife for decades to come. Thank you for your time, for your continued commitment to conservation, and for the opportunity to share this program with you. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Becca Clute with Pheasants Forever.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and council members, for taking the time to listen to our proposal today. Again, I'm Becca Clute. I'm the Minnesota Restoration Manager for Pheasants Forever. And Pheasants Forever's goal is to create wildlife habitat, and we like to do so in a strategic manner. We have our Accelerating Wildlife Management Area, WPA and WPA programs, our Prairie Chicken Partnership, and our Enhanced Public Lands program. However, we've talked about this a little bit this morning, how 70% of Minnesota's land is privately owned. So in order for Pheasants Forever to maximize our impact on the landscape, it's important that we incorporate habitat work on private lands, particularly in areas where our public land acquisition and our existing restoration enhancement programs are focused. We also fully acknowledge that we'll make a larger impact if we don't go it alone. If we get together with our partners and utilize each other's strengths to the collective advantage. And that's what we're doing with this partnership with DU and Fish and Wildlife Service. In addition, this partnership has provided us with the opportunity to bring in what are mostly entry-level employees into the conservation community. These employees are stationed at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services offices, where they're trained in upland and wetland restoration by some of the best biologists in the state. And they're able to provide technical assistance on projects where Fish and Wildlife Service is partnering with other conservation organizations. So yes, this partnership does allow Pheasants Forever to put more acres on the ground, but it also maximizes our impact by providing people power and knowledge, helping to prop up Fish and Wildlife Service and our other conservation organizations within this community. So again, thank you for your time today, and I'll pass it on to Anne Marie.
Tom?
Good morning, all. Thank you, Chair Hartwell and council members, for hearing this proposal today. My name is Anne Marie Krumpetich. I am the state coordinator for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Private Lands Program, overseeing the team of habitat restoration biologists in the state. The one thing I wanted to point out today is just the need for continuity of this program. It remains so high, and it's absolutely a reflection of what we see day in and day out of the interested individuals wanting to participate in this program, and specifically our Fish and Wildlife Service easement program. The one thing I wanted to highlight today that both Logan and Becca mentioned was where we acquire our easements. It is in Western Minnesota. It is focused in the Prairie Pothole region, and you can see that outlined in your proposal. But what maybe hasn't been mentioned yet is how we choose and select where we identify easements is based on science. We want to make sure that it is the highest return on investment for waterfowl species and migratory birds, and making sure that we continue to build on wildlife complexes. I am very proud to say that I have confidence that our private lands partners for Fish and Wildlife biologist staff will be here to continue the support of the coordination that it will take as identified in the proposal here. And with that, I will turn it back to Logan. Thank you very much.
Anything else? Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to say that that our field trip this year was largely had us looking over this particular project up Fergus Falls area. And it was very impressive, the way they was coordinated, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife and Ducks Unlimited and Pheasants Forever.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This goes back to our leverage question. These are all restoration projects being done in private lands. Does the leverage, I see with leverage from Fish and Wildlife Service and other public entities, does that leverage also include the landowner's own skin in the game, or does that not get included or factored into something like this?
No, so the leverage in our proposal does not include anything from the landowner. The bulk of our leverage funds are actually the dollars used to acquire those easements in the first place. There's also some in-kind from the service, I believe, as well. Anne Marie, if you want to expound on any of that.
Do the private landowners put their own money into
Sometimes. Sometimes they'll come in, and it's highly variable by the project. As a rule, we don't require that they do, but sometimes they do come in and they'll help with certain parts of the project.
And Chair Hartwell and council members, I'd like to just add on to the response here. We do, as Logan mentioned, since we have so many individual projects within each of these proposals, it is highly variable, but landowners absolutely are contributing to projects. Again, just that word variability is in play here, but it's very unlikely that a landowner isn't participating, although yes, not required by this grant proposal. They are at minimum supporting the maintenance and long-term costs. That's part of our easement program at Fish and Wildlife, is that responsibility, although it is a Fish and Wildlife Service easement, those landowners retain all property rights, and that also includes maintenance costs. So just wanted to add that for clarification.
Other questions? Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is PRE 02 DNR Grassland Enhancement Phase 17.
Chair and members, thank you for inviting us here today. My name is Greg Hoke, Prairie Habitat Supervisor with the DNR's Division of Fish and Wildlife.
And I am Judy Elbert, the Statewide Scientific and Natural Areas Unit Supervisor.
So thank you for the invitation to appear here today. With the funds that we are requesting, we plan to restore and enhance over 22,000 acres of grassland on permanently protected land, most of which is, or a large majority of which is open to the public. You've heard from many of the other speakers here today. Grasslands are the most endangered habitat or ecosystem in North America, as well as in Minnesota. So one of the goals is the grass we do have out there, we need to make sure it's in the best shape as possible for wildlife as well as for people also. This project proposal includes tree removal, contracted prescribed burn, grassland restoration, using diverse native seedings, some grazing, and some other related activities. Many of the members have seen these projects in previous summer field trips over the years, including the one we just had this year. We do have some unspent funds in past appropriations. We have a couple of explanations for that. Like almost everybody, and I'm not the only person to say this word today, but COVID, hope I'm never gonna have to say that word again, did hit our ML20 appropriation very, very hard. We have worked very hard in the last couple of years to spend that down. So instead of spending or spreading projects across all of the open appropriations, we've been trying to pack it into that one. And we did get that one spent down. Second, due to the state hiring freeze and the hiring backlog, our wildlife contract manager was pulled onto several other work out of class opportunities. Good, it speaks well of him. Everybody wanted him to fill in where he could, but he was not able to devote the time to OHF projects that he normally did. Note that when he was working on those other projects, he was not being funded with OHF dollars. Then in 2024, 2025, a lot of our work in southern Minnesota, especially last year, we had some rain issues, some moisture issues, which gets very challenging when you're using heavy equipment out there. Similarly, the SNA program, which Judy oversees, is now fully staffed and better positioned to move those contracts forward quickly. So with our Fish and Wildlife contract manager up and running and the SNA program up and running, we think that we can get the dollars spent. This particular appropriation or request, we're on phase 17. We have a proven track record in the past of spending down those grassland appropriations and meeting our acre goals. We feel confident that we will spend these dollars down and we will meet those goals as we have in the past. While we can't list it as official a match in the application because we don't know the value of the final appropriation, we do utilize these OHF dollars for leverage for our Pittman Robertson and wildlife restoration grants, which supports the overall health of the State Game and Fish Fund and the conservation work supported by that fund. There's always questions about the roving crews. So with the roving crew standalone appropriations going to an every other year funding cycle, we are shifting this prairie enhancement request to alternating years to be out of sync with that roving crew request. We didn't request grassland enhancement funds last year and we won't next year. In other words, this is a 2-year request We feel like the amount of this request is in line with what we've asked for in the past. In fact, it might even be a little smaller in the context of the 2 years. We thank the council for funding the roving crews. While those crews get a lot of work done, there's always more to do. In some cases, projects are far away from their work areas, and it would lead to high travel costs, overnights, et cetera, et cetera. You can remember some of those maps that we showed at the field and this summer's field trip. We have conservation lands scattered all across the state. And in some cases, they're a fair distance from one of our 5 roving crews. In other cases, we may need specialized equipment for a project the crew does not have. And we have become very good at figuring out that this is a good local contractor project. This is a good roving crew project. In other cases, if a local contractor is working on an adjacent or neighboring WPA, it might make more sense to just bring that contractor over onto the adjacent WMA. Maybe it's a tree removal project. They can just keep on keeping on instead of mobilizing the roving crew to the site and sending them back. We are requesting 2 years of staff funding for both wildlife and the SNA program, again, to match up to the 2-year request for roving crews. The contract manager bills his time only to OHF when working on the grant. However, he does that work across all appropriations as shown on the Gantt chart in the original handout. The 2 relatively new positions for the monitoring and contract work have the letters OHF listed 17 times in their position descriptions, and they only work on OHF contracts. We plan to do a write-up for the council later this fall and show that first summers of work. We listened to the council comments closely. We do feel that this is a bare bones request for staffing. As always, the project side has numerous proposals or numerous projects that we could scale down if needed. At the last couple of council meetings, members have asked what goals we have. The DNR, as well as all the partners, have, I would say, several goals, objectives, and strategies with all the work we're doing. So simply, our goal with this project and with other appropriations is diverse and productive grassland habitat on public and permanently protected lands. The objective is abundant grassland wildlife populations, which are positive by themselves, but also provide a range of opportunities for recreation, including hunting, wildlife watching, photography, and related. Our strategy is to use the best, most modern science to design and implement habitat projects on public lands and easements. Did I forget anything?
I think we can go to questions.
Okay, so with that, thank you for your time, and we'd be happy to take questions.
Questions? Ted?
You get tired of having me ask a question on every application. What are the costs associated with rotational or conservation grazing that are borne by DNR or whomever?
Chair and members, I can speak from the wildlife side. It varies a lot. And there's a number of reasons. In some cases, if we're up against a highway, the DNR feels like we need to have, for obviously safety reasons, we need to have a permanent fence up there, pretty beefy fence. If there's wetlands on the site, we actually may want the cattle in the wetlands to stomp down the cattails. In other cases, we need to pipe or truck water in. If the site is well back, two-strand hot wire on a township road, it's fine. So highly variable. Bad answer, but it's what it is.
Second half of my question. It seems like there are really expensive enhancement practices where you need to bring in bulldozers and maybe a track hoe to, clean out a historical wetland that's silted in. And then there's more economical, like conservation grazing and burning. If you were to get less money, instead of reducing the number of acres, why wouldn't you take out the more expensive, heavy equipment focused restoration and go with the more economical burning and conservation grazing to preserve the, the habitat value of the land, as opposed to upping it to the prime, best thing that you can have?
I can take a stab at that. So it's seasonal, right? So conservation grazing's prime season, prescribed fire is spring and fall. You might be able to get a summer one in there. Woody removal is winter, right? So like everything's different times of the year. And so to focus only on the grazing, focus only on that, you're really saying focus only on one season, right? And so we diversify what we're doing because not only is it needed on the landscape, we need all those different activities occurring. It also keeps us functioning year round.
I think Brian addressed that as well. It also has to do with making sure you have a completely intact habitat on that piece of property. So if you're only focusing on certain aspects of that, then you're not, you may not, that wetland may be key to the functionality of the entire property.
Yeah, perfect example of like, might have a private landowner with grazing, right? And they might already have fence structure, but we might need to add divisional fences in there, right? We might work through equip to do that. But in order to bring that in, we got to do woody removal ahead of time. We have to get the grasslands in place ahead of time. We have to be making sure that we're set up to be rotating it in the most biodiversity sort of functional way. And so all the things sort of tie together in how they're implemented.
I mean, just to tag on to that, chair and members, one issue that we're all dealing with, we're almost 20 years into this legacy amendment. In those first few years, all those really cheap, big acre projects, we got those knocked out. And now we're going back and, the low hanging fruit, to use the metaphor, those we took care of a decade ago. Now we're going back and we're hitting those bigger, more intense, higher cost per acre projects. And that's the nature of the business.
Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I generally speaking, I do like the fact that this is mostly open to public. I mean, I think the council definitely is concerned with that portion of it. And that we're kind of taking care of it when it comes to SMTs or even the private easements and everything listed in there. And I think as a council, we're probably also fairly generous when we come to how money is spent and the timeliness of it, but over between 21 and 23, this fund has received $11 million and spent under $1 million in years. So you have 10 in the bottom line and you're asking for 10. So I'm kind of wondering, and from my vantage point, this doesn't look like we're waiting on contract at this point. It's more of where the rubber meets the road. Or is that what we're doing? Is we're waiting for some contracting with contractors or?
Yeah. So chair members, so the numbers in the proposal are back from our January status update. So those numbers are now 8 months old. And yeah, we got quite a bit done in the past. Today's handout has a more updated. They're still not where we would like to be, but much improved on what's in the proposal. Again, it's just the vagaries of the weather and yeah, like I said, some staffing issues. But again, we feel like we are now fully staffed up. Everybody's 100% focused on OHF, and we're going to start knocking off projects real fast here this summer and fall.
I can add to that. So SNA statewide was down to 16 FTEs statewide at the end of the pandemic, managing 193,000 acres. We're now back up to 40 some. So like that's the hurdle that we've been going through. And so we're to a point in our staffing where we're in a much better place. But those staff run on like a rotation of grants, right? It's whatever grant funding we get, those staff are working toward. That's how we keep staff that know what they're doing and are trained in and everything like that going, right? And so we get the funding so we know what percentages of those staffs are going to be going to which grants and which work is going to get implemented over that time frame. So you almost need the money a little bit in advance so you know where you're going to be focusing your staff over the next couple of years.
And the only addition I have that, so 15% of these dollars is going to DSS and staffing. So I may be just a little bit of a forecast when it comes to, for example, 2021 funding, and you have 2.7 million hanging from 2021. Is the expectation that money, because the time frame is, if you start looking at time frame, we're right there. So Are those restoration projects that have been awarded in the past, are they going to be this summer, this fall?
Yeah, Chair members, so yeah, what we've reported, what was spent, what's encumbered. What we can't report is, all the planning that's being done and, contractors are looking at sites and all that sort of thing. So yeah, our contract specialists are confident that we'll be, like I said, we have a good track record. We've always been able to spend them down in the last 20 and we're confident.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Next is PRE of the 3, the Enhanced Public Land Grasslands Phase 9.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. Again, I'm Becca Clute, the Minnesota Restoration Manager for Pheasants Forever. I have with me today our state coordinator, Saban Adams. And we like to thank you for taking the time to listen to our proposal for the 9th phase of the Enhanced Public Lands Grasslands Program. We're requesting $7.1 million to restore and enhance 6,000 acres of grasslands and wetlands in the prairie, forest prairie, and metro regions. Lands that are eligible underneath this program are WMAs, WPAs, and national wildlife refuges that are open to public hunting. So kind of to give you a brief overview of our process, we start off by sending out a request for proposals to our agency partners and our chapters for projects, which can include upland restoration and enhancement, tree removal, prescribed fire, installation of fence for conservation grazing, and wetland restoration. Upon receiving those projects, we'll rank them and award them based on that rank and available funding. A Pheasants Forever restoration specialist will then work with the agency partner to put together scopes of work. Pheasants Forever will solicit those projects to local area contractors, and then PF and the agency partner will work together to oversee the construction and the completion of that project. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Saban. He can talk about some of the projects that we do.
Hello again, Mr. Chair and council members. I'm looking at the illustration that we provided with the proposal. As you can see on the illustration, these projects span from the Iowa border all the way up to almost Canada. We focus primarily on the pheasant range, but we do move up into what you would probably consider prairie chicken country in recognition of where I was previously presenting on. We are in the prairie, the forest prairie transition, and in the metro. This is our 9th phase of this program, and in the 8 previous phases, we have restored or enhanced 55,000 acres of public lands. On the backside of that illustration, you'll see one of the projects that we worked on, which is the Flora Lake restoration, Flora Lake WPA restoration. This is a property just outside of the city of Hawley in Clay County. It's right on that transition where you start to run out of pheasants and it starts turning into more prairie chicken country. And we did 183 acres of tree removal on there. You can see in the before and after the stark difference there. And then we restored 15 drained wetlands on that property. So you can see the true prairie pothole coming back to life on that project. And I think this is a good example, harkening back to Ron's question to me earlier. We are Pheasants Forever, and we are focusing on pheasant and pheasant habitat, but there's so much overlap that comes in the work that we do. We removed the trees on this property. We reseeded those areas to native prairie. We restored the wetlands that were in there that had not been previously restored. And so now it provides habitat for whatever shows up. It might be pheasants, it might be prairie chickens, it's probably going to be ducks as well. And so that's what we're really doing with these projects is helping the Fish and Wildlife Service, the Minnesota DNR, and all of our partners to do these restoration enhancement projects.
All right, it's at this point that I'd like to turn your attention to our handout for today. It's one of these handouts with the singular pie chart on the front. The front is just a quick summary of the open appropriations that we currently have. On the back side is more the nitty gritty broken down by the different categories for you to look at as well. But to kind of give you a brief overview, like I said, of our open appropriations, we've spent about $1.5 million. We have $750,000 legally obligated. And by that, I mean, we have legal binding contract with a contractor to go out and do the work. The next category that's at the bottom of that pie chart is unobligated planned. And these are funds that are devoted to shovel-ready projects, but we have yet to solicit those for bid. And we plan on doing that this fall and winter, for construction to start as early as this fall and winter, but then for us to really ramp up next summer, summer of 2026. The final portion of this pie chart are unobligated waiting funds, and those are funds that aren't tied to a specific project. For Minnesota Law Year 23, fiscal year 24, which if you look on the back of your handout is that EPLG 24. That's the oldest appropriation that we have open. We have about $37,000 that are untied at this point, and we're just planning on using those funds to as a little bit of a buffer for any existing contracts that we have where an amendment might need to be changed to increase the price. We don't have any funds from our ML24 fiscal year 25 appropriation in this category because all of those funds are spoken for at this point for those shovel-ready projects. So then the majority of these funds, 97% of these unobligated waiting funds, are coming from our ML25 fiscal year 26 appropriation, which we just currently have our signed agreement for. So with that, like I said, thank you for your time for listening to our proposal today, and I think we can take any questions.
Questions? No questions.
Thank you.
You're out of here. Next is FA01, Northern Forest Legacy Project.
Get up to Daryl there, yeah. I'll stop it. See.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members. I'm Sarah Stroman. I have the honor of serving as the Commissioner of the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources. And I'll just say it's not often that I'm in front of you getting to present on a specific proposal. And I'll say that's because all of the proposals that DNR sends to you, they all go through a department review. They all have department support. They all have my support. But I'm here today because I'm making an exception for an exceptional project, the Northern Forest Legacy Project. This truly is a legacy project, and I think it is exactly the kind of project that Minnesota voters had in mind when they passed the Clean Water, Land, and Legacy Amendment. This project represents Minnesota's last best opportunity to protect significant forest land in perpetuity. It follows on the Heritage Forest Project, which you funded, as well as a DNR RIM-funded acquisition to bring into public ownership the remaining former potlatch lands that were acquired by the Conservation Fund. It also represents an important partnership that has both local and state support. And I personally encourage you to support this potential legacy project and see it become reality. And with that, I want to turn it over to the team who's going to describe the specifics of the project.
Thank you, Commissioner Stroman. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm Clarissa Spicer. I'm the Northeast Regional Director of the Minnesota DNR. I'm joined by Rick Walsh from the DNR, Jason Meyer and Commissioner Mike Jugovich from St. Louis County, Jared Mazurek from the Deer Hunters Association. We're here today because this is a moment that matters. The Northern Forest Legacy Proposal represents a rare opportunity to protect over 19,000 acres of working forest land. Land that supports habitat, outdoor recreation, clean water, and local economies. These former potlatch lands were acquired by the Conservation Fund to prevent fragmentation and give partners time to act. That time is now. With support from the Outdoor Heritage Fund, we can ensure these forests stay intact, accessible, and productive for generations to come. Today, you'll hear from each of our partners, state, county, and nonprofit, on how this effort builds on momentum we've already gained, reflects strong local commitment, and delivers lasting public benefit. To understand the significance of the proposal before you today, it's helpful to look at the foundation that's already in place. As outlined in the proposal and hearing handouts, this is a two-phased effort. Phase 1 is nearly complete and will result in the permanent protection of nearly 10,000 acres of forest land in St. Louis County. That first phase is being funded entirely through non-Outdoor Heritage Fund sources, including a combination of county funds and support from the Reinvest in Minnesota Critical Habitat Program. While not counted as formal leverage, it represents strong local and state investment in this broader landscape conservation effort. Phase 2, which is the focus of today's request, seeks $25.1 million to protect an additional 19,000 acres. This includes 9,600 acres to be acquired and managed by St. Louis County and 9,400 acres to be acquired by the DNR and designated as state forests and wildlife management areas. This builds on the success of Phase 1 with committed partners and public land management plans already in place.
Thank you, Clarissa. Mr. Chair, council members, I would like to emphasize today the close collaboration that St. Louis County and the Minnesota DNR has had in working on this project. After the lands became available from the Conservation Fund, both agencies worked together to make a thoughtful, strategic, and systematic approach to identifying which parcels should go and be prioritized with each agency. We started with a mapping tool developed by the DNR that helped us evaluate the landscape based on 4 key factors: habitat quality, proximity to existing public lands, opportunities to enhance public access, and long-term forest management value. This tool gave us a science-based framework for understanding how each parcel could contribute to a stronger, more concentrated, and connected public land system. From there, county and DNR staff sat down together and looked at all parcels included in this 19,000 acre project. For each area, we had detailed conversations about how the land would be managed and accessed, and which partner was best positioned to take on that ownership of that land. The result is a proposal which divides up ownership between the county and the state to maximize land management and stewardship efficiencies, consolidate each agency's land base, and expand the public benefit. This wasn't a quick process. There was a deliberate, hands-on approach that was built on decades of shared land management experience. Every acre in this proposal was carefully selected, and the result is a proposal that reflects both sound science and local collaboration. For St. Louis County in particular, this project is a major opportunity to consolidate and strengthen our public forest land base in a way that benefits both our natural resources and the public. If funded, St. Louis County would acquire and manage over 9,600 acres of additional forest land across the county. The parcels would be added to our current county-administered land base and managed long-term for wildlife habitat, recreational opportunities, and sustainable forest products. St. Louis County's public forest lands have been certified and managed under the Sustainable Forestry Initiative standard for over 20 years. We have a trained forestry staff, the infrastructure supportive, and we have a supportive county board and a dedicated group of resources in place to steward these lands as intended by the grant. The county would actively implement habitat improvement projects, maintain forest access roads, and conduct sustainable timber harvest to steward these lands well. In addition, these lands will remain open to the public. We're proud to help ensure these forests stay ecologically healthy, accessible, and productive for generations to come.
I'll talk just briefly about some of the lands that'll come to DNR. Through this purchase, DNR would acquire 9,400 acres of forest land to be managed as part of our state forests and wildlife management areas. The lands offer a high conservation value and will remain open to the public for hunting, fishing, hiking, and other outdoor recreation uses. Many of the tracts are directly adjacent to lands DNR already manages, which allows us to extend our current management systems more efficiently. This kind of expansion makes a meaningful difference. It simplifies access, improves habitat continuity, reduces long-term management costs. We have staff, planning tools, and on-the-ground capacity to care for these forests long-term. This proposal builds on a well-established partnership with the county and reflects a shared strategy for protecting and managing high-value public lands in northern Minnesota.
Thank you, Rick. At the Minnesota Deer Hunters Association, we represent thousands of members who care deeply about habitat conservation and access to public lands. This project delivers on both. It protects large blocks of high-quality deer habitat and opens those lands to the public for hunting and other outdoor recreation. Investments like this are essential to the future of hunting in Minnesota. They keep lands accessible, support healthy wildlife populations, and ensure that the next generation has opportunities to be part of our state's outdoor tradition. While our focus is on deer, the benefits of this project go much further, protecting clean water, preserving forest ecosystems, and strengthening the public land base that all Minnesotans depend on. As a nonprofit partner, we're proud to stand behind this proposal. It's a smart, collaborative approach that reflects Minnesotans' deeply rooted conservation ethic. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Mike Jugovich, St. Louis County. It's good to be here. I appreciate everybody having some time for us today. I want to emphasize this group working together. This project checks boxes. This project shows collaboration. This project is what we're all looking for, working together for the common good. And that's what you'll receive here. When you see St. Louis County and the DNR on the same page, you know it's a good project. There's no two ways about it. This does so many good things. Clean water, preserves forest, hunting, fishing, all the things that we hold dear to our hearts. We use the land, we're good stewards of the land, and we want to take care of this land for years to come. It's important to us. We want to have these lands available for generations to come. And the best way to do that is having it in the hands of someone or these groups that'll take care of it. So I won't take up too much of your time. I appreciate the opportunity. This is what this is all about, collaboration. These are good groups working together for the common good. Thank you.
In conclusion, there's a narrow window of opportunity to bring these lands into public ownership before they risk being sold off in smaller pieces, fragmenting the landscape and compromising our long-term conservation goals. When this proposal was initially submitted, the project was not considered scalable. Since then, the seller has confirmed that a 2-year phased approach is possible. That said, completing this project with a 1 year of funding remains the preferred path. It reduces costs, streamlines due diligence, and most importantly, allows us to move forward while strong local support is in place. This is a rare opportunity. The partners are aligned, the groundwork is in place, and the window to act is open. With support from the Outdoor Heritage Fund, we can conserve these forest lands for the public interest and ensure they remain healthy and productive for generations to come. Thank you for your time and consideration. Our team is happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Questions? Matt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously a huge project, and you've clarified that it's a pretty unique opportunity. Can you say a little bit more about the two questions. One is, can you say a little bit more about the long tail of this? We acquire 19,000 acres, which is fantastic. And then looking 3, 4, 5 years down the road when we need to maintain it and keep it up, where do we expect those dollars to come from? Because that's a pretty big commitment. And then the second question is a very micro question. In their application, it says the land is currently open for hunting and fishing, but is privately owned. And it will be open for hunting and fishing and will be, and it says will be open for hunting and fishing. I'm assuming would be public land. Can you just clarify that a little bit?
If you'd like, I could take the hunting and fishing question.
Good. I
That's
do-
the easy one.
Right, I do want to make sure everyone understands, St. Louis County's got a commitment of, we've already got 4 million into it, the project, and I don't see any reason why we wouldn't continue on that path to some degree, because again, we understand just how important this is, and we want to preserve this. But there are people so much more intelligent than I am that can answer your questions.
So we already have forestry staff in St. Louis County and the DNR as well. So although this is an additional workload, it's something that can be handled with our existing staff and systems that are already in place. We'll start by doing forest inventory. We have a great system for doing that. To add these additional acres, it'll take a little bit more time, but we won't need additional funding for that. And then for hunting and fishing, Potlatch has allowed people to hunt and fish on their lands all along as an industrial private landowner. So they've been closed here and there, for their reasons, if they have a logging site or something like that they want to keep people out of. But now they'll be public and open to the public as all the rest of our state forest and WMA lands are.
All right, Andrew?
This is for St. Louis County Commissioners question, I think, because I don't want the DNR's answer in this. 19,000 acres, what tax base does that represent when you move that from Potlatch into, publicly owned land? What's the tax base to start with?
The number?
Of the existing tax base, you have 11.5 with PILT and 12.3 without for purchase. And what does that represent? Because oftentimes we've talked in the council, restore, enhance, protect, right? What the Constitution says. And protecting sometimes, I hate to broach this subject again, but maybe protecting, when you look at a $25 million spend protecting your perpetuity, how much of that $25 million goes to PILT? And this is something that we need to start talking about as far as the council is concerned for years to come.
So we will get PILT. Numbers, I am not versed in the numbers, but PILT will be the way that is returned.
And the question
Andrew?
is, are you at a
Use your mic.
Oh, sorry. Are you at a level where you're not losing $5 million of tax base? Or you're $10 million of tax base? That's a concern about that I have for St. Louis County.
And it's valid because obviously things are tight and we want to make sure our budgets work, and that would be taxing on it. The reality is though, we are committed to this. This is something that we believe in as the 7 of us, not just the Northern. We are together on this and we believe in the project.
Absolutely. I get it. But my point is that next year, when St. Louis County comes to us on the other side of the aisle, or the other side of the street, excuse me, and says, hey, our CPA needs to come down because we lost $5 million of tax base because we bought 19,000 acres. And what I'm asking is, do you know what that money looks like?
Jason, do you have a number?
I don't have a number right off the hand. What I would add though, I talked about sustainable forestry, and these lands, they come with funding restrictions on them. Sustainable forestry is an allowable activity. So through those where the county board has chosen to support, there's going to be some support in the timber industry, and there's going to be some revenues off that land. So those revenues go to pay the costs of some of the operations that the former question asked. How are we going to fund this over time? Some of those revenues derived from the forestry practices will help with that. And then we're able to put some of those funds aside derived from the sustainable forestry into a forest development fund paid for like seedlings and investment back into the land. And then remainder goes into the county's general fund. So there is some revenues if this is funded in that direct management of those lands also.
Ted?
Yeah, I had a 2-part question.
Use your
You just
mic.
answered the first
Use your
part.
mic, Ted. Use your mic. Pull your mic in front of you.
Oh, okay. Maybe I should just swallow it.
Yes.
There will be commercial timber harvest on this property. And I know that particularly with the school trust fund lands, and some of the other state forest and the wildlife management areas in St. Louis County and other parts of northern Minnesota. There's been quite a bit of controversy about the amount of timber harvest. And I know that the commissioners received communications about that. What assurances would the council have that if this is funded, and I'm inclined to be very supportive, that the priority will be habitat and wildlife and not maximizing the revenue from the timber harvest?
Yeah, I could take that one. So
Can you use the mic for those not in the room?
Mr. Chair, maybe while he's just taking the mic, I will say for DNR, obviously, outdoor heritage funds have a specific constitutional purpose that is related to habitat, and there are funding restrictions that follow with that. We absolutely follow those restrictions. I will also be clear, we absolutely follow our statutory obligations on WMAs and state forests as well. And I think, that's borne out. So I understand different perspectives and some of the issues that have been raised, but I do want to be clear, we understand the purpose of this fund and it will be adhered to.
And just on the county side, a few comments to that. So we do have a active timber harvest program. We believe in the timber industry. However, these lands come to us as third-party certified under the Sustainable Forestry Initiative. There's key indicators in that certification that protect wildlife habitat, and we're third-party audited every year. So auditors show up, they check our timber harvest, and are we hitting not only other environmental qualities, but are we providing for habitat? On top of that, we do solicit, we're working with our area offices, the DNR staff, Fish and Wildlife Service. We have collaborative projects. They have, in parts of the county, they have hunter walking trails. They have spruce grouse habitat, brush projects. We have a joint powers agreement with DNR Wildlife and work hand in hand with them. So that allows them to do their wildlife work on our lands, or the lands that we manage. So a couple areas and we recognize this grant, wildlife habitat is key here. But we really believe sustainable forestry that is done according to the guidelines, best management practices can go hand in hand with that wildlife habitat.
Matt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you clarify a little bit on the scalability discussion about this possibility of the seller doing 2 years? How would that work? Yeah, obviously you want the full $25 million this year. What's the dialogue with the seller to say, we'll get you the rest next year when you don't know if you've got the rest next year? How does that work?
Contract for deed.
Mr. Chair, council members, I'll take that one. So the conversation with the Conservation Fund as the seller has been obviously the preference is to get this done in a single transaction. It's much more efficient. It's one set of appraisals. It's one set of transactions. They are able to spread it out over 2 years with a preference being it's a larger portion in the first year and we'd come back in the second year. So what it means is there would be a bit of a good faith, right? Understanding that we would have to come back and apply for another round of funding and hope we get it. And if we didn't, right, we'd cross that bridge. I think the hope is we'd have some interest from the council to come back and apply and receive it in a second year, but understanding, your process is an annual process. So that has been the conversation, that we understand it is a large ask. They understand it is a large ask. We know that you had a large number of requests this year, and we're trying to balance the efficiency and the need for the seller to move this land into public ownership with your reality of the difficulty of your decisions.
Thank you. Suzanne?
Question, thank you, Chair. Goes along that same lines. I mean, 25 million ask out of, you're talking about requesting 15% of what we may have available in this one ask, and that's huge. And whether or not that's even doable for us. And so if you, what you're saying is, we'd love it in 1 year, need it in 2 years. What if we can't do that? Do we pull that money? If we say we can only give you 5 or 6 million in the first year, is that gonna do you no good, and so you might as well pull the request?
Suzanne, since I had a call from the head of the Conservation Fund on this, I'll answer that as best I can. I think there's a point at which, and they're not defining it, they just say to hell with this, we're gonna sell the land. They've been holding this a long, long time. I think a good faith effort, they're willing to go along with whatever that is. But, you know, ultimately, they borrowed money to buy this land. There's a point at which they have to say, we have to sell it to somebody to pay back the borrowing. So they're looking for a significant commitment from us to get the ball rolling, and then they're willing to roll the dice on the future. But we'll be faced with the same kind of a question if they can't come up with this, with the remaining money from us or other sources, it'll go on the market.
No, and I appreciate that. And I really love this project. I mean, I rank this project pretty high, and my heart goes to this project. I love this forest legacy project, but I'm just trying to balance sort of the financial realities here as to what we can and can't.
The reality is, I think we've got to, if we want to see this happen, we're going to have to make a significant down payment.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, not to interrupt your
You go right.
question flow, but I think that is the reason that I am here personally, is this is not an everyday project. This is a window of opportunity, as Director Spicer said, and it will close at some point. And so we understand it is a large ask. It is also literally the last best opportunity for these lands to come into public ownership, both county and state ownership, a unique partnership, as the commissioner said. So that is why I'm here personally.
Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been mentioned, 25 million is a lot of money. I'm looking at this map here. 50% of St. Louis County is already in public land. What's the goal here?
I can help to answer that. So we have a significant amount in public land. And I grew up in Minneapolis going north. Yeah, I was one of those weekend warriors. And we see that influx, and it's not just for the benefit of people of St. Louis County, but we have, and I've been working for St. Louis County for 30 years, and we have, you know, increasing requests and benefits of forests, of our public lands. So the real benefit here is these lands that both, if funded, would go to the state and county, are intermixed with those existing public lands. So especially up as you get in the northern parts of the county, you know, it's like a patchwork of private and these former timberlands, former potlatch lands, as Clarissa was saying, are intermixed with our lands. So we have had a history of access across these lands that are being asked for to access other lands. Contiguous, you know, making contiguous blocks just pays dividends for wildlife habitat and forestry, and you know, the existing recreation that's happening on there. So I guess to answer your question, just these would add to the existing ecological value and habitat value of the existing land base as well. So,
well, I don't really think you answered my question. Look at this map again. I don't think there's any shortage of deer hunting land in northern Minnesota. Any shortage of camping land, hiking land, any kind of land. But you're asking for 25 million, which takes away from a lot of the other projects that we're being asked to fund. So I would ask the DNR commissioner, Sarah, if you had 25 million, would you spend it in St. Louis County, or would you spend it in grasslands in southern Minnesota?
Mr. Chair, council members, we absolutely support this project. And I think we have multiple proposals in. As I said, they're all important. They all have department support. It is your job to decide how to allocate the $25 million, but the total amount that you have. I personally absolutely support that dollar amount going to this project. Those lands will be lost. Those forests will be fragmented. The opportunity, as St. Louis County has said, to more efficiently, to block up ownership and more efficiently manage those lands that we have, create more public land opportunity for the growing number of people who are looking for those opportunities to recreate. That opportunity will be gone. And so, there is a window. I know you think I'm not answering your question, but yes, I do support the $25 million going here. To me, it is not a choice of would I put it here or would I put it somewhere else, right? It's a mix of all of the opportunities and all of the dollar amounts that we have. And I think this is a good opportunity, a legacy opportunity for the Outdoor Heritage Fund to fund this particular acquisition.
Tom, and then we're going to move on.
Okay, thank you. Ron, key word here is fragmentation. And of course, we have, our state is covered with fragmentation. Yeah, look at that bottom. That's where the fragmentation is. And we're trying to prevent that in northern Minnesota and consolidate the habitat. So that's the reason.
This sounds like a little discussion we'll have later in the day between ourselves. Thank you all for coming. We appreciate it, and we're going to move on.
Thank you very much.
Next is Sand Lake and FAO2 Sand Lake 7 Beavers acquisition enhancement. Go ahead.
We just made it to afternoon. So good afternoon. I'm Rich Biskey. I'm the Director of Water and Land Protection for the Nature Conservancy in Minnesota. I'm joined by John. You want to introduce yourself?
Sure. John Ryla, Vice Chairman of the Ryla Woods Foundation, and I wear a few other hats too that we can talk about if you like.
Yeah. So thanks for having us here to talk about another forest conservation project in northern Minnesota. Chair Hartwell and members, thanks for the chance to talk about Sand Lake 7 Beavers is the project name. I'd like to give a little update on the project. So what we're asking for is a acquisition and enhancement of one property, but it's actually part of a larger project that involves significant private investment. A little bit about the area. Sand Lake 7 Beavers Conservation Area is a large unfragmented landscape encompassing some of the best and most intact occurrence of lowland conifer ecosystem in the Superior Mixed Forest. The conservation area is home to the headwaters of the Rainy River and the St. Louis River. The project will acquire approximately 12,690 acres in fee. The property includes nearly 2.5 miles of shoreline on Greenwood Lake, Cloquet Lake, and all of Source Lake, along with portions of the Greenwood River and Stony River. The project is a high-quality habitat for moose, grouse, northern goshawks, Connecticut warblers, fisher, and many other species important in northern Minnesota. TNC has a signed purchase agreement on this property contingent upon funding and other due diligence requirements. This was put on the market. It too is subject to fragmentation, private sales, over 250 parcels, and we took action. TNC will complete the acquisition of the adjacent 2,271 acre tract with private funds, all private dollars, later this year. That property, along with portions of this project, will be additions to the Sand Lake 7 Beavers property owned and managed by the Nature Conservancy, open to the public, and we will pay taxes on it. The project is nearly surrounded by conservation lands, including the Sand Lake 7 Beaver Scientific and Natural Area, Superior National Forest, many high conservation value forests, county forest, Finland State Forest, and TNC's own 6,000 acre Sand Lake 7 Beavers property. So several years ago, the Nature Conservancy did a continental analysis of the most resilient lands remaining in the United States. We use that analysis to prioritize where we make conservation investments and do our conservation work. And then we look at it down to the parcel size. And so this property is the fourth largest, most resilient property remaining in the state of Minnesota. The one we are acquiring later this year, closing on later this year, is the fifth largest, most resilient property remaining in Minnesota. It's important because it shows not just the significance of the project itself, but a description of the landscape in which it resides. Together, they will prevent additional forest fragmentation, expand outdoor recreation opportunities, and as allow for improved forest management, including demonstrating ecological forest management. And again, it will mostly remain in private ownership. TNC currently manages the adjacent Sand Lake 7 Beavers property for its biodiversity, watershed protection, habitat, and climate resilience. Typical management practices include tree planting, tending to those trees to diversify the forest, for increased resilience and habitat value, and ecologically based harvesting to reduce fuel loads and provide opportunities to increase species and structural diversity. We plan to carry out similar practices on the lands acquired. LSOHC funds will be used to enhance 870 acres of the property with site prep, tree planting, browse protection, and some brushing. TNC intends to transfer individual tracts outside of the core area surrounding the Sand Lake 7 Beavers complex to Lake County and Minnesota DNR to consolidate existing holdings and improve access for management and public use. TNC will continue to work with Lake County and the Minnesota DNR in the coming years on those transition plans. This is a standalone project. It's not part of an existing program, and it's not the start of a new program. TNC is investing over $7 million of private funds into the adjacent property to make the complete complex. TNC will also be paying property taxes on this property. When TNC acquires land, we put money aside into an interest-bearing account to pay for some of these ongoing costs. TNC will transfer tracts near Embarrass, Minnesota, and St. Louis County to the Ryla Woods Foundation. TNC and Ryla Woods Foundation will each develop forest stewardship plans for the properties to establish management goals, objectives, and practices. So with that, I'll hand it over to John.
Thank you, Rich, and thank you for this opportunity. Ryla Woods Foundation is honored to have been asked by the Nature Conservancy to be the junior partner in this endeavor, in this request. So the roughly 1,600 acres of which that portion of which Rich has described is just outside of Embarrass. It's in 4 blocks, but roughly essentially 3 relatively large blocks. It is in an area that is adjacent to significant state land, some St. Louis County land, but a lot of fragmented private land also. So it's a little bit different portion of this project in terms of its fragmentation and let's say development pressure. Ryla Woods Foundation intends to hold in perpetuity the 1,600 acres. We're able to do that because of having been pretty fortunate in the formation of our fairly new 501c3 operating foundation. We're well capitalized, and we have the ability to make the continued sustained silvicultural ecological investments. The type of forestry work and silvicultural work that will be done here will be forest enhancement and natural forest restoration. There's essentially 3 components, and I've walked the forest pretty extensively, all of the 3 larger segments. I happen to be working in the area on the Siatanimi Finnish project, which some of you may have heard about. But anyway, it's adjacent, interestingly, to this property just out of Embarrass. In any case, there are uplands that are dominated by aspen because of previous management activities, slightly unnatural, and we intend to continue the developing practice that we've got at Ryla and Ryla Woods Foundation of restoration of predominant aspen lands to more compositionally and structurally diverse mixed forests. There's a productive forested lowland conifer component, which will be managed according to a regular continuous cover shelter wood. That's a technical term for basically what some of you might know as continuous cover farming, but same concept. Anyway, that's innovative and much needed going forward for climate resilience, et cetera. There's a tremendous wildlife habitat and otherwise biological diversity opportunity here, and climate adaptation and mitigation. So we're pretty good at all those things at Ryla Woods Foundation, and we're well poised to practice that, and we will continue to pay taxes on the property.
Thanks, John. Yeah, and I'll just point you to the handout, which shows kind of our where the two projects are together. The white with red hash marks is the property that we will close on by the end of the year. And you can see together, they fill a donut that's surrounded by other conservation lands. And you can see the fragmentation potential within there. So in closing here, both organizations are really excited about the project and the partnership. This 12,690 acre project and the adjacent privately funded acquisition will result in nearly 25,000 acres of additional conservation land, creating flexibility for land consolidation, improved access and management. And we thank you for the time to present and welcome any questions you might have.
Questions? Sure. Okay, as far as TNC, you're going to retain almost 10,000 acres of ownership. How much acres do you own now?
6,000 right there.
Okay.
At the same.
Prior to this?
Yes, prior to this.
Okay, so this will significantly increase your privately held ownership. How much of the 6,000 acres you have now is open to public hunting?
All of it.
All of it, okay. And then as far as, there's like 7 paragraphs of design and scope of work. And there's only like 1 sentence of the actual work that you talked about doing. And you actually, it was funny in your presentation, I have it underlined from 2 months ago, and you read that sentence about site prep, tree planting, browse, protection, and brushing. And you said that perfectly. And that was what I had underlined from 2 months ago, but there's 7 paragraphs. So I don't see a whole lot of restoration or enhancement work. So I'm just curious as to, and if you go further into this, it seems kind of like, oh, let's buy this just to make sure that it isn't segmented. And, last year we had a project that came through that it felt like they wanted to purchase the land just to stop any development. And that, and if you go on later on in the proposal here, if not protected now, this property is at high risk of sale, parcelization, and development that would also limit the opportunity for resilient ecological forest management. And again, to jump on Ron's bandwagon, this is a 75% publicly held county. So I don't know. It's nothing against the project or anything like that. It's just privately held. I like the PILT. I like the tax portion of it, and that's something where I'm always concerned about the county losing that income. So I don't know if that was more of a statement than it was a question, Mr. Chair.
Well,
It sounded like it.
I'm happy to respond to your quasi question statement. No, I totally get it. Yeah, there's a lot of public land up there, and I'll share. The Nature Conservancy has lots of opportunities to buy land in northern Minnesota, and 99% of the time we say no because it's not a priority for us. And so this one these two have been on this list for a while because of what it represents, not just for this part of Lake County, but what it represents in context of the state of Minnesota. And we even zoom out to what it represents for northern Wisconsin, the UP of Michigan. So these two tracts stand out in the context of the North Woods of Minnesota, northern Wisconsin, and the UP of Michigan. That's why we're going for it, because it is different. It's different than the other lands that come for sale in northern Minnesota. And in terms of the enhancement work, we can provide more description, and John can too. We have forest crews based out of Duluth and Grand Marais that do this work on a regular basis on existing public lands. So Superior National Forest, DNR lands, our own lands, and they're well skilled at it. They do it through the habitat, the Moose Habitat Partnership, and they do it on behalf of our public land owners too. This is an opportunity to do some of those practices on private lands.
And just to continue on with that, you did talk about you continue to pay taxes, but there is also fee acquisition without PILT. Can you talk about what that, you know, and maybe not percentage wise, but what that actual value is when it concerns, I'm sorry, Lake County in this instance?
Yeah.
What that taxable value looks like, because I mean, you don't have a commissioner sitting here to answer that today. So what are we talking about dollar wise? Like 8.6 million of acquisition that does not have PILT. So
Yeah, so the member Lang, the portion that doesn't have PILT is well, the acres are in the output tables there. It's relatively small. And so we've handed the parcels to Lake County so they can decide which ones fit their land portfolio. The other part I'll say is the lands that we're acquiring with private funds, the other 12,271 acres, they don't have as many restrictions, and those too will be included in land consolidation. So we talk a lot about what we're asking funds for. We see this as a total package to hopefully provide flexibility for our neighboring land holders. It's at their discretion.
Daryl?
So I guess I'm just still a little confused about the project. I'd like the idea that we're trying to protect some bigger blocks. Don't have an issue with that. But I'm sitting here going through the numbers and I'm scratching my head. So you want us to fund the project, but then TNC keeps 9,800 acres out of it and Rahala keeps 1,600 acres out of it. And how does that benefit the taxpayers in Minnesota then? I mean, was the agreement with TNC that's forever there? It's forever our taxpayers use and you can't sell it. How does that process work? Again, I'm new to the board, so forgive me.
Great question.
So let me just help a little bit. If we give TNC the money for this, it goes and they purchase it, it goes with a notice of funding restriction. They can't sell it because of our funding restriction. So it is protected for the very long term.
But they manage it.
They manage it versus the state or anyone else. So they're paying for that management. And they can probably do timber sales to help subsidize some of the cost of that and taxes.
Okay.
Sorry, I just thought
It's all right. So then the other side of it is that it looks like Rahala, again, I appreciate that you're putting in $165,000, but you're effectively getting 1,600 acres in return for that, which seems like still a pretty good bargain. So and again, I'm assuming that trust has forest management directives and you guys can't sell it and the same kind of a funding notice.
Everything has that notice of funding.
Yeah, and just if I could just clarify, and I think the gentleman from St. Louis County said this too, any revenue generated from the tracts acquired with OHF dollars go back to that tract for the ongoing management. And I'll also be clear, from the Conservancy's perspective, our management, that we don't anticipate it to be much revenue generating. I mean, I think we're going to prioritize ecological management over any sort of revenue-based management.
Wait a second.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two questions. One is, I see in here a bit about the 200 and some parcels. What makes this, or why isn't this project scalable, given the fact that you have all of these different parcels? And then the second question is maybe a tough one, but we just heard another proposal for 19,000 acres, a little bit to the west, I think it is, from where you are. Can you maybe talk a little bit about what distinguishes this unique property and opportunity from that unique opportunity, given the fact that they're pretty damn close to each other and pretty similar in size?
I'm comfortable asking, chair members, I'm comfortable asking the scale question. The limiting factor there is the seller. I mean, I think if it was up to us, we would create flexibility within that. For both of them, both the tracks we're acquiring, they're inflexible in terms of what they're willing to kind of shave off or put as part of the package. So
they're willing to shave off 40-acre parcels, but they're not willing to flex for us?
No, oh, if they were to sell it on a private, so even on the private market, they were selling it as a whole. So there would be an intermediate buyer and then they would do it.
Thank you.
So they weren't willing to do that for us. So the scalability part of it is, depending on what funds are available, we'd go back to them and try again. I suspect, given we've tried several times, that we know the answer to it. And then the other part, typically TNC might invest private funds to make up a difference. Well, we've already extended ourselves on the project that we're closing later this year.
Ted?
You mentioned a 40-acre parcel. If we don't buy this and it is sold to private purchasers, how is it likely to be developed, or what's it going to look like? It's going to be a bunch of 40-acre parcels. It's going to be, I see there's a 500-acre parcel at Finland that maybe if I scraped every penny together, I could afford to pay for it, and build a hunting cabin and have 500 acres of private hunting. I mean, what's it going to look like, and what's the downside of it being sold to private owners?
Chair Member Suss, you're right. I mean, some of the 40s, there's lowland conifer forest, right? So it's wetland habitat. It probably won't be built on, probably can't be built on. It's the 40s that are adjacent to the Superior National Forest that are off of, McDougal Road, that people drive by grouse hunting, that becomes a cabin and many different cabins along the way. So I don't know what the percentage of the total acquisition is at high risk, but I do know part of the core where we really want some conservation, it's vulnerable to development.
But the part that's at highest risk for sale to private owners, what would it be for large tract residential? Would it be for timber harvest? Would it be for putting up C-stores? I mean, what would it look like?
Mr. Chair, members, it would probably be a fire-safe cabin in the woods.
I think that the piece near Embarrass is a little bit more at risk of, let's say, 40 to 80 acre rural residential. That's what the surrounding properties look like right now. And I think the question the state of Minnesota has to ask itself is, at what level does it want to invest in perpetual protection of these northern Minnesota forests that frankly are doing the heavy lifting for the rest of the state? So it's a tough question, and you've asked it of numerous people today. And I happen to think this particular opportunity is a good buy for the state, the terms, the conditions, and the way that TNC has stepped up, and I know Ryla Woods Foundation will do its part. If I could just quickly say, just so there's no confusion, the Ryla Woods Foundation is totally separate from the Ryla companies, which I'm president. There's no connection. There are no transactions. There's no benefit to me. I'm very careful about that. There are no transactions between these. I'm on the Minnesota Forest Resources Council. That's my public hat. I'm on the Ryla Woods Foundation, which is my conservation organization hat, and I'm on I'm a private business person in the forest products industry. It takes all three sources of those revenue to try to get this protection work done.
Andrew, you had a follow-up. I didn't want to ignore you. I just want to give others a chance.
So when we purchased land that if Pheasants Forever does it, it goes back to SNA or WMA, and there's a sign that says open for public hunting. When we do legacy CPL grants, there's always a legacy sign that people know that that's open public hunting. Is there a Rojala Woods sign that says open to public hunting, or a Nature Conservancy sign that says the same thing? I've never seen that. If you have 6,000 acres, I'm just curious how you do that.
I don't know if it's a requirement, but I think it's a good practice for all of us. You know, and I know the projects that I've been a part of. Mr. Saxock's worked on a big one with us, back in the day, the Sugar Hills property near Grand Rapids. That was a private deal that I did, but, you know, it's hard to see the signage that's there because it's a fairly large piece of property, but we put the signage at the, you know, the prominent public access points, but definitely it's good for all of us to do so. To give credit to credit due from the funding sources, but to just let people know about the opportunity for public recreation and the why.
Chair and members, Member Lang, TNC proudly puts that sign on the properties that we acquire and protect. It's a badge of honor for the Conservancy to see that we were part of those projects. And we maintain a website that has all those tracks available for public hunting. So if you're not willing to pay for an Onyx subscription, you can use Google Maps to find all of those new hunting spots.
So I have a question on scalability. I understand where the landowner won't do anything, but what about putting off all of the restoration work, anything other than just acquisition? What's the real dollars that it would take to do this project? Nothing but acquisition, period.
Yeah, so if you were to remove the enhancement component, it would reduce it by about $870,000.
To include extra staff cost and everything else? So 870.
And I think that's summarized in the
I'm just asking to be sure.
800,000. Sorry.
Who's the current landowner?
It's a private entity. Do you want to name?
It's available on maps?
It is, yeah. It's Wolf Lands Incorporated.
Okay.
Find it on Beacon.
Sure. It's on Onyx.
Other questions? All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Tom, is lunch here?
Yes.
So I think what we're gonna do, we had an hour scheduled for lunch. We're running. Can we do lunch in half an hour?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Okay. We'll get back here at 1 o'clock. And we do have lunch for members. Tom will arrange that for us. We're in recess till 1. Oh, yeah, some take.
That's nice of you to hear.
That's even.
They get a little scared
Your dog
when
wants
the
to have
30s
these
happen.
things so they can see birds better than.
Uh-huh, yeah. Yep, that works.
The,
I don't think so. They look better like that though, then, right?
They do. They look a lot better like that.
They had a spot on
Good looking dogs.
sheriff's program. Yep.
Better than that, they were. That looked good, they were.
It's so funny how they know at this time.
I want to get paid this.
Chair, how far are we behind?
They're even eating more now.
What's that?
I noticed they're eating more.
One person working a quarter time, 4 years.
Okay.
400.
I want to use it.
Who said how far behind are we?
Okay. I'm a co-planner.
If we can get through this one in 15 minutes, we're on schedule.
Younger dogs.
All right.
Not asking any questions.
Oh, good.
There's sandwiches over there.
No, I don't.
We're good.
Are you sure?
I thought I'd take them off.
We're not gonna eat 'em.
Took me
Yeah,
2 months.
maybe I'm good.
But the Chiefs.
I'm gonna give 30 seconds and then we're gonna start.
Still cold over there?
I'm still cold. Tomorrow I'm wearing something warmer.
Maybe you want to borrow the drape.
Yeah, I've got a sports coat I could borrow.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Fine.
Again, I don't
Must
mind.
have turned on.
Ron would give us his,
That won't help my feet.
That's cold air supposed to.
All right, let's get going. The mic's on.
Yeah.
We're good to go. All right. This is FRE 01 DNR Forest Restoration and Enhancement, Phase 6. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Hartwell, and good afternoon to the council. My name is Ted Dick. I'm the Forest Habitat Supervisor for Minnesota DNR. And joining me here today are Tim Quincer from the DNR Division of Fish and Wildlife, who is retiring this week after a 38-year career in enhancing our forests, and also Chris Gronwald, who's a silvicultural specialist with our Division of Forestry. So we'd like to work together between divisions when we bring you proposals. But Forest Enhancement and Restoration Phase 6, the main thing we want to stress today is that Minnesota forests and the important habitat they provide are under great stress from a changing climate, from forest pests, invasive species, lack of management, and the absence of fire in the fire-dependent communities. So these stressors have contributed to a decline in habitat, and they've altered ecosystems. There's changes out there. This isn't in the future, they're happening right now. And we as forest managers are asking for your help in managing those things. We have been here before, and we'd like to reiterate that we continue to utilize commercial timber harvest to accomplish our habitat goals. That's the number one priority when we're altering landscapes in the forest. A lot of these things can't be accomplished without timber harvest, so we appreciate the timber industry and our partners in the Division of Forestry in getting those things done. So that's always what we look to first when we're trying to enhance the habitat. But there are other things that need to be done that can't be accomplished through timber harvest. So that's what we're here asking you for the money to do. So these expanded habitat projects in the forests of Minnesota are going to help offset those stresses to the forest and also provide critical habitat for deer, moose, grouse, songbirds, and other forest-dependent species. And our work today, as I mentioned, reflects a partnership between divisions and with other groups. That's the best way to get things done, and we've done that successfully in the past, so we're hoping that you allow us to do that again. So I'll turn it over to Tim.
Thank you, Ted, and Mr. Chair and members. Our grant proposals each year start out with ideas pulled together by our staff and our area fish and wildlife offices across the state in the forest area. And this year, as Ted mentioned, we're also partnering with the Division of Forestry. And same thing for them. A lot of their ideas filter up from staff up the line. And there's a list, a partial list of some of the things we're trying to address at the bottom of the first page of your 2-page handout there. I wanted to just point out that we've got projects all across the state. We've got some brushland, open landscape enhancements plans up in the northwest part of the state for sharptails and other open brushland species that are in trouble. We have in the southeast part of the state a number of invasive species projects where invasive species have taken hold and actually negatively impacted wildlife habitat potential, and getting that under control is a priority. And in the northern part of the state, we have a number of projects that are designed to regenerate browse and establish and enhance winter cover for deer and moose. We've lost some of our winter cover for both species and looking to start to turn that around. We always have a number of tree planting projects. This year, we're adding some berry producing shrub plantings as well. And also we work to identify places that have the trees we want, but those trees need to be released from the competition around them. So there's a number of projects dealing with that. Oak regeneration has been frankly a challenge, getting oak to be maintained and then restored and regenerated on the landscape. We have a number of projects dedicated to that. And of course, they provide acorns that are valuable for a number of species. We have several forest pests that we're really focusing on in this grant proposal. The first one's emerald ash borer, and the project's designed to address those impacts are looking to replace or help diversify the tree species and stands that have ash in them now, ahead of emerald ash borer coming and wiping out the ash there. A lot of the stands that have ash, if we lose the ash, get wet and actually convert into a wetland type, and we lose the forest value there. And also, we're really excited to have a big new ask this time for helping to increase and reintroduce fire to our forested landscapes. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Chris for a little discussion on that.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Mr. Chair, council members. I'm here from the Division of Forestry, working with our wildlife partners. And as you heard, there's a kind of a new ask in this proposal this year, and that's to fund partially our staff to do prescribed fire and use equipment that the DNR already owns, but we can't currently use for prescribed fire. And so we've added this in here because I'm sure you've done a lot of proposals for prescribed fire in the past. A lot of it's prairie oriented. We don't have a lot of funding, or we don't have any funding in the Division of Forestry to do prescribed fire in the northern forest. So that's something that we're asking for. Fire is a key component to a lot of our fire dependent forest ecosystems. We can do that work, and we do that forest regeneration work with mechanical means and with herbicide on the regular. But if we're really trying to do habitat management, prescribed fire is just a critical part of it that we keep leaving out. So we're asking for your help on that. As a firefighter and being a part of an organization that has a lot of fire experts, we feel like we're the best ones to do those burns the most safely and the most efficient. So that's part of this ask. We have the right equipment, we have the right people, but our current funding, the way it's structured, we have bonding funding to do forest regeneration, and we have fire suppression funding, but both of those don't overlap in a way that allows us to do prescribed burning for habitat purposes. And so this is a unique kind of niche that we need filled, and that's part of our ask here. So that's all I've got. I guess we can open up questions.
Yeah, questions. Daryl?
So for your budget then, I mean, how much of this is effectively prescribed burns versus other things? I'm sure here as part of this critical component, I'm thinking it must be a fair amount of acreage you propose to do. How does that benefit us besides getting rid of some good wood chips?
How does just to make sure I heard your question correctly, how does the funding benefit the forest, or?
I mean, I guess I haven't. Yeah. Sorry, Mark, thanks. I guess I'm just curious, I mean, I obviously have a cabin and talked to you folks earlier about our projects up north, but I'm just curious, I guess I've seen them burn, in my case, the Goose Lake Meadows by my property, but I haven't seen a lot of burning in the forest, so that's kind of a new one for me, so I'm curious, A, how many acres of your acreage is prescribed burns, and how and what does that benefit the forest? Just I haven't seen that used as a tool, I guess.
Sure. It's about, what we're proposing here over the cycle of the funding is about 1,100 acres of burns. So it's not a big one. We're kind of starting small. We haven't, had the capacity to do it in the past, and we want to ramp up in a reasonable way. But we know that fire benefits the forest. A lot of these forests, especially the pine forests that we're all used to seeing, right? Or the oak forests, these are fire dependent ecosystems. We know that before there were a lot of people around, these regenerated from fire, right? That's something we know, and that we know that fire in particular creates habitat elements that we just can't, or very expensively would have to do manually. It hollows out trees to make den sites, and it adds charcoal to the soil, and just does a number of other things that I think any one of the forest ecologists would tell you, like, fire is good for these systems.
Councilmember Palmer, if I could add to that a little bit. We've seen a lot in the news lately about fires up north, fires other places, and we've all grown in our careers in an environment where, as Chris was saying, burning is important, and in the sense of nutrient recycling. They talk about, we've heard the things in the news, raking the forest or managing the forest or doing some things. I'd like to reiterate that the older forest is extremely important for a lot of ecological values. And when people talk about managing the forest, sometimes it gets construed as cut it earlier before those fuels build up or something. But those fuels and those natural processes are critical to the health of the forest long-term, and those fire-dependent communities have evolved to burn once in a while. And when we suppress it a lot of the time, it does become a hotter fire when those happen. And when climate change now, when our snow season is shorter and our snow depths are less, those risks of fires are just another good reason to burn more regularly before those fuels build up. But you can't manage the forest, at a younger age to prevent all those critical things. The drumming logs, as you know, from the Rough Grouse Society, and the coarse woody debris, we call it there, all the values for all of those species are absolutely critical. So burning in a controlled manner, when we can do it, provides a ton of value. And when we're talking about ecosystem function earlier on, that's part of the function, is recycling those nutrients, supplying those more complex habitats, but still managing them in a way that they don't burn wild when the time comes. If we have a regular pattern of burning those as needed, the ecological benefits are there and the fire impacts are reduced, if that helps at all.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Other questions? I had a question on your budget. You tried to answer it in your responses, but you didn't get it. You have a position of a prescribed fire foresters, an annual FTE of a 0.25%, 0.25. And they're working for 4 years at $380,000. That does not make sense. I want that job, $100,000 a year for part-time work.
I think, Mr. Chair, I think I can answer that. It is confusing because we have to translate a bunch of different firefighters into FTE over a period, right? So the actual, what that quarter FTE comes out to is hours, right? So it's approximately, it's a quarter of a year, right, of somebody's work. So it's like 500 hours. So we have to figure out what the average cost of an employee is, and when they're getting overtime to do these fires, and then figure out how many hours that is and translate it into FTE for the proposal. So
these are existing staff people who are already being paid, who you're now going to pay with our money instead of your current funds.
I see where you're going. This is not, they are existing staff. This funding is going to be used for paying them after 4:30, because when you're burning in the forest, it takes more than 8 hours a day. And we are not funded with the overtime consideration, so we can't do it.
So this is overtime only money.
That's it.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yep.
All right. I was confused. Mark, you've got a question.
Yeah, I'd love to follow up on that. So that's $180 an hour. Based on 500 hours and $90,000 a year, I think is about what it ends up being. So if it's only overtime hours, that means that you're waiting. Let's say you have it takes 12 hours in a day for a burn. Okay, 8 hours of that is going to be before 4:30 approximately. So that only means that 4 hours of it is after 4:30.
Yep.
Roughly. So only 4 hours of that would be overtime. The other 8 hours you think would be regular time. So is there no prorating for overtime when it comes to your crews doing this work?
Rating, I guess.
Meaning that you have an employee for 40 hours a week.
Yep.
If you're going to be using them for, and let's say they put in 60 hours during that week, and 20 hours of that is spent doing burns for this program, it would tell me that a third of that should be prorated to this program, and 2/3 of it should be based on the other because of their other normal hours.
Yes, and we can do that. So when they do their time at the end of the pay period, that we code it on a different line, and it would get charged to this funding.
Follow up with that?
No. Go ahead.
The other question I had was that we have a forest roving crew, correct?
Yes.
And don't they also do burns?
Yes, and we do utilize the roving crews. What we found is that they're beyond their capacity in the forest. So we're doing a lot of work with them in the prairies and a little bit in the woods, and we are utilizing them. And so we're getting some burns done, but we'd like to get more done. And we have expert staff that exists, right? Really good people that understand fire behavior, that are going to be safe about it. And we want to be able to utilize those staff to get more acres done.
Mr. Chair and members, I think also, forestry has equipment and training that the roving crew people don't, and particularly the equipment. They have some very large, complex and effective equipment for forest burns, which tend to be much more complex than burns out in the prairie. They're much more, take a lot more planning. They take more fire suppression equipment and not as easy to pull off as prairie burns. So.
And again, we already own that equipment, but in a sense, we can't use it for prescribed burns. We almost have to rent it from the management resources with different funding to be able to pull that off.
So does that overtime cost, does that include hazard pay for these employees as well?
No, they don't. We don't receive hazard pay.
They don't?
in our-
Oh,
no.
okay. Federal firefighters all get hazard pay on top of overtime as well, so I wasn't sure if that was,
Sore subject.
oh, sorry. I never said a word, okay?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Next is FREO2, enhancing critical wildlife forest habitats and watersheds on Superior National Forest. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Hartwell and council members and staff. My name is Gabe McDougall. I'm the president of Patriot Restoration Ops, or PROPS. And joining me today, we have Candace Leone. She's our chief of staff, director of grant admin, and over 15 years in conservation nonprofits as a grant funder and grantee. To my left, Sunny Lucas, our Forest Service partner. She is the ranger at the LaCroix District on the Superior National Forest and has over 15 years in the Forest Service. And to my far right, Dale McDougall, the founder of Props. He has over 30 years designing and implementing restoration projects across the nation. Patriot Restoration is a nationwide veteran-driven conservation nonprofit with a mission to improve our forests, watersheds, and wildlife habitats through restoration work while providing training and career opportunities to driven individuals, transitioning military personnel, and veterans. We have restored thousands of acres of wildlife habitat and ecosystems nationwide. A few good examples are in your backyard here. We've worked on the Superior National Forest adjacent Lake Vermilion, and we're starting the Shiver Creek Dam removal right now. We implement these projects from beginning to end with our partners in an expedited time frame to high standards evaluated and inspected by the Forest Service. Before handing over to Candace, a little bit of a high-level 10,000-foot view on the project. We will improve a minimum of 2,630 acres of forest, watershed, and wildlife habitat by way of forest thinning and removal of overgrown, overabundant, and overburdened and diseased trees on the Superior National Forest. With that, I'll hand it over to Candace.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Candace, and we'll provide more project details. As Gabe mentioned, we will treat a minimum of 2,630 acres. The requested costs in the proposal are costs not to exceed price estimates, and we anticipate on-the-ground costs costing less per acre than what was requested, which would allow for more acres to be treated at the same price. So any additional cost savings will be used to treat potentially up to 20 to 30% more acres. As you see on the front page of your handout, there is a map of the Superior National Forest LaCroix Ranger District, which has 3 circled project sites: Crane Lake, Echo Shaded Fields Break, and Lake Vermilion. Within each of the project sites that are circled, the pink areas represent the project acres that will be treated, and the blue areas represent ecosystem restoration projects that have been funded and or include timber sales. And these projects build upon larger adjacent collaborative ecosystem treatments. Forest Service chose these high priority ecosystem sites due to their ability to implement 3 main project benefits that also align with LSOHC's Northern Forest priorities. The first benefit is that it will enhance forest, watershed, and wildlife habitat health and resilience for over 40 wildlife and vegetation species, such as endangered, threatened, iconic, and regionally sensitive species, like the endangered northern long-eared bat, endangered gray wolf, threatened Canada lynx, and iconic species like moose, bald eagle, ruffed grouse, and deer. These project sites have high biodiversity significance and are adjacent to outstanding biodiversity significant sites. Treatments will increase healthier and diverse open wildlife habitat for nesting, forage, migration, water quality, and quantity. Forest thinning will allow sunlight to increase forest floor grass and forb regeneration, which will increase water filtration and downstream water recharge. The second benefit is that this project will reduce urgent spread impacts of the spruce budworm that is causing tree mortality and defoliation. If you look on the back of your handout, you'll see a picture of the spruce budworm. And on the left is an aerial view of the Superior National Forest that has been impacted by spruce budworm in the brown areas. And on the right is a map of the Superior National Forest. The spruce budworm is primarily having an outbreak in Lake and Cook counties and northern St. Louis County, which is within the LaCroix Ranger District and has been circled on the map. The 2024 Minnesota DNR report says that in the last 4 years, spruce budworm has impacted over 1.3 million acres, with over 15% of this occurring in 2024 alone, which increases forest management and wildlife concerns. This is particularly concerning since outbreaks in a specific area can last 6 to 10 years. Forest thinning will help increase forest resilience and reduce spruce budworm spread and severity. The third benefit is that this will increase wildlife and public safety, access, hunting trails, and hunting grounds, at several popular outdoor recreational areas, including Lake Vermilion, Crane Lake, and Echo Shaded Fuels Break, which includes Echo Trail, Jeanette Campground, and Lake Jeanette. This will reduce wildfire risks on public lands for wildlife and adjacent communities and mixed ownership lands. As you know, wildfires continue to be a growing concern as you've recently experienced Canada's wildfire and air quality impacts. It's far easier and cheaper to treat a green forest proactively for immediate and long-term benefits, as opposed to treating a black forest after a catastrophic wildfire has impacted wildlife foraging, nesting, habitat, air quality, sedimentation, and flood risks. These high-priority ecosystem sites are difficult to treat and require additional expertise and resources that PROPS can provide through 3 main project activities, which will be tracked and verified through PROPS and Forest Service inspections throughout the project. The first is we will perform unit layout on up to 2,000 acres, which involves marking and flagging project boundaries and important resources to reduce resource impacts. And on your handout, there's an example of unit layout flagging. The second activity is forest and wildlife habitat thinning treatments on 2,630 acres or more across 3 years using mechanical and hand treatments to thin trees, reduce high tree density, damaged and diseased trees, and reduce spruce budworm spread. You'll see a photo at the bottom that shows our recent hand thinning crews at our adjacent Lake Vermilion project, where they also cut and piled the thinned trees. The third activity is forest treatment, evaluation, maintenance, and monitoring for all treated sites before, during, and after treatment. This activity is necessary to help us track which sites need additional forest thinning to maintain results as needed. Now I'll turn it over to our Forest Service partner, Sunny.
Hello, good afternoon. Sunny Lucas, Superior National Forest, LaCroix District Ranger. And I'm here on behalf of the forest and the district to show support for this project. Just want to mention that the Forest Service is committed to the in-kind match that's outlined in the proposal that you've received. We will contribute staff time in terms of project support, public engagement around the project, inspections, and monitoring. The Forest Service is also committed to longer-term monitoring beyond the length of this project. So we will be going out and checking on project effectiveness, treatment effectiveness, and determine if further treatments are needed, and additional funding would then be sought at that time. Something that is common in treatments like this is small balsam fir will start regrowing in the understory in a couple of years. So that's an additional treatment that may be needed down the line. Again, we'd be looking for that. We'd also be looking at units that would be appropriate for prescribed burning for a lot of the reasons that you heard from the last presenters. In the particular area we're in, oak blueberry habitat is important, and this is good for browse species, including moose. As was mentioned also, the Lake Vermilion project is something we've been working on for the last few years. So we've got a good relationship already built. PROPS has been a fantastic partner. The communication has been really good with our staff on the ground who design these projects. And the public's been very supportive as we are treating difficult acres around Lake Vermilion, water access only, wildland urban interface adjacent to private lands. And those landowners have been very appreciative that the risk to their property has now decreased due to our treatments. Through this continued partnership, PROPS and the Superior National Forest can focus on funding and implementing these projects that will these high priority projects in restoration, improving forest health, and reducing wildfire risk at a pace and a scale that the forest wouldn't be able to do on its own. Thanks.
We thank the council and staff for their time and welcome any questions.
Questions?
Mr. Chairman. The organization PROPS has only been around for a couple of years, right?
Correct.
Can you talk a little bit more about the organization and how you're funding the organization outside of these grants?
As was stated in there, we've got decades of actual experience within this realm. props is fairly new, but the concept and I guess the expertise is not. And because of that, a lot of the funding is coming through, to put it mildly and a little bit, I guess I kind of want to be a little bit humble in this. We've been searched out by a lot of agency folks and folks across the country because they know the quality of work we do. And just to put it in perspective, and maybe that's not the right place to do it, but I know Gabe last week alone signed over $42 million in agreements that were solicited to us that we did not go after for the work that we do across the nation in that regard. So we are known to do a good job. We've been known to be a part of that force for a while. And I believe we bring a lot of different unique skill sets in because we work from the Pacific Northwest clear to the East Coast in a lot of different parameters. And so, and we brought that up a bit today that we're talking about prescribed fire on the landscape, and there are questions in the room as to the viability and the value behind prescribed fire. And we've been actually a part of that for 30 years, working in different steads and working in different compounds on a different forest with that, understanding that full skill set and the knowledge behind that and what that input can actually do to a forest, much like the Superior and your local backyard. Working in the WUI interface, you know, in those aspects right next to housing and right next to these, you know, high priority resource areas, we've done that. We've been in the West, the Pacific Northwest, and in California, working right next to these catastrophic wildfires. Where we have crews right now in the Mendocino where basically 1 million acres, you know, 1 million acre forest, 920,000 acres of that burned in almost a single event. So we've seen all aspects of that. It's a different landscape here, but we bring a skill set across the nation, I think. And because of that, though we're young, we're very experienced. I think that time doesn't really sell, I think, the value behind us. You know, there are folks up here that have done a lot of work nationally recognized for different organizations and whatnot. And so, though young, a lot of experience, I think, is at the table.
Thank you.
So I had a question. I was perplexed reading your proposal because it says you're a veteran-driven nonprofit improving wildlife habitat, but your budget is 400,000 in personnel and 4 million in contracts. So I'm not following where veterans are involved. Since it's contract work, you're going to put it out for bid to the lowest bidder. What am I missing in terms of how this is working?
Very good question. We get that asked all the time. We have not one time ever reached out to ask for a capacity building grant, ever. We're growing organically, and because of that, quite frankly, we don't grow as quickly as we've been asked to grow. I think it would be great if we grew through the experience and you found out that props was indeed a viable tool and asset in your region. And we came back next year and said, hey, we want to put a rapid response strike team on your forest, in your backyard. And we want to employ 10 brand new vets trained to do forestry technician stuff, as well as trained to sit in seats of machinery, as well as an investment into even a veteran-owned business. But we haven't asked for that. And because of that, we have to grow organically. So our organic growth comes from the percentages, the 10% we put on our indirect and some of those other things. So we grow slower. So you are indeed correct. We have not ever gone out to simply get a veteran growing capacity grant ever. And so we're very careful with that because we didn't want to be like some of those others and put anything on the back of that flag and veterans and misrepresent. So that being the case, you know, a lot of folks have believed that. A lot of folks have come along for the ride, and a lot of folks have grown organically with us. But the side you're missing here is because we are in a position to influence people, we actually direct a lot of our veteran resources through us to somebody else, an industry partner that needs a couple assets. Maybe somebody else that needs an ability to train a workforce to get into the seat of a machine. So we actually provide that resource for them, and we provide a pass-through. So those individuals are on some of those contractor lists that you'll see. Sometimes we'll have 2 or 3 or 4 returning veterans in those machines or on those workforces, but we don't hold them internally on our side. Would we like to? Yeah, we hired 2 last week. One actually assigned and the other one pending, veterans, returning veterans, but we do it organically.
Okay, that helps. I just was perplexed in reading how it all fit together.
We would entertain that conversation for next year, though.
And we're not the place to fund it.
Exactly, and I know that, and we're careful to do that, so thank you.
Ed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It looks to me like the vast majority of the actual work will be contracted out. And yet, in your capital equipment request, you have 3, I'll just call them devices, because I don't remember what they are, and a trailer. I'm kind of curious, first of all, what's going to happen to those 4 pieces of equipment once this grant is completed? And secondly, don't your contractors bring their own equipment?
Yes, we looked at ability to start the process and start the growth within this local area, within this region. And those things we assume at this point, our intention is to leave those on site and continue to grow that resource. And that's just basically, if you will, the catalyst to continue to grow the presence here.
Okay, other questions? Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is WA01, Accelerating the Waterfowl Production Area Program, Phase 18.
Get you next.
Yeah, we'll step out of your chair for a minute. Let's get it on. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chair and council members. I'm Mary Jo Hill, a Minnesota Public Lands Specialist with Pheasants Forever. And with me today is Jake Grandforce, our Minnesota Public Lands Program Manager. We're thankful to be here today to present to you our Accelerating the Waterfowl Production Area Program, Phase 18. This proposal is a continuation of Pheasants Forever's program in partnership with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to permanently protect habitat as waterfowl production areas. The program's aim has been to slow the decline of wetland and grassland habitat by acquiring, then restoring and enhancing this habitat that is subsequently open to public recreation as a waterfowl production area owned and managed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. To date, this program has been able to acquire 149 parcels, adding 18,313 acres to the waterfowl production area system in Minnesota. This program has also had good success in bringing in non-state federal match, non-state federal and private match of $47.8 million throughout the life of the program. Similar to our WMA program and our prairie chicken program that we presented on this morning, these acquisitions are targeted to build on complexes of habitat. And so the parcels that we're acquiring are, we target for them to be directly adjacent to existing waterfowl production areas or in very close proximity. With any project that's identified, we work closely with our Fish and Wildlife Service staff partners to evaluate and determine if these parcels are a good fit and meet the criteria that they have to add WPA acres to increase waterfowl populations and benefit other prairie wetland species. I'd like to take just a few minutes this morning to chat with you about an area that we've been working in since the inception of our waterfowl production area program. In the proposal, we have an illustration that includes a map labeled the Pelican Lake Waterfowl Production Area. And Pelican Lake is a large, shallow wetland that's in Wright County, Minnesota, in the West Metro area. And if you notice on your map, prior to 2010, there were some existing waterfowl production areas and wildlife management areas, habitat, publicly owned habitat around Pelican Lake. But since 2010, in our WPA program, we've been able to add an additional 313 acres of waterfowl production areas, as well with our WMA program, have been able to add another 169 acres of WMAs in this area. Now there is over 2,900 acres of habitat surrounding Pelican Lake that is also open for public recreation. And this is just an example I wanted to highlight as we talk a lot about our individual programs today and proposals. And this is a place, like many of our other partners here and places that we work, where these programs work together in concert to build large complexes of habitat. Our most recent acquisition in the Pelican Lake area was closed in September of 2024. We 160 acres there on the southwest portion of the lake. And just out of coincidence, tomorrow I'm going to meet with a contractor there to get going on the restoration work, where this fall we'll have 70 acres of what was cropland, uplands next to Pelican Lake being restored into prairie. An additional 19 wetland basins will be restored on that property this fall, as well as some tree removal on existing grasslands there, all slated to be completed in about 18 months or so after we've acquired the property. So this is an example where some of the restoration work has been able to move a little bit more quickly in the area. And so to continue with projects like Pelican Lake additions that we've made, and with our U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service partnership, we're proposing this year to be able to add an additional 1,470 acres of lands to the WPA system through this program. And I'm going to turn it over to Jake to give some updates on our current appropriations.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and council members. Jake Granfors, Public Lands Manager. In our handout, again, we had the pie chart with the fee title on the left and restoration on the right-hand side. So, and this is looking at our open appropriations. So ML 19 forward, we've spent 70% of our funds to date. We have one small project at 115,000 legally obligated signed purchase agreement. And we have another 5.5 million, about 18% as planned. So those are projects we've committed to that are in various stages of appraisal survey. We just don't have a purchase agreement signed yet. And then you look at that unobligated waiting, that's again, waiting for a project. Now, if we would have done this, and that looks like a big balance, it's almost all of our ML 25 appropriation that came online in July. But had you looked at this probably a month ago, maybe, we had 4 properties that have fell through for various reasons for $4.6 million and 750 acres. One was an auction, we weren't successful at, and we move on to the next property. Another one got an offer turned down. I think one came up for a drainage agreement. Anyway, there's multiple reasons if they fell through, but if you'd looked at that unobligated waiting a month ago, this pie chart would have looked a whole lot different. It would have had almost $8.5 million. All of our funds would have been in the plan category. So it just kind of the nature of the beast with acquisitions, they ebb and flow, some fall off, we add new ones. And right now we're just in that, finding a replacement or a couple of replacement properties for that $3.4 million. But like you've heard, the opportunities for land often outpace our available funding. So I have no doubt that we'll be able to find a replacement project and be, move those funds over to the obligated or legally obligated here soon. Looking at our restoration budgets, we spent about 67% of the restoration funds. So we're pretty well caught up on the restoration side of things. About 6% in legally obligated and then about 27% that's out there. So 21% that's planned for projects waiting to be contracted out, and 6%, 294,000 waiting for projects. Now you look at that and go, we still have a lot more, fee title dollars and only 300,000. So we noticed that and we proactively applied for some federal NACA funds, about $1.5 million to help with our restoration on WPAs. And Mary Jo highlighted our Pelican Lake property about how restoration, well, this morning you heard it, sometimes it can take 3 years. This one on Pelican Lake, we're looking at being basically wrapped up with restoration in about 18 months. There'd be some minor maintenance mowing of the prairie and stuff like that, but for the most part, major restoration done in 18 months after acquisition. So some of these can move pretty quickly. But that's kind of our update on the numbers. And again, we've been very successful with leveraging tens of millions of dollars. And while again, it looks like we, have $3.5 million basically just sitting there, we're waiting on. That is less than our appropriation from ML25, which is $3.9 million. And we'll get those invested soon. And to just a continuity of the program, we do need an influx of funds to continue this program and help deliver healthy wetlands, grasslands for waterfowl, shorebirds, pheasants, while ensuring outdoor opportunities for all Minnesotans. Thank you. We'll open to take questions.
Questions? Just checking online to make sure. All right, looks like you answered the questions. Thank you. Next is WA02, rim wetlands, restoring the most productive habitat in Minnesota.
Thank you, Chairman Hartwell and members. This is rim wetlands, restoring the most productive habitat in Minnesota. Since 1986, the Reinvest in Minnesota program has restored hundreds of wetlands on private lands throughout Minnesota. The name of this proposal is Restoring the Most Productive Habitat, and it may sound like a slogan on a billboard, but that is what it is. We restore wetlands and associated uplands, and we work with private landowners. Wetlands benefit society by storing flood waters, filtering pollutants, serve as a carbon sink, and create habitat that is used by hundreds of animal species. This proposal is requesting $14 million to continue and build upon the 39 years of effort with the RIM program. It has become the premier private lands wetland restoration in the country. If you look at the front page of your handout, you will see a pie chart that shows that all funds have been committed, including ML25 funding that was received 2 months ago. Landowner interest remains high, and landowners want program options to retire marginal cropland that is too expensive to farm. We have talked about land prices and how they are so expensive. If a farmer or producer is trying to crop a partially drained wetland, it just becomes economically not sustainable. Restoring wetlands through this program give landowners the opportunity to retire these areas and return them back to what they originally was. Each quarter of the year, we have an application batch period that uses an average of 3 million of outdoor heritage funds. This is an increase of the last 3 years because, again, interest is very high. Land prices have risen, and in some cases as high as $10,000 an acre. Making decisions on how to strategically utilize funds is critical, and we always try to make funding go as far as possible. We are always looking for leverage. This year, included in this proposal, some funds received may be used as leverage for the Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program, or CREP program. There is no indication or movement of a farm bill passing anytime soon. There are many unknowns with federal funding right now, and sometimes things happen quickly. If CRP would be extended and additional acres were to be added, they may announce a CREP sign up. And if that happens, some of this funding could possibly be used as leverage. The national CRP cap is looming and may not be increased. The national leveraging federal dollars is key to making dollars go farther. We also receive clean water funds, which we use as leverage also. In closing, I'll make this brief because we stay on schedule. In closing, with funding from OHF, the RIM program can continue to restore private lands that provide opportunities for recreation and aesthetic appreciation, enhancing the quality of life for many people. Overall, wetlands play a vital role in maintaining ecological balance and supporting human activities. We would take any questions.
Great. Questions? Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I would have seen you sooner or later.
It's okay. I'll try to be more obnoxious next time, so. But my question has to do with cost per acre. We've talked about land values being at $10,000 an acre, but the calculations come out to that you're spending that much per acre per easement.
Yep.
That sounds like you're buying the whole piece of property, but only the easement. Why is that cost so high?
Thanks for that question, council member. So again, our restoration costs are hidden in that amount because of the way the proposal requires us to not double count acres. The acquisition and the restoration of each acre is included there. And the budget was also slightly misleading because of our federal funding with CREP. The dollar amount that we think we could leverage if there is CREP, if CRP exists in the near term, the amount was included in our budget tables, but we did not include it in our easement and acre outputs. Just because being wrong on that would make our final report very wrong from our proposal.
So how much are you spending on per acre for an easement?
Are we?
Oh, that's hard to.
Are we talking in Rock County or in Morrison County?
Just say in the highest dollar value county that you can.
Rock County, John?
No.
Well, the 10,000 per acre figure was basically lower than some of the land values that are, people are buying. We've seen 14, 15,000 right on the counties that we share with the Iowa border. And it's important to address your question further is that how we make payments. We have a crop and non-crop payment, and almost always all of these wetlands that we acquire are partially drained.
Okay.
Basically, the drainage did not work. It's a limited, and it just doesn't make sense to add additional drainage. Those are non-crop, and they lose their crop history over time. So a lot of our wetland restorations are focused on the marginal non-crop stuff, and that is a lower payment. But uplands, obviously, if it's cropped, could be quite high.
Okay.
I would say overall, like an average, we're seeing about $7,200 an acre.
Let me put it a different way. What is the easement value? So what is the percentage you're paying of the full value of the property for that easement? So if the property is for fee title is valued at 10,000 an acre, how much is that easement cost?
For our payment rate, Mr. Chair and Council, our payment rate is based on county tax assessed values that are updated every year
I understand that.
by township. And we offer 90% of that. We don't offer full value. We offer 60% for the non-crop rate.
Okay.
And so we obtained that information from the Department of Revenue for the current tax year, knowing full well that those values are already 2 years old on actual sale value. But John's correct. It's for our restoration easements. Our protection easements up north are a completely different payment structure, but our restoration easements are 90% of a township average for the crop and 60% for the non-crop.
Good.
Mr. Chairman, it says approximately 1,320 acres on approximately 24 easements. That suggests to me that you have a pretty specific list of properties that you're looking at, correct?
Mr.
Or
Chair,
is that a guess of how many you'll be able to get with that amount of money?
that's pretty much a guess when
So
we
you
write
don't
the
have
proposal.
24 properties identified.
No,
Okay.
not at this point.
And they're all drained wetlands and then the associated rest of the field.
Yes, associated uplands.
So the drained wetlands are, if it's an 80-acre field with 20 acres of drained wetlands, that 20 acres is probably the most productive. If it's drained properly. But, and you say all the way from Rock to Morrison?
Mr. Chair and Council.
Trying to get a sense of where's this at? Because if it's in corn and soybean country is a lot different than if it's in grassland country.
Absolutely. I mean, down south, it's very expensive. The farther north you go, closer to the Canadian border, the land values.
But this is essentially putting cash in the bank for when you find property.
Correct. Yeah, but when we take applications, it's open statewide.
Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious. So this farmer landowner at one point drained this place, this lowland. He was gonna crop it. Found out he couldn't do it year after year. And so you come along and tell him you'll pay him a lot of money if you can restore it. Am I right so far? Yes. You ever find a landowner who says he's gonna do it himself, restore it? Because I have written stories about some landowners that do that. So have you ever, I'm just curious, have you run into any, I said, no, you don't have to pay me. I'll restore, I'll knock up this tile myself. I'll restore it. Mr. Chair and Council, very rarely do we encounter landowners that are willing to place a restrictive covenant on their own property. But it does happen. If their intent is to restore something on their own, they surely can do that. Yeah, I'm not talking about any restricted covenant. I'm just saying, they say, no, you don't have to pay me. I'm going to do it myself. That doesn't happen. Very rarely.
I would say, Member Chair, that occasionally, depending on the actual restoration work that needs to be accomplished, landowners may or may not have the ability to do that work. If it's, just breaking tile and that will restore the wetland, they will do that instead of getting a contractor. But many of our wetland restorations take a little bit more than that and outside of the landowner's ability to do that kind of work themselves. And so they do hire a contractor.
Daryl?
Most of the lands that we do this work on, in the non-crop, or are they the combination, how much of it's high ground? I guess my question goes to, why would I, even as an individual, be willing to pay somebody 90 cents on the dollar for an easement, when for $1 I could own the property and do whatever I want with it? I just find that, 60% seems high enough as it is, but the 90 cents on the dollar just seems really high to me.
Yep.
How much risk do you buy at 90 cents on the dollar?
Thanks for that. I would say a few things in response to that. It's 90 cents on a 2-year-old dollar already, so it's not really today's 90 cents. And with the way land prices have risen, there are a lot of landowners in southern and southwestern Minnesota that say we will never pay them enough to give up those permanent development and agricultural rights on those lands. It's not about what that land is worth today on the open market. A lot of landowners think about the long term and what they won't make on that land anymore by enrolling in a conservation easement.
I would have to believe though that the lands that we want the conservation easements on is not their farmable tillable land. I wouldn't think that would be what we'd be trying to require, but so they can't ever farm it, then
They'll try to farm it still. It might not be the most productive land, but they will try to farm it still. Because of the value of land, particularly in southwest Minnesota.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is WAO3, Shallow Lake and Wetland Protection and Restoration. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and council members. I'm John Schneider, Ducks Unlimited Senior Manager of Conservation Programs for Ducks Unlimited here in Minnesota. Hopefully on Zoom with me is Neil Powers. Neil is the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services Wetland Management District Project Leader for Fergus Falls. And we work closely with the Fish and Wildlife Service and their realty staff in Fergus Falls. I lead our conservation program here in Minnesota with a team of 20 biologists and engineers, and we focus in the prairie pothole region of western, central, and southern Minnesota. And we focus on restoring, enhancing, and protecting wetlands and grassland habitats. For context for this WAO3 proposal, which is phase 15 of our shallow lake and wetland protection program, I'll first briefly review DU's mission and duck habitat needs in Minnesota, just for context for what we do and why. Ducks Unlimited conserves, restores, and manages wetlands and associated habitats for North American waterfowl. Although goose and swan populations are doing well, ducks are much more vulnerable to landscape changes due to their reliance on really small, shallow wetlands, especially in the prairie pothole region, which includes southern Minnesota. More than 20 different species of ducks migrate through Minnesota each spring and fall, some of which stop and breed here too. And small prairie pothole wetlands are the most important habitat for breeding ducks, some of which are no bigger than this room or even the table you're sitting at today. In northeast Minnesota, in contrast, most forested wetlands still remain. Some estimates put it at over 80%. However, in southwest Minnesota, we've lost over 90% of our prairie wetlands, which is part of the prairie pothole region, the duck factory of North America. So this is where we focus on restoring drained wetlands. Loss of prairie pothole wetland complexes, along with the degradation of larger migration marshes, are why we see fewer ducks in Minnesota than in the past. To improve breeding duck populations in Minnesota, we simply must strategically restore drained wetlands and add more breeding habitat to Minnesota's landscape and enlarge the remaining patches of prairie wetland complexes that the ducks need to breed. However, most drained wetlands that we can restore are currently located on private land. And so in order to restore them, either easements such as Bowser's Rim easement you just heard about a minute ago, or buying the land in fee title are really the options. On private land, we also work with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to help restore easements that they secure. But if the land's for sale, easements aren't of interest to the landowner in most cases. So we pursue lands that are for sale with restorable wetlands. Again, this is phase 15 of our ongoing land acquisition and restoration program, and it's the only fee title acquisition program we run, we present. It's the only request for fee title dollars that we submit to the council every year to buy land for both U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and Minnesota DNR. Since 2009, DU has purchased 75 parcels totaling about 8,000 acres since the Outdoor Heritage Fund began in 2009. Most existing public lands in southwest Minnesota right now are currently small fragmented patches of habitat that protect a little bit of grass and often just water bodies. The Save the Wetland Act, for example, focused on protecting those wetlands before they got drained, but there's very little upland or small ponds around them. So most public lands we have in southwest Minnesota right now are simply too small to function to breed ducks optimally for breeding duck populations. The science we have indicates that at least 40% of a 4 square mile area needs to be in idle grass and wetlands in order for ducks to breed in numbers to outdo the predation that occurs on nests and hens sitting on nests. And if we don't have big patches like that, they simply can't outcompete the predation that occurs. Some public lands are mostly wetland or shallow lakes with a thin ribbon of upland prairie around them, which desperately need more upland areas and small wetland complexes around them to buffer. So DU strategically focuses on lands adjacent to existing state WMAs and federal waterfowl production areas with drained wetlands that are for sale, where we can buy and restore to make those existing patches of habitat bigger and better, with more pothole wetlands and more prairie grasslands to function for breeding ducks and other wildlife. And the other way I describe it is it's like strategically putting pieces of the puzzle back together, but in areas where there's already a little bit of the puzzle in place. And of course, these areas are open for public use as well. So through this program, DU proposes to work strategically with private willing sellers with drained wetlands and acquire 1,000 acres, including 200 acres of wetlands and 800 acres of prairie grasslands. That's an estimate, but it's more or less held true over the years. We work with the Minnesota DNR section of wildlife and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service very closely to identify land tracts for sale. Sometimes they find them and come to us and ask for help. Sometimes we find them and propose them to the agencies. And we also work really closely with our other NGO partners to see who's best positioned to take the lead, given who's given the land for sale. We provide written notification to both county and townships at least 30 days prior to closing, but I also make phone calls to the counties and township officials too, just to be courteous and let them tell me what they think. And usually there's no concerns, in large part because the state pays a pill payment once I explain the process to them. So we purchase the lands directly, and then we immediately transfer the lands and simultaneously do our restoration work, which often takes many years. Seeding the prairie requires land preparation before the prairie is restored, and restoring wetlands takes several years of engineering survey and design and coordination with county and the agencies that own the land. Because we strive to purchase lands with drained wetlands, often ditches, subsurface tile, which are expensive to restore. Our program includes significant personnel funding for a team of biologists and engineers, and significant contract funding too, to pay private contracting construction firms to do the work. We also strive to use our expense to buy the land to leverage federal North American Wetland Conservation Act grants to help pay for the restoration of the wetlands. But that takes 2 or 3 years just to get those federal funds. So it tends to stretch it out to the 5-year limit of these grants. Regarding our past progress, DU has closed all past grants issued through 2018 and submitted final reports, usually exceeding our land protection goals fairly significantly. For the grants that are still open since 2018, including our Laws of 24 grant, just appropriated last year, we've spent all of our land acquisition funding through Laws of 24 and achieved all of our land protection goals, and only have restoration funding left to spend For laws of 25 appropriation that just began July 1st, we've already obligated in purchase agreements, as you can see in the handout, over $1 million. We've got 3 parcels obligated, $1.35 million. We're looking to close those in September and October. We're still waiting on a grant contract for that new appropriation, but we have purchase agreements in place, and we'll be closing those this fall once the funding is arranged, but it's in law. So we've got, in addition to that, 6 more land tracts being appraised right now. So we fully expect by this time next year, we'll have largely spent out of our laws of 25 funding for the acquisition component and be spent out as far as acquisition. The restoration work will continue. Again, it takes 5 years to restore those, 4 to 5 years, depending on the appropriation and the complexity, but it's a long process. So with that, I'd welcome any questions you may have.
Merrill?
John, you guys have been buying property and doing this restoration for lots of years, right? I mean, you're on phase 15. And from looking at your track record of funding you've received and money you've spent, you've obviously are able to achieve the goals that you've set for yourself. I look at the price tag per acre that you're able to buy land for, and some of the other folks that have come to us wanting to buy land are spending a lot more. Sorry, thanks, Joe. I'll repeat my question. So in looking at Ducks Unlimited history of getting funding and achieving their goals, you guys have a heck of a track record, I would say, right? I mean, this is phase 15. What is DU's secret, I guess, would be my question, for acquiring land so inexpensively compared to other folks that have come to us for funding when they're looking at spending more than that even for just an easement? I mean, I applaud you for your capabilities, or whoever your real estate people are that are buying land, because they obviously know how to go out and do some horse trading or something.
Mr. Chair, members, I'm not sure we have a secret necessarily. We just work hard. All the NGOs are working hard. We're all pulling on the same rope, all the agencies and NGOs. You know, in this proposal, we're guesstimating really $9,000 an acre to buy land. My understanding is that probably compares favorably, similar to other proposals. I haven't looked. We do, you know, as far as what we've accomplished, we always seek bargain land sales. We always ask for some skin in the game, if you will, from the landowner. Sometimes it's a hard no. Sometimes it's, well, a little bit. Why do you need it? And the answer is because if you can discount the cost of the land, we can use that as a, quote, old match contribution for a federal North American Wetland Conservation Act grant to help restore the land. It also leverages state RIM money to help pay to restore the land by donating that land to the DNR with a discount from the landowner. Say they discounted $10,000. We had one, they discounted $200,000, you know, and it doubles. And so we get $400,000 for the Minnesota DNR. We can't spend those dollars, but the DNR has been gracious to use those funds to buy seed to restore the land. So we're always looking at ways of stretching the budget and minimizing our restoration costs, because sometimes we run into projects that are really expensive to restore with county drain tile running through them. That gets real expensive real fast. But I'm not sure, I'm not going to say we're any better than anybody else. I just don't look at what other folks are doing. We do our own thing. We're following the same appraisal process as that everybody has to. So the price we pay for land in, say, Murray County should be the same as any other group appraising land there.
They're just buying lousy land.
Well, and
I like this system. That's all.
Mr. Chair, to your point, I mean, we do focus on land with drained wetlands, and the land that's for sale sometimes is the wetlands with really poorly drained wetlands that's flooded. So maybe that's part of it too.
Matt?
Yeah, the $9,000 an acre, I don't think I'd have been able to get that by my spouse if I tried to buy it for that myself. But John, I have a question for you with regard to the decision to acquire a land and have it turned into a wildlife area versus a WPA. I've asked a couple different people, and the answer I always get is, well, it might make sense one way or the other, but no one ever seems to explain what makes sense really means. Help me understand why we should take money that's generated by the state to buy a piece of property and then turn it over to have it be federally owned. And in particular, in the context of the shenanigans that happened out west earlier this year, where there were some attempts to sell the federal lands, and how do we have some protection on that, and why should we have it be federal land versus state land?
Mr. Chair and members, that's a great question. The first part is pretty easy to answer. When we go to buy land, we have a conversation with often both the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Minnesota DNR. And if we find the realty listing, for example, I send an email to my counterparts in both agencies, and I copy other relevant NGOs and say, hey, guys, folks, this tract's for sale. Looks like a good one to us. Our biologists with really good GIS skills put together maps showing all the drained wetlands and the proximity to other public lands and where they are. And then the agencies tell us whether they want to own and manage those lands. And sometimes both agencies say, yeah, we could accept those. Often it's, well, no, it's adjacent more to state land than federal land, and the feds would defer to the state, or the state would defer to the feds. I don't make those decisions. The agencies decide if they want us to buy those lands or not. So that's the first part of that question. As far as the second part, why we should buy land for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, first, we do this for the ducks. That's our mission. We do it for the ducks, and it's duck habitat. When I look at a map and we see, a parcel for sale that's bordered by state and federal land, we're looking at improving the habitat complex. And the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service does a great job of managing their lands. The Minnesota DNR does a great job of managing their lands. And if we can buy it and give it to one or the other and restore it, the ducks have the habitat. As far as protecting it from a sell-off of public lands, there's a notice of funding agreement that is recorded on the deed when we buy the land as required by OHF law, and it can't be sold. And the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has agreed to honor that when we transfer the land to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So the short answer is really, boy, if U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service wants to own and manage a piece of land that fits into, logically, when you look at a map, that it makes sense for them to own. And both agencies are trying to minimize their staff costs too, where instead of creating new little patches of habitat where their staff have to run hither and yon to do management, both agencies are trying to focus on building out, if you will, existing patches to make them more functional, but also minimize their staff costs. I would like to give Neil Powers the chance to address that too, since you asked in regards to federal funding, if he's on them. Okay.
I am. Thank you, John. I appreciate that. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, council members. My name is Neil Powers. I work for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I'm a project leader, and I'm coming to you today from sunny Fergus Falls. I do appreciate the question. Thank you so much. I was jotting down a few notes to try to really get at the crux of the why. I think the council member was really looking for some specific elements of what goes into that decision-making crucible when John, Ducks Unlimited, and others are making that determination of lands that might be transferred to the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources or to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So I jotted down a few things that might be of interest and help shed a little bit of light on that particular question. And so location is really important. John talked about the efficiency and the effectiveness of being able to cluster lands together. That really hits the nail on the head for us. It lowers the cost of managing those lands. It increases the efficiency of staff working on those lands if our lands are more closely associated with each other. One of the other that might not be as visible to the council is sometimes landowners are interested in selecting one agency over another when they're considering selling their properties. Some have an affinity for the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, others for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. It's a personal thing. Maybe it's rooted in past experiences. I don't know. It's a little bit different for every landowner, but I've certainly experienced that myself, where they're very specific in that they want this to be part of the National Wildlife Refuge System as opposed to some other ownership. Biological priorities is also another consideration that we take into account. And that goes back to the geographic location of where the property is. Our focus from the Fish and Wildlife Service perspective is primarily on migratory birds, waterfowl production. And so if you were to look at a map of the state of Minnesota, we're looking at the western half of the state, the southern portions of the state, as opposed to the arrowhead, which is more heavily wooded, which is primarily a focus more of the Minnesota DNR and some other federal agencies. And so I think it's a combination of those four elements: the location, geography, landowner desire, the biological priorities, and the mission of the agency, that all kind of form that backbone of how that decision comes to fold. Thank you, John.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I think what he didn't say is there may be lack of affinity that drives some decisions.
Yeah. And the fact that there's guidelines written in that says the land can't be sold. That's what I was interested in. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Next is WA04 Wetland Habitat Protection and Restoration Program, Phase 11. Go ahead.
Right. Chair Hartwell and council members, my name is Amelia Kino and I'm a restoration program manager with the Minnesota Land Trust. I'm joined by Chad Kingstrom, a protection program manager for the Land Trust, and Sean Pappen, private lands biologist with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service out of Fergus Falls. We wanted to thank you for your support on previous appropriations of the Land Trust Wetlands Program and for joining us just a couple months ago in Otter Tail County for the June council tour. We enjoyed being able to show off some of the work we've been doing and highlight the partnerships that make that possible each day. We are glad you're able to come out, and we truly appreciate your generous support. There are two components to this program, one focused on protection and the other on restoration and enhancement. Chad is going to give an overview of our program and dive into the protection side a little bit.
Thank you, Chair Hartwell and council members. For those of you who missed the tour or need a refresher, the Wetlands Program is centered within the Prairie Pothole region of West Central Minnesota, where wetlands, shallow lakes, and associated upland habitat are essential for waterfowl populations and many other native species. Starting out with our land protection activities, over the course of the Wetlands Program, the Land Trust has protected 6,900 acres, 68 miles of shoreline, and secured over $12 million in landowner leverage. Once we complete the projects currently in development, these totals rise to 7,500 acres and 76 miles of shoreline protected, with landowner leverage potentially passing $12.5 million. That's 10 square miles of protected habitat if you prefer that metric. For our wetlands 7 and 8 allocations, we have options signed for easements that will essentially zero out those appropriations, hopefully by the end of this calendar year. And for the appropriation that became active in July, this is Wetlands 10, 83% of those funds allocated for easement acquisition have been committed to projects that have already started. We are on track to have the majority of Wetlands 10 protection funds spent by this time next year. In this current proposal, we will continue with our focus on the protection of private lands. I'd like to call your attention to the handout provided to you on the topic of private lands conservation as our organization's response to that topic. It looks like this. Hopefully you all have it. If someone doesn't have this, we have some copies I can give you. So collaboration with partners such as the Fish and Wildlife Service and SWC has been vital to the expansion of our program. Additionally, landowners who have easements on their property are spreading the word about habitat protection, especially to their neighbors. An example of this is the 7 MLT easements totaling just over 950 acres directly north of Green Lake near New London, where we just added to over this past year. With additional funding, we have the opportunity to pursue a further 100 acres directly adjacent to one of these properties. We didn't ask for acquisition funding in phase 9 of this program to align our programming with demand. We feel like that was the right decision, but current demand far exceeds our available funding. Our request in this round for acquisition funding is based on the level of interest we are seeing in this program and the quality of applications coming forward. I'll let Emmy discuss the restoration side of the wetlands grant.
The Land Trust has been remarkably successful in using allocated funds both effectively and efficiently to maximize our impact within our program area. We have now completed restoration deliverables on 3 phases of this program, exceeding those deliverables by 110%, restoring or enhancing nearly 3,000 acres or 4.7 square miles of wetland and upland habitat. Across our 5 open appropriations, we have 54 projects either for 4,200 acres, either completed or on schedule for completion. 100% of the restoration enhancement funds of these 5 phases have been expended or are committed to already identified projects. Our projects are designed and implemented in partnership with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's Partners for Fish and Wildlife program, and typically extend 3 to 4 years due to the complexity, caliber, and required seasonally dependent activities. Because of this, we only report a project as completed once each activity is wrapped up and final cleanup has occurred, any disturbed ground is seeded, and any issues have been resolved, this typically being at the end of the grant period. So, why are we asking for more funding when we have so many projects already funded and lined out? It is because the scale at which we are doing this work. For those of you on the tour, I hope it was apparent that this isn't just a couple of us out getting projects on the ground, but an incredible team with some fantastic partnerships. That is what allows us to confidently come here and tell you we are capable to committing to more work. Also, what you saw was only part of the picture. The projects included under this proposal are covered under 3 wetland management districts, expanding into the Southwest with projects led by Land Trust staff, multiple service biologists, and additional capacity from other partners. This proposal is just the next step to keeping that momentum going. Through this proposal, the Land Trust, in partnership with the service, will restore or enhance over 2,500 acres or 4 square miles of habitat on 40 already identified parcels protected in easement by the Land Trust or the service. Now, in case you missed it, our main partner on this program is the Fish and Wildlife Service. So Sean is here to speak on behalf of them, and I'll hand it off to him to, I don't know, we'll see where it goes.
Thanks, Emmy. Chair Hartwell and council members, thanks for having us here. I'm here to voice my support for this program. I've been working with the Land Trust since 2016. I'm the private lands biologist at the Fergus Falls Wetland Management District for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I've been working for Fish and Wildlife Service for 22 years and been at the Fergus Falls District for 16 years. The need for this program is at an all-time high in my career. The list that the Minnesota Land Trust and the Fish and Wildlife Service has is very, very long on the people who want us to be involved with protecting their properties with easements and restoring habitat. Our restoration list is very large. In fact, now we have more than 3,000 wetland basins waiting to be restored on easements that we have recently closed. One of the key limiting factors in protecting more land is funding for habitat restoration and enhancement. Both the dollars for the biologists on the ground and also the dollars to get the job done. Most easement tracts we purchase are in need of restoration. Wetland basins are drained. In some cases, we have more than 50 basins on one single property that need restored. Prairies are degraded with invasive species and tree encroachment. This work is extremely expensive. It costs way more than it used to when I first started working. It takes days, sometimes weeks, sometimes months to plan for these restorations, elevation surveys, then comes the bidding, permitting, staking, construction supervision. An example of all this work was you guys were out on the tour with us this year in our Fergus Falls district. We ended the tour at a property owned by the Fergus Falls Fish and Game Club, which is one of our Fish and Wildlife Service conservation easements. This particular property had 12 wetland restorations, restoring 84 acres of prairie pothole wetlands, and it enhanced over 200 acres of uplands. It involved lots of permitting and a lot of time to get that project on the ground. Another hallmark of our program is working with working lands, especially cattle producers. We do a lot of work with them. Our easements can be used for grass-based agriculture. They can be grazed year-round, and they can be hayed after July 15th each year. In many cases, these producers are involved, these producers are wanting our services for the restoration almost more than the easement payment. So in summary, I can't stress enough how important this partnership is to our agency and our priority landscapes. We can't protect landscapes with millions of dollars of duck stamp funds without the restoration dollars to restore this habitat.
And yeah, with that, we wanted to thank you for your time and consideration for this proposal. This wetlands program is truly a public-private partnership. Funding provided by the state of Minnesota, conservation easements procured and restored by the Land Trust and the service, and active participation of private landowners and local contractors to restore and protect their lands. So with that, we can take any questions.
Suzanne?
Yeah, we sort of touched on this earlier on some of these other presentations, but in your budget, under easement acquisition, you have leverage from landowners of $500,000. So are they discounting prices or are they pitching in funding? How does that work?
That's from them not taking the total value of their easement. They're leaving money on the table essentially.
Okay. Thank you.
Are you using the reverse bid process to get that landowner contribution?
Thank you for the question, Chair Hartwell. Often that just comes from a conversation with the landowners. We can do some of that reverse bid, but often it's once we get into the project with the landowner, we're just having conversation with them, expressing to them how we get this grant funding, and that the funding also comes with a requirement to try to get landowner leverage. And so oftentimes it's just a question and a conversation with them to see if that works out for their finances. But often when I do it, it's just a one-on-one conversation with them.
You don't ask, you don't get.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just looking at, we've had lots of discussions about cost per acre, and you have a really great breakdown in your proposal. Help me understand, just for an example, the cost per acre in one county. I'm looking at Douglas County, and I see all of these are prairie acquisitions. I see a 40-acre plot for $240,000. I see a 37-acre plot for $111,000. I see a 9-acre plot for $120,000, and I see a 20-acre plot for $120,000. But they're all in the same county, and they're all prairie. Help us understand a little bit more about why you can have such a wide variation in cost per acre within the same county for prairie acquisitions.
So, are you looking at our list of parcels at the bottom?
Yeah.
So those are all restoration or enhancement sites. So that entire list are those 40 sites. They're already protected by Fish and Wildlife Service or previous MLT
Great, okay.
protections. So there's,
So the restore.
these are restore enhancement
The
prices.
question's still invalid though.
Yeah.
Cost per acre is wildly different.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'll take a stab at that. So that table, I was a part of making that table.
I feel for you.
But basically, it's all related to the complexity of the wetland restoration. Some of them are just laced with drain tile. We can't impact neighbors, larger watersheds, the structure has to be more beefier. It might require engineering, whereas a simple restoration, a small wetland in the middle of a grassland that's not going to impact anything, we can restore that wetland for $500 or something.
That makes more sense with it being a restoration versus acquisition.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's great. Thank you.
And remember, we're restoring easements.
Great. Thank you very much. Next is WREO2 Howard Lake Habitat Restoration. Getting 5 minutes. Not bad. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the council. My name is Alicia O'Hare. I am the Water Resource Specialist for Wright Soil and Water Conservation District. I'll let my partners introduce themselves.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Forster with Minnesota Lakes and Rivers Advocates.
Kurt Forrest, president of the Howard Lake Watershed Alliance.
Chairman Committee, my name is Nick Hagenmiller. I'm with the City of Howard Lake.
It is my pleasure to present to you a restoration of the aquatic habitat in Howard Lake. We anticipate that over 5 years of this project, we will restore the native plant abundance, enhance the fishery, and improve the water quality of the lake, water clarity of the lake. Quality too. I want to begin by saying that Howard Lake was carefully chosen for this project. There are 169 named lakes in Wright County. Each one is its own unique and complex ecosystem. So we couldn't just pull one out of a hat. The selection process really began more than 20 years ago when volunteers like Kurt Forrest began collecting citizen science data on the lake. 20 years later, in 2022, the citizen science data led Wright Soil and Water to conduct feasibility studies on 5 lakes, including Howard Lake, to determine what could be done to restore them. We considered runoff, water quality, plant habitat, carp populations, and carp movement. After 3 years of study, Howard Lake stood out based on the dominant curlyleaf pondweed population and elevated carp populations. In addition, factors such as improving water quality, carp isolation, led us to believe that a habitat restoration was practical. We talked to the Department of Natural Resources to verify that such a project would be allowed. Standard treatment permits only allow for a small portion of the vegetated area in a lake to be treated. Howard Lake requires half of the vegetated area to be treated to restore the habitat. The DNR agreed to allow the variance to treat the entire population for up to 5 years. The suggested project uses a chemical called fluoridone to treat the entire lake for 2 years. Then in years 3 through 5, we will shift to spot treatments using chemicals such as endothol, 2,4-D, or flumoxin to treat the remaining populations. Assisted revegetation will begin in year 3, and carp removal is also part of the plan beginning in year 1. As a decrease in the carp population will reduce damage to new plants. This project was not created in a vacuum. We reached out to local stakeholders, the City of Howard Lake Watershed Alliance, and local sports groups. We held public meetings for discussion, questions, and concerns. When it came to a vote, only 2 objected out of 50 people in attendance. Recently, the City of Howard Lake and the Howard Lake Watershed Alliance have committed local funding towards the project should we receive funding from this council. The timing was right to seek funding for Howard Lake because its watershed is included in a 319 small watershed grant, which is scheduled to renew in October of this year. Unfortunately, the available funding is not enough to continue the project long-term. And additionally, this source does not allow for revegetation tasks. So we decided to turn to the Outdoor Heritage Fund. The funding provided by this council will expand the scope and length of the project. I would like to note that we did claim federal funding as leverage in our grant application. However, we do not have it secured, and given the uncertainty in the federal budget, the Soil and Water Board of Supervisors stepped up to demonstrate our commitment. If some or all of the federal allocation to this project is removed, the SWCD has committed up to $100,000 to help replace those costs. Although these funds would otherwise go towards other projects, they are solely contingent on the change in federal funding. I would also like to note that in the grant proposal, I did declare this project as not scalable, but a slight variation in the budget would allow for the project to go forward. We have also been in contact with several researchers at the University of Minnesota who are interested in this project. No outdoor heritage funds would be used for research, but the university indicates that if the project goes forward, they will seek other funding to study the outcomes in detail. This is a unique project with many opportunities to gain and share knowledge. In conclusion, I want to reiterate our goal for this project is to restore the habitat of Howard Lake to a state that is protected from endangerment of aquatic invasive species with continued local management. Thank you for the time to review our project as well as other projects submitted this cycle. I would like to turn it over to my partners just to speak on the significance of the project. Kurt?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and council members. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today and talk about the community support in Howard Lake. As we've worked on improving the water quality in Howard Lake, battling AIS over the last 2 decades, a coalition of the community has developed. This coalition includes the city government, the sportsman club, and the lake residents. Partnering with Soil and Water, we have addressed the components of the proposal individually. When Alicia presented a draft of this proposal at a public meeting, as she's mentioned, last fall, the excitement in the room was palpable. It was tremendous. Of all the projects we've done together in the past, I've never felt that type of excitement prior. So I got to think, why is that? Well, the proposal before you is a whole meal deal, if I may put it that way. Now, there's nothing new in the proposal. All the individual components are known and have shown to improve aquatic habitats. What is new, however, is that it's all in one package. This is something that cannot be done by a local community due to financial restrictions. To improve the habitats in this manner is just, as Alicia again alluded to, it's quite unique. All pieces in one package is just phenomenal. So today I come before you asking for your support in this endeavor. Approval of this project would be a stand not only for Howard Lake, but in my belief, for all lakes in Minnesota to attain clean waters and natural habitat. Thank you for your time.
Yes, good morning or good afternoon, Chairman Hartwell and members of the committee. My name is Jeff Forster, Minnesota Lakes and Rivers. We work with we have over 300 Lake Association members around the state. And of course, all of them are concerned with improving water quality in specific lakes. Some of our partners from time to time have been able to take action and remove lakes, work to remove lakes from the impaired waters list. And in every case, it's a collaboration among different levels of government with strong community support. And so when I see that kind of group coming together with local communities, local government units, citizen support, state support, I get excited, and so we strongly support this project.
Mr. Chairman and committee, once again, thank you for this opportunity. In respect of time, I would simply like to acknowledge and confirm local support as we've demonstrated here before you, but also acknowledge the fact that we also sort of feel like a David versus Goliath situation, both ecologically and financially. So while you look at the requests before you, there are all these big, grand requests. This one comes far smaller in the scope of your world, but in ours, it's the world. So once again, thank you for that opportunity. I think we would entertain any questions or comments that you may have.
Suzanne?
Yeah. In reading through your proposal, there's a couple of places where you talk about limiting recruitment of carp or barriers that to prevent recruitment. I have no idea what that means.
So carps, thank you for the question. Carp spend their summers in the lake itself, but they spawn in wetlands. So there are a couple of wetlands upstream of Howard Lake. So we are looking into utilizing some barriers, electronic or physical, to prevent the carp from reaching their spawning grounds.
Okay.
What does looking into mean? Do you have the money for it, or what define that a little better?
Thank you for the question. The two different types of the barriers we need DNR support. They generally don't like the physical barriers, but with the amount of money available from this council, we could utilize electronic barriers that prevent the carp from moving into the wetland area.
You say could. Is that part of the proposal?
Yes.
Okay.
Matt?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. You have laid out a 5-year program here on the back page. Is this request, can you clarify, was this $700,000 for all 5 years or for year 1 of a 5-year program?
Thank you for the question. It is for all 5 years.
Important to know. Thank you.
Carol?
So what's your measurement of success at the end of this program? At the end of 5 years, and even look ahead beyond that, another 5 years, what do you hope the lake to do at the end of 10 years, we'll say?
Thank you for the question. Our primary measurement of success would be the decrease in the curly-leaf pondweed population. There's currently 150 acres on the lake, which is half of the vegetated area. So to see that number decrease by, we're hoping 90%, would be one measurement of success. Also, they did just do a fish survey last year, I believe, so we could see a change in the fish index. And then also the increase in the native plant populations. We did a full survey of the lake of all the native plant populations in 2022, so we could compare that record of the plant abundance and frequency in the lake.
What other fish exist in the lake?
You want to take that one? Fish that exist in the lake?
It's a multi-species lake. It's a large bass population lake, but it also has a good deal of panfish, perch, bluegill, and northern. It's and a few walleye come up every once in a while as well. It is well, and for that reason, it's well supported also by our local sportsman's club. And yeah, the other thing I would throw in at this time was that Howard Lake is actually a game refuge according to the DNR. That's historically and the residents still take a pride in the fact that our lake is a game refuge, and we strive to take care of it so it remains in good health for the wildlife, both fowl and the fisheries. The other thing we could add is that we have been, I have asked DNR Fisheries what they thought that this project might do to the fisheries, and having experienced in other lakes and states, it doesn't seem to harm the fishery. The fish, bass, for example, might move from one area to the next, but the numbers really don't change that much. And as Alicia alluded to, with revegetation, we're going to end up with better vegetation for the fishery than what we have at this time.
And I'll add one thought. The curly leaf pondweed as a species is particularly concerning for fisheries because it pulls phosphorus from the bottom of the lake, and then when it dives back, releases that phosphorus, which can drive algae blooms, creating anoxic conditions. So like curly leaf pondweed of the AIS is one that can really impact the number of fish that a lake can support. So we would expect it to get better.
Thank you.
So I have two questions for you. One is just, I'm struggling to think through the sustainability. You do the work for 5 years and then you still got curly leaf pondweed and it just respreads, and you still have carp and they multiply. So how do you maintain this? And the second is, you mentioned it is sort of scalable, but you didn't define what that is. You better define that for us.
Thank you for the question. So the first question was the longevity of the question. I think it kind of comes down to trying to explain to my 5-year-old daughter why she needs to clean her room every day instead of, just when you can't walk in it anymore. Howard Lake is at the stage where there's portions of the lake that are really difficult to boat in. So if we can do the one big cleanup with this council's assistance and investment, then it's all little investments to maintain it, and that can be supported by the local stakeholders. As far as our rock bottom funding amount, I would say 600,000 is we could go forward with this project with that amount of money.
Great, thank you. Well, Ron's got a question.
A couple of things on my mind here. As you may know, there's a huge controversy going in Lake Minnetonka now about this same stuff that you're asking to do, about the chemicals. They not only kill invasive plants, they kill the native as well. There's some impact on the fish. You're doing the curly leaf pondweed in June. That's when the bass are spawning. I'm not sure DNR knows. But anyway, in Minnetonka, they've been fighting curly leaf pondweed for 100 years, and they're still fighting it. So I don't think, as David just mentioned, I don't know about the longevity here. What about your lakeshore cabin owners? How much spraying are they doing? And what chemicals are they using? I think you have to get all permits from DNR, I'm sure. I know I've just been asking questions here, but, and I know the carp are going to come back unless you really take great pains. You haven't mentioned about trapping them in the wintertime, which is very effective. Anyway.
All very good points, Mr. Chair. First, the treatment for the curly leaf will be done in April, not June. And the reason for that, as you've just pointed out, is because this is prior to most native plants beginning their summer growth. The curly leaf, as I'm sure you know, is one of the first plants to sprout after, well, even during the ice season. And so we can treat that early on, again, without the effect of the other, without as much effect as the other plants. It is also hoped that once the curly leaf is controlled, yes, there will be curly leaf, but as Alicia's alluded to, it'll be a sustainable amount that we can treat locally and keep it under control. I won't go into the history of the curly leaf in Howard Lake, but it has been there for at least 50, if not 60 years. And with our current, without being able to treat it, it has mushroomed to the amount that it is now. It's not, we cannot treat both milfoil and the curly leaf due to, again, financial constraints of a small lake. The carp question, right now the carp population is probably the lowest it's been in the lake. There is a grate at the only channel that the carp can migrate up into the lake from. So the only way we can have carp in the lake is reproduction. Studies have shown that there's very little, if any, reproduction for the last 5 or 6 years. And that's one of the reasons we are also asking for the barriers, is to prevent what carp is there to get up into the shallower areas to spawn. So it's our hope that we'll be able to control those as well.
If I may add something, the carp project we identified was using our movement study. We tagged carp and then tracked their movement. They all happened to congregate at that outlet barrier. So our removal would concentrate on utilizing that as well as those tags to know when a good removal will happen.
Did you have a question or can we go on?
The Honorable Mr. Shara's question listed all
Great.
the answers I needed.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We're going to move on. Next is WRE 03, Living Shallow Lakes and Wetland Enhancement Restoration Initiative.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and council members. I'm John Lindstrom, Manager of Conservation Programs with Ducks Limited in Minnesota. And I help guide the delivery of our conservation program here. We have a team of 10 biologists and 7 professional engineering staff to enhance, restore, and manage wetlands, prairies, and other habitats in Minnesota. I'm joined by Stephen Hogg with Three Rivers Park District and also Neil Powers with the Fish and Wildlife Service. This proposal is phase 12 of our ongoing shallow lake enhancement and wetland restoration program that focuses on enhancing large marshes or shallow lakes and enhancing or restoring smaller prairie pothole wetlands. We also enhance and restore uplands in support of our wetland work. 90% of Minnesota's prairie wetlands have been drained. Frankly, the wetlands that are left usually are too degraded to support aquatic plants. You kind of just heard that with the previous testimony quite a bit. It's not just plants though, the invertebrates that breeding and migrating ducks require for food and also egg production usually are lacking. And there's usually excessive nutrient loads and invasive fish such as carp. Many wetlands that are left have been partially drained. That opens up invasion from hybrid cattail, reed, canary grass, and trees, resulting in wetlands that ducks can't access. And in turn, it limits the length of time migrating ducks might spend in Minnesota or the chance that a pair of ducks will settle down to try and breed in the state. We work with our partners to enhance the larger wetlands and shallow lakes that were too deep to drain years ago and remain on the landscape, while also restoring and enhancing the smaller ones and enhancing degraded wetlands on public land too. Our goal is to make those basins as ecologically productive as possible to maximize habitat conditions for waterfowl and other wildlife and build productive complexes around these remaining basins, much like we did at Indian Lake. So a couple years ago, There's a tour stop at Indian Lake. This past summer was also the site of Ducks Limited's annual project dedication. And I thank the staff and council members who were able to make it to help us celebrate everything we were able to do there to benefit wetland dependent wildlife. I was there last week. The basin looks fantastic with a diverse assemblage of wetland plants. On our handout in the middle on the back is a aerial photo we took of Indian Lake showing the clear water and the emergent vegetation. And I think it's interesting, when we're doing these lake projects, they frequently need management plans. And in the DNR management plan for Indian Lake, it references a 1958 DNR lake survey that had average water clarity at that time of 1 foot deep across the basin. It took almost 70 years, including over a decade of time by Ducks Unlimited, but we were finally able to improve that lake with an outlet pipeline and water control structure that will allow management in the future. And you can see in that aerial photo the clear water persisting. Through this proposal, DU will enhance 1,500 acres of shallow lakes and wetlands by engineering and installing water control structures used for temporary drawdowns to rid the lakes of carp and rejuvenate their aquatic ecology. We also enhance smaller pothole wetlands and adjacent prairie by removing sediment and trees. And we hire private contractors by competitive bids to do all this work. In western Minnesota, we are now a half decade into our waterfowl production area small wetlands partnership with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We have leveraged both federal Inflation Reduction Act funding and North American Wetland Conservation Act funding to enhance and restore small wetlands on existing WPAs in western Minnesota. We visited one of those sites, Baugh Lakes WPA, on the council tour earlier this summer. It's important to note those WPAs we're working on are making up the backbone of some of the best remaining habitat complexes for waterfowl in Minnesota. John Schneider was up here a little bit ago and he talked about how most complexes nowadays are too small to benefit breeding waterfowl. We're focusing strategically on the best of the best. By this time next year, we will be approaching 1,000 enhanced small wetlands on WPAs through this small wetlands program. Again, focusing on the best of the best for breeding landscapes of upland nesting waterfowl in Minnesota. So most of the ducks here are nesting in the uplands. They're not overwater nesters. So we need to make sure the wetlands are there and available and uplands are there and available too. So Minnesota is obviously still a land of 10,000 lakes. Small wetlands are really important, but just for some reference, I've been doing this for about a decade. And I tell people when I'm talking to the public or landowners that restorations of wetlands over 10 acres in size don't walk through the door every day. Subsurface tile, drainage ditching, and lack of appropriate riparian flowage rights all combine to make larger wetland restorations difficult and lengthy to accomplish. Restorations of a lake, which by DNR's definition are over 50 acres in size, are even more rare and difficult to accomplish. Through the council's support of this program, we were able to help restore 66-acre Butler Lake just outside of Grove City. It was drained by hand over a century ago, literally by hand. There's work logs that the Fish and Wildlife Service has in their office that shows the daily work reports for the workers trying to put this giant tile on handmade oak X braces through the bottom of a wetland. Again, I stopped out there on my way through town and it's amazing to see a lake come back to life. Clear water, abundant vegetation, ducks, swans, coots swimming around in the water and black terns overhead, all in year one of a lake being restored. DU is currently working on a handful of lake restoration projects that will have similar success stories in the next year or two. For this phase 12 proposal, over 81% of our requested budget is for contractors with private construction firms to build water control structures and do the small wetlands work across the western part of the state. The remainder of the budget's for staff time and other equipment and materials needed to do this work when we scrape out these small wetlands and put that sediment back where it came from on the uplands. We are doing that to expose a historic seed bank, but we're also trying to buy and install a seed mix to prevent further establishment of those plants we don't want there. As noted in the handout that was just passed around, we've completed phases 1 through 6. We're working on the final report for phase 7 and phase 8's final report will be soon. We spent 38% of phase 9, 12% of phase 10, and started our new phase 11 grant And over the last 3 years, we've enhanced or restored 661 wetlands through this program, totaling almost 2,000 acres. So in addition to all that spending I just referenced, I know one of the questions is about the amount of funding we have on hand. So we're, as we stand right now, we are sitting on over $4 million in signed contracts with construction firms across the state. We have a team of biologists and engineering technicians that are waiting for site conditions to improve. We also have bids opening tomorrow for a new partnership with Sherburne National Wildlife Refuge to enhance the project there. So we expect by the end of the calendar year to have about $10 million left in funding. So this program I'm managing is a $5 to $10 million a year program. So our remaining funding would get used up fast. This is a small snapshot of our larger enhancement and restoration program that's currently working with over 20 partner offices on 150 active projects. In the lower right-hand corner of that handout, you can see a picture of Lake 2 in full drawdown. This is a project we completed last winter with Three Rivers Park District. Here to tell you more about our work there is Stephen Hogg, Senior Manager of Wildlife with Three Rivers Park District.
And you're running late, so be quick.
Okay. Thanks, John. Good afternoon, Chair and council members. My name is Stephen Hogg, work as a Senior Wildlife Manager at Three Rivers. We own and operate 27,000 acres of property in and across the 5-county metro area. We have 7 park reserves that are anywhere between 2,000 and 6,000 acres. The Park District's mission is to promote environmental stewardship through recreation, education in a natural resources-based park system. And our vision is every person can connect with nature every day. And so this vision and this mission really emphasizes how important natural resources is within the Park District, and is why we have 29 full-time staff and over 40 seasonal staff and Conservation Corps members. We're dedicated to protecting, managing, and restoring native plant communities and wildlife in the parks, and the Park District has had a natural resources department since the 70s. So that's why we're home to over 15 species of listed as greatest conservation need. So we have 44 water control structures. Some of these were installed over 50 years ago, and we've been working to replace those over the last decade and a half. But in 2024, Ducks Unlimited really played a big role in that. Lake 2 is a 40-acre shallow lake that's located in Carver Park near the city of Victoria. And through Ducks Unlimited, we utilize their biologists, their engineers, and their project managers to install a redesigned water control structure that now allows us to effectively draw down that wetland. Dewatering the lake previously was not possible because that lake was actually built for a planned housing development at the time before the Park District acquired that property in the 60s and 70s. And so I often compare water control structure drawdowns similar to prescribed fires. With the right frequency, duration, and timing, these disturbances really do create diversity. And so with being able to effectively dewater Lake 2, we've been able to remove a non-native goldfish population that was living in the lake. We've oxidized wetland soils. We've allowed the lake to freeze down to effectively reduce and possibly kill curly-leaf pondweed, and exposed a native seed bank that was there. And I was there recently, and the flush of vegetation that's there of emergent wetland annual and perennial plants is truly, it's truly amazing.
I'm gonna cut you off.
Sounds good. Yeah, thank you.
Questions? Suzanne?
Yeah, just hopefully very quickly, you list IRA funding from the federal government. It was my understanding that most of that IRA funding under this new administration had been yanked. Is that still available to you?
Mr. Chair and members, I'm not going to try and wade into federal level politics. I know some entities' IRA money was taken away. Speaking on for DU's IRA money, for whatever reason, our IRA money is still available and flowing to do this work.
That's good news.
You know about as much as I do.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? I had a question. I asked about the scaling, and what I picked up was that your budget, if it was scaled back, would would be reduced, but it said without jeopardizing staffing and progress to keep future projects viable. If you get half the money, how many staff people are you not going to be employing? I want a direct answer, not some, we're going to keep them all around because maybe in the future we'll use them. What are you not going to do?
Mr. Chair, thanks for the question. When I'm building these proposals, it's a programmatic ask that could live for 4 or 5 years. So the ask I'm making, if I was fully funded, I'm not expecting to be back here next year or the year after that. So if we are funded at a 50% level, I would half whatever the staff time in the proposal is. DU's not going to let a person go as like, I'm not, as a manager, I don't want to be letting staff go because of a reduction in funding. If we were given a 50% allocation, we're not going to run into that issue. We're going to look to leverage our funds through other private dollars and public dollars. But if we were given a 50% recommendation, I'm not going to have to make those kinds of critical decisions.
So are you going to keep employing 8 full-time people with the money that comes out of this budget?
Yeah, we have a diverse, I mean, we have a big team that we have 18 biologists and engineers in the state that are partially funded by every program that DU has testified for today. So we are putting the pieces of the pie together. We don't just take 8 of our people and say, you're working on the projects through John Lindstrom versus John Schneider versus Logan Shoup. We have a specific project number for every project we are trying to do that may be funded by several different years of several different programs. The ask is for a several year funding of this program those staff people could be funded by this or others. So like, we don't have staff just pigeonholed to the money that I'm trying to secure.
So let me ask it a different way. You're asking for 15 million. If we gave you 15 million, we wouldn't see your face for 3 years?
Mr. Chair, if you saw me before then, I'd have a whole list of accomplishments that you guys would be pretty proud for based on our reputation.
All right. Just
you are. Mr. Chair, it reminds Ms. Jane Kingston used to be on the council and would say that exact thing. I think her quote at one set of testimonies was, I kind of wish I could just give you your full ask and not see you again for 4 years. I would prefer to manage less appropriations, but this is the world I'm living in.
All right. Good enough. Thank you. Next is WRE 05, Talcott Lake. What happened to 04?
That was, yeah. We can do this. I know, let's check this list.
Like, oh man, what did I do?
So which one is it?
It's included. Oh, it's 7. It's the one. Go ahead.
Chairman Hartwell and Lessard-Sams council members, my name is Ricky Leon, and I have the pleasure of working with the Minnesota DNR Wetland Habitat Team. I will go ahead and introduce the people here with me today. At my far right is Area Wildlife Manager Bill Shuna. And directly next to me is Shallow Lake Specialist Maggie Gross. They are the experts on the project I'm bringing forward today, Talcott Lake, a 1,000-acre shallow lake in Cottonwood County. Talcott Lake has a non-functioning structure and fish barrier at its outlet that was built in 1936. Our proposal requests the necessary funding to engineer and construct a functioning water control structure and a rock riffle fish passage. With that, I am going to first pass things over to Maggie Gross, our shallow lake specialist out of Wyndham.
Thank you, Ricky. Chairman Hartwell and council members, I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of background on Talcott Lake WMA and the dam on the lake, and then kind of an overview too of the current conditions out there. So as Ricky mentioned, Talcott Lake is almost 1,000 acres and it's a shallow lake located in Cottonwood County near Dundee, Minnesota. And it has a long history of being managed for fish and wildlife and was first established as a national wildlife refuge in cooperation with the state around 1930, with the purpose of being managed for migratory waterfowl. And then the DNR and Fish and Wildlife Service worked together to add additional acres of land to that refuge. And eventually the Fish and Wildlife Service shifted management and ownership of that land to the state, which established the Talcott Lake Wildlife Management Area. And currently that management area is over 5,300 acres in size, and Talcott Lake is completely contained within that WMA. A dam was built at the outlet of the lake in 1936 on the northeast side by the Works Progress Administration to help stabilize water levels out there. And the infrastructure that was constructed included a 250-foot long clay cord dike and a 175-foot concrete weir with a 16 by 16-foot radial arm gate that allowed for water level management. In 1968, the dam was renovated to raise the lake level by 18 inches and provide more water control. Then in 2007, that radial arm gate failed and was replaced with stop logs. But due to high water flows through that outlet, a decision was made to fill the steel stop logs with concrete and weld them together in sets of 4 to increase the weight, which resulted in each set weighing around 200 pounds. So our water level management capabilities out there are pretty much non-existent because we need a crane to even remove any of those stop logs from the structure. And over the years, the dam has continued to degrade, and there's been multiple sandbagging efforts that have taken place to help reinforce the infrastructure there, especially during high water years like 2024. And so the condition of the dam is poor. It's almost 90 years old, and it's really in need of renovation or replacement. As far as current habitat conditions out there, the most recent fish lake survey that was conducted was done in 2020. And it found that the most abundant species in the lake were black bullheads, white suckers, big mouth buffalo, catfish, common carp, and walleye. And it's important to note that the walleye in Talcott Lake are naturally sustaining, which is kind of rare for Southwest Minnesota. So Talcott Lake is a popular recreational fishing spot, and that would be something we would take into consideration as this project moves forward, because we would like to keep that and increase fish passage. And then as far as fish stocking, within the last 10 years, the only stocking that has taken place was in 2023, and that consisted of northern pike fingerlings. The most recent wildlife lake habitat survey took place in 2023, and we found an average water depth of around 4 feet, and average water clarity was only half a foot. No submersed vegetation was found throughout the whole lake, and cattail was only recorded at one of our sampling points. We did observe a little duckweed on a few parts of the basin, and we didn't find any invertebrates out there. And we also noted that there are lots of pelicans, cormorants, terns, and great blue herons, which are all species that eat fish and indicate that the habitat conditions for wildlife and waterfowl out there are not great. So I'll turn it over to Bill Shuna to kind of elaborate more on the project we're proposing.
Commissioner Hartwell, or Chairman Hartwell and council members, I've been with the DNR since 2001 and at Talcott Lake since 2013. And I'm here to express my gratitude for the projects you funded. I'm out almost every day seeing the prairies that are restored and the shallow lakes that are enhanced through your funding. And Talcott Lake is in serious need of some help. So I'm hoping that that you can fund this project. Our vision is to see clear water and ducks. Right now, I drive back to Talcott every day, and the waterfowl use could be a lot better and used to be a lot better. There used to be thousands of Canada geese that stopped at Talcott in the fall and the spring, and thousands of ducks. And these last years, it's
been pretty abysmal. It
And
needs
you're
help.
even willing to put on a tie to get it.
I wear jeans and a flannel shirt in the winter and short sleeve shirt in the summer and boots. I don't wear this attire at all. But I'm really I would invite all of you to come and look at Talcott as it is now. You'll see the green water, the lack of water clarity. It's in really poor condition. Granted, it's a flowage of the Des Moines River, but in a drought year, we could conduct a drawdown. We could have the last 2 years, except for last June when we had the flood. But after last June, the rain shut off and we could have done a drawdown easily.
Great. Questions? Okay.
Maybe because I drive past Talcott Lake quite frequently. It looks beautiful to me. But you've got $1 million to basically design a new water control structure and about $6.5 million to replace the water control structure. And that's going to solve the green water problem and what else?
The new water control structure we envision is a rock weir for fish passage because the fishery is disconnected. The fish that get into Talcott all come in from Lake Chetek, all the way from Lake Yankton through Long Lake, Lake Chetek, and then into Talcott. And the rock weir, so then that would connect the fishery. But then adding a drawdown structure so we could conduct drawdowns when conditions allow, which would be during a drought condition, so that we could get revegetation when the water returns. Aquatic plants, then you get the food web shows up, you get the bugs, you get the duck food, you get the ducks showing up to eat the bugs and the plants.
So just to clarify, this is really two structures. One is the rock weir for normal conditions, and one is a bypass to create a drawdown.
Exactly.
Ron?
Yeah, I'm thinking of Heron Lake, that history there. I'm not quite sure how you can draw it down and maintain the fishery. You have to get rid of those carp and bullheads. I know that. And so you draw it down and all those fish die, including the beloved walleye. And so then it comes back up and you have great vegetation and the ducks return. But then you're going to have an access for fish. Doesn't that bring your carp back in? Or how's that going to work? It just seems to me Talcott Lake has to be a duck lake or a fishing lake. I don't know if you can do both.
Chairman Hartwell, Councilman Shara, we can have both. And Marsh Lake is a good example. The drawdown, yes, will kill a lot of fish, and that's our hope, but fisheries can restock, and they will. And with our lakes down in southwest Minnesota, the growth factor is their fish grow really fast. So we should have a functional fishery very, very quickly.
Daryl?
So I'm just looking at your funding that we've gotten in the past, and so I'm a bit confused because it sounds like you kind of got a one-up thing, but really it's not, because it's a kind of multiple-year project on this, if I understand this. So you've gotten 14.2 million. You've only spent 5.6 million to date, so you still have 8.6 million that you haven't spent. What's the status with that, and why is it taking so long to get your project where it apparently needs to be?
Chairman Hartwell and council members, I attempted to answer that question in my written responses I sent a few weeks ago, if you got those. The question in the proposal when I was preparing this Talcott Lake proposal was, have you received OHF funding previously? And I acknowledge that, yes, I have. None of that funding was for Talcott Lake. Those were my programmatic proposals. That was for Big Rice. It was for Marsh Lake. So none of that funding was for Talcott Lake.
Thank you. Sorry.
You're welcome.
Maybe a clarification in the application. is needed.
Matt?
Daryl got it. Thank you.
Okay.
What if there was no water control structure there at all? What would Talcott Lake be?
An impoundment. Plain and simple, an impoundment that ducks and geese might stop it just before freeze up. There's no food for waterfowl right now, very little.
So what happens if you get 2.5 million?
Chairman Hartwell and council members, we're estimating $1 million just for the engineering of this project, the different components
I
of it.
got that.
And then 6.5 million for the actual construction. 2.5 million would get us, we could move ahead with the engineering, absolutely. The 1.5 million, we would have to talk with the engineers and the construction managers to figure out what could we do with that amount of money. It wouldn't be enough to complete the project, certainly, and we'd be back looking for the rest of it.
So you'd sit on the money till you got more.
We wouldn't sit on the first $1 million,
Yeah.
Chairman Hartwell. We would move ahead with that engineering, but that would not be enough to complete the project. And there was reference made to this being like Marsh Lake, which it very much is. This is a smaller version of Marsh Lake, which turned out incredible. But we had to keep coming back. I shouldn't say many times, but a couple times we had to come back for additional funding to keep that going. And that was a project that also had a tremendous influx of federal money.
So you need $1 million to get your engineering done. How long does it take to do the engineering?
Chairman Hartwell and council members, so the money would become available July 1 of next year. I would hope that we would have done all the work needed to have a consulting engineer, if that's what's needed. We would be talking with our current DNR engineering staff to figure out, do they have the expertise to take on a project like this? We actually have an engineer on staff who is really good at rock riffles, these fish passage structures. But they may say we need to add in a consulting company. I would hope that we would have all that figured out by July 1 of next year and hit the ground running. And then how long that takes, I don't know if they could get it done in 6 months or a year. I don't know.
I bet it's gonna take them a year anyway.
Just real
Suzanne?
quick, does the engineering cost include the process of getting permits and such as required?
Chairman Hartwell and council members, many times the permits need the information from the engineer. They need to know, okay, what about fill? How much wetland fill could be? I don't think there's any wetland fill associated with this project, but what are the different factors going into it? And then you take that information to go after the permits. I don't know that we would go after those permits until we knew there was money for construction, but we would have the information to go after those permits from the engineering.
All right, thank you. We're gonna take a break until 3:40.
Thank you. Marshall, it's probably about 50 miles away, so we don't let them resupply it already. I don't know. So they have. It's interesting. It's an interesting project. So all about it. I wish it could be broken up. Yeah. Because. Yeah, because if they funding isn't available. So they hired. I remember. They could, or they could, yeah, so I don't think they need that sound. I cannot. I can say
Yes, sir.
All right. Next is WRE 06 Rosa Lake Rehabilitation Phase 3.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartwell and committee members. I am Tracy Halstensgard. I'm the administrator for the Roseau River Watershed District, and I have with me today Tom, the area supervisor for the Roseau River WMA. We were just talking, and it was, I think, 10 years ago, that we were here for the original application to get design and the initial work done on this project. We were able to complete that, and as well as utilizing some of that funding for the first phase of construction. 10 years later, we're here hopefully to get what we need to complete the project, complete the construction. If you look at the map on the back, I'll just go over a few things that we've been working on the last couple of years. We completed phase 1, which is what we call the Northwest Embankment and the Pine Creek restoration portion of the project. We are currently under construction on phases 3 and 4, which are the East Embankment and the inlet structure. We've also been working on the mitigation for the project. Our hope today is that you guys will consider funding the remaining part of the puzzle, which is the north embankment, north of the river embankment. Either we have a segment that we call the west segment and then the east segment. Those are phases 5 and 6 on the map on the back. This project has had a lot of work put into it. We've had a lot of strong partnerships. We worked diligently with adjacent landowners and then really worked on developing management plans, operating plans, and how this project we see it benefiting the area in the future. So as you can kind of see the funding breakdown on the front page, we are looking at hopefully addressing the final construction, which we're estimating at approximately $9 million. We have applied for additional flood hazard mitigation bonding dollars, and we have applied for additional federal money. Unfortunately, we won't know if those are secured until October sometime. So we have, at this time, we're still requesting the full amount. The 2023 allocation for construction on this project, which is currently being used for what we call phases 3 and 4, we're at about 60% expended. And if the weather holds, we're looking to be 90 to 100% this construction season. So we've had some wet weather recently, so it's slowed things down somewhat. But we're going to be optimistic that September will turn us around and we can get some good construction late this fall. With that, I'll let Tom speak to some of the natural resource enhancement benefits that they are looking at gaining from this project.
Sure. Thank you, Tracy, and Chair and Council for having us, looking at this project. From DNR perspective, we have been looking at this area since the 1960s as potential for restoration and had feasibility studies as early as the 90s. And it came down to, this is the path forward to restoring this basin is a joint partnership project with flood damage benefits and natural resource benefits. And so, going forward, I see this as the perfect blend of the two. We have wildlife benefits in the area, even at the highest water levels that this would hold, where we have 5,000 acres flooded for waterfowl in the early spring. And then the remainder of the year, that's only 8% of the year really and those occasional events, the remainder of the year it's managed for wildlife. And so we can manage water levels and hold 3,000 acres of shallow water across this basin. In that 1 to 5 foot range because it's a gradual basin benefiting waterfowl. We see those benefits in the periodic flooding that occurs across the basin. You can see in the spring floods, which is generally an annual occurrence, that our early migrants, and waterfowl, if that flood holds through June, the waterfowl use is impressive. And in the fall of 19, when we had extensive flood waters within the basin, it was some of the most unprecedented duck hunting in the area, and it's really attractive to local hunters and anglers as well. So there's massive benefits to be able to manage this basin, right? Currently, it just drains as the river recedes, which leaves it dry most of the year and standing reed canary. But we've seen with these flood events what natural resources, the emergent plants and vegetation, it doesn't convert to cattails. It functions and produces native vegetation, an abundance of smartweeds and other waterfowl desirable species that produce foods and benefits the invertebrates that they use as well. So, we're nearly across the line with this project, and I guess I come to you as partner in this project, requesting that we can see this finished. We have a partially completed project. We have 6 or so miles of 13 miles of embankment completed already. And we could get this across the line here in short order and start to see these natural resource benefits in Roseau County.
And once that happens, I am going to extend an early invitation for the council to come up to our area and take a tour of in Northwest Minnesota of all the wonderful projects that you have helped develop and fund. With that, are there any questions from the council?
Questions? Daryl?
So I looked at your chart. Again, I'm a new board member, so I apologize if you've already answered this in the past somewhere. On your chart, you're showing Lessard-Sams contributions on 2 points, 2.4 million and 3 million. I see the 3 million on the documentation we have, but I don't see anything about the 2.4 million. Can you speak to that?
Yes, that was the original grant agreement was with the DNR, and that's why it's a separate line item. They were the grant.
The DNR asked for money and we paid them. They then gave them a grant in essence. So it didn't show up in them applying. That's right.
Because it went to the DNR and the DNR gave it to them.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah.
Sorry about that.
So first of all, I'm a little confused with your deal here. 3 and 4 are just dots on this map. Phase 3 and 4. What in the world are they?
I can suggest you go to
Or
your
2 and 3.
David, I can suggest you go to your online one because they have a way better map at the back end of their online document.
Sorry. Chairman Hartwell and committee members. So phase 2, what is kind of off to the side, that's the project mitigation. So it's a separate project that's not funded by any Lessard-Sams funding.
Forget it.
And then the 3 is the inlet structure, the side of the inlet structure.
Okay. So what have you applied for in terms of the federal and the flood money that you haven't won't
so-
hear till October?
Thank you, Chairman Hartwell. The federal money that we've applied for, the DNR has applied for North American Wetland Conservation Act funding. We have also applied through the Red River Retention Authority for some congressionally designated spending funds through our legislators in DC. And we've applied for, we did not know at the time that we filled out the grant application that there was going to be some bonding money put into the flood hazard mitigation program. But ultimately $9 million was put into that. So we've also applied for 1.65 million of flood hazard mitigation bonding dollars for the project. Again, those we won't know the outcomes of until like 2 months is what we were told, in like October of this year.
And what have you applied, how much from the feds?
$1 million, I think it was NACA $1 million. I think they were both $1 million each.
So you've got 3.5 that is pending other places.
Correct.
So if we gave you not what you wanted, but something, you're not very clear, to me at least. Delayed funding will extend the lack of any benefits from the project, increase construction costs, and increase the likelihood of negative public sentiment due to delayed usability. That doesn't tell me enough to know what getting 30% or 50% of the money really means.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So we can work with, it's getting a little tougher now as we're getting down to the last couple of legs of the embankment to parse out too many smaller chunks. However, we do still have the what we call the North River West and North River East, as well as the outlet structure. So if we can get like 50% of funding, $5 million around, or $4 million, we could do one or the other of those remaining components.
Okay, Matt?
Mr. Chairman, it says 50% allocation would allow you to do phase 5. It says 30% allocation would allow you to do phase 6. Can they be done? Can they be flipped, or does 5 have to come before 6?
No, it could be flipped. Yes, either way.
Thank
Yep.
you.
The difference is the outlet structure. We
Got
could
it.
do the outlet structure with either one too.
Got it. Thank you.
Real question there is, if you got 80%, aren't you finishing the project?
I think we probably could. I think between the Red River Watershed Management Board and other funding, local funding sources, we could probably get really close
Okay.
to finish.
Daryl?
It looks like you still have $2.6 million left from the 2020 appropriations year. What?
I apologize that, as one of the earlier testifiers said, that was for a different project. That's the, because of the way the question is, the 2020 allocation was for the Rosa River Restoration Project, which is a different project that we were under contract for.
So I guess I do see the numbers don't match. So the funding we gave you in 2025 of $3,053,000, what's the status of that then?
We're about 60% expended. And we're expecting to be 90 to 100% by the end of the construction season this year on that one.
Thank you.
Other questions? Good enough. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next is WRE 07, Shallow Lakes and Wetland Enhancements.
Okay, combined one.
Yeah, this was 2 projects and we asked for it to be combined. So we're only giving him 15 minutes.
Chairman Hartwell and Lessard-Sams council members. Again, my name is Ricky Leon and I work for the Minnesota DNR's Wetland Habitat Team. For this proposal, I'm joined by Dave Traba, manager of the section of wildlife. And I believe online we have Nicole Hansel Welch, who is the head of our Shallow Lakes program. We're here to talk about WRE 07, Shallow Lakes and Wetland Enhancement Phase 18. This proposal requests $23.3 million to move ahead on a large slate of wetland and shallow lake projects on state lands and public waters, and to fund the on-the-ground shallow lake and wetland specialists who are in positions created through past OHF appropriation, but whose funding is set to expire. The largest portion of this funding request is to implement a list of approximately 80 on-the-ground wetland and shallow lake restoration and enhancement habitat projects. Contracting, engineering, and supplies for these projects account for 87% of our proposal's total costs. Work will include such things as surveys and plan development, construction and placement of needed infrastructures such as water control structures, fish barriers, and berms or dikes, wetland restorations through sediment removal, tile breaks and ditch plugs, and wetland enhancement through cattail management and water level manipulation. Funding will also allow for continued annual operation of our aerial cattail spraying with a department helicopter, which enhances 2,500 to 3,000 acres annually. As I've described, there is a wide range of actions that will benefit wetland and shallow lake habitat and the wildlife that depend on them. Likewise, there is a range to the size of the various projects we propose to implement. A project in Stevens County is estimated to cost $15,000 and will break a tile line and restore a 23 acre wetland. At the other end of the spectrum, a project proposed on a WMA in Lincoln County will restore over 30 individual wetland basins, but the cost estimate exceeds $1 million. 75% of the individual projects identified to be done with this proposal were submitted by OHF-funded wetland and shallow lake staff, all of whom have funding that will expire in 1 or 2 years. What I'll talk about next is the staffing component of this Phase 18 proposal. Our request is to continue funding for 10 existing permanent positions within the wetland habitat team, all of whom were created with the past all of whom were created through past OHF appropriations that are set to expire. Plus, we will add in an additional 2 summer technician positions to assist with field work. These positions are supplemental to program staff that existed prior to OHF funding, and they only work on shallow lake and wetland enhancement projects. They don't do any other DNR duties. The main responsibilities of these positions are to assess shallow lake and wetland habitats, determine management needs and feasibility, obtain necessary permits and permissions, implement the management, and follow up to determine if management goals are being met. I like to describe it as they assess the habitat, determine if management is needed, and then they are to be the catalyst to get that management done. These staff also provide valuable support to partners who have OHF-funded shallow lake and wetland projects. The work done by these staff results in shallow lake and wetland habitat work that would otherwise not be accomplished, as evidenced by the increase in the number of identified projects since these programs have been fully staffed. The amount requested for these staff is sufficient to cover salary, travel, and other associated costs associated with maintaining these permanent staff people for 2 years, our fiscal years 27 and 28. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dave.
Chairman Hartwell, council members, Dave Trouba. My role here today is really to talk about the power of this program and talk about the power of partnerships. I've been at this, if I round up now, for 34 years, and pretty much my entire career has been trying to figure out how we put habitat back on the landscape. And really going to talk about the Shallow Lake program. John Lindstrom earlier talked about 1957, I believe, Indian Lake, Game Lake Survey. And we talked about Talcott Lake, a Game Lake Survey. And back in those days, that was our Shallow Lake program. And they mostly went out and looked at the conditions of various lakes across the state. But they never really had the capacity to do the management on those basins. When I came on as the area manager in 1992, I think our Shallow Lake program was probably a program of 1 person. And we quickly realized the power of having people that could come out and focus on shallow lake work and just focus on getting that work done on the landscape and the power of that. Because our area wildlife staff, we have a geographic model within Minnesota. Our area wildlife staff have 4 to 6 counties that they need to take care of. So it's very hard for them to focus on this type of work. And those funding or those positions we're supported by our license fees, our game and fish fund, your hunting license dollars, most likely duck stamp dollars to get that work done. So that Shell Lake program started at one person and then went to 2 to 3 people, again, supported by your hunting license fees. The game changer, and a lot of people forget, and I'm old enough to remember what it was like doing work before we had the Outdoor Heritage Council and the Legacy Amendment. That was an absolute game changer because now we could hire additional Shell Lake staff because our game and fish budget could not support that type of work, right? Just staff capacity levels. We're able to bring on additional people, and the power, I can't say it enough, the power of having people that come into work each day and say, I'm gonna focus on Shell Lake work. I'm gonna work with DU, PF, or whoever it is to do that type of work. There's power in that. There's power in those partnerships. And that's how we get that good work done. That's how you get the Marsh Lake work done. That's how you get the other Talcott Lake projects done, Rosal River example. Ricky came to us and said, you know what? We're missing the other component. And you heard it today, the small wetlands program. We, as agencies, Fish and Wildlife Service, DNR, we ignored the small wetlands of the landscape. We focused on the larger wetlands, the big bang for the buck. But you heard it from John Schneider, you heard it from other people. If you want breeding waterfowl in the state, you need to have those small wetland complexes. And those were flat out ignored by our agency for decades. We focused on the bigger wetlands. Ricky Lean came to us and said, I want to build a small wetlands team. We said, Ricky, go ahead. And he did just that. He built the capacity, thanks to the Legacy Amendment, out the Heritage Council to bring on additional people. Again, the power of those staff coming in, working with Bill Shuna, John Lindstrom, all our partners saying, hey, here's our properties, go out there, look at them and evaluate them for small wetlands. Figure out what needs to be done, construction management. I can't say enough, as a former area wildlife supervisor, the power of having people to focus on our work. So our area wildlife staff are spread in so many different directions, nuisance animal management, swimmer's itch on various lakes, you name it, they're dealing with all that different stuff. So I'm just here to say the power of partnerships. And then I think maybe 2 council meetings ago, we talked about our duck action plan, right? And this is our recipe and how we're gonna try working on and focus on our habitat waterfall work in the state. And if you get the outdoor news this Friday, I think there's gonna be a group in there saying we need to do more for waterfall. And I think Dennis Anderson's gonna be doing an article on Sunday saying we need to do more for waterfall. So this program is doing more for waterfall. So I realize we're here today. We realize it's a large request. You got a lot of requests in front of you. However, very proud of this program. We have built a program, and I believe the capacity necessary to accomplish this very important work for Minnesota. Thank you for your time.
Questions? So I just need to understand, I think, Ricky, you talked about the staff only working on OHF funded projects, correct?
No,
No.
they only work on shallow lake and wetland habitat activities that are appropriate for OHF funded people. They don't go off and do state fair. They don't deal with nuisance raccoons.
But they're working-
Wetland habitat enhancement, restoration, and protection.
So it's a core staffing function that you're asking for, not just for OHF projects.
I think if I understand your question correctly, Chairman Hartwell, I think the answer is yes.
Okay. That was my big question. Dan?
You're asking for a pretty huge chunk of money when you've only spent 40% of the previous allocations. So why do you need what's the urgency of this funding today?
Chairman Hartwell and council members, as we show in many of our appropriations and is common with when you're working on complicated wetland habitat projects, especially those involving infrastructure and the need for engineers and permitting, the first 1 to 2.5 years of an appropriation is often spent figuring out feasibility, getting the permissions you need, potentially doing a wildlife lake designation. all that pre-work that has to be done. And I can't stress enough the ability to do the surveying and engineering and then come up with a design plan for all of these. Then you go into the permitting, and then you hope the weather helps or works out when you're finally able to construct. So in many of our appropriations, if you were to plot out the spending, years 1, 2, going into year 2, 2.5 is fairly low. Often our staff, excuse me, our staff spending is a very steady spending amount, although it's a lower portion of the money. And then you hit years 4 and 5, and that's when we spend the money. So a lot of the unspent money is that money that is waiting for those final years of construction. I can point to Big Rice Lake, which is a standalone appropriation we had for a big project. The majority of the money is waiting to be spent in the last year 6 of the appropriation. A big construction project at the outlet. Everything has been leading up to this, and that's common with many of our projects. In the end, we spend the money and we get accomplishments.
So you've hit a hot button for me, which is permitting, which seems to take a long time, correct? But you're permitting with yourselves. Why can't you fix your process so it doesn't take so damn long for you to issue permits to do this work?
Chairman Hartwell, and I'll invite Nikki to come in if she feels like up to it. We aren't the only ones with permits. You're talking Army Corps permits, county permits, and we are held to the same standards as everyone else. I heard a recent unfortunate story about our attempts to receive an Army Corps permit that seemed to take longer than it should have. You may remember Pelican, some of you with some length here may remember a project at Pelican Lake. That area manager famously went to the U.S. Army Corps headquarters in St. Paul and sat there waiting to talk with someone about the permit he needed. We will do what we can to efficiently get permits, but.
So I'm sorry, I'm going to push this a little bit. Yeah, the Army Corps has their process, but you have a process within the DNR that takes forever. What do you do about your own process? Forget everyone else's. I'm in the middle of a project that's in the 3rd year of DNR permit approval. I know how long it takes. Why can't you fix your own systems?
Chairman Hartwell, that's a difficult question for me to answer. That's a whole separate division in the department where I have limited power to move things there.
Everybody has limited power to do anything and it never gets fixed. Daryl, you asked.
Can I, Chairman Hartwell, members of the council?
Go ahead,
Can I
please
address that
answer
a
the
little bit?
question.
I guess I can't speak to your project that's taking 3 years, but I will speak to most of our projects, the Shallow Lakes projects. We don't have major permitting issues, and I think that comes from our staff developing really good relationships with the area hydrologists who are doing the review on these permits and the ones issuing these permits. So it's taken a long time to develop trust among those folks, but Ricky is right. They do treat us just like we hear that all the time. I can't treat you guys any different than I treat members of the public or other entities. But
I get that you're
I would
treating
say
yourselves the same way. The question is, why do you treat anyone that way? But I'm not going to focus on it. Daryl, go ahead with your question.
I guess I would just look at this thinking about the magnitude of this dollar, which is ongoing, right? It's one thing to have someone come to you for a project that needs $20 million and it's one and done. But the aspect of here, someone's requesting $25 million for staffing, which that staffing cost is going to go up. It's a permanent kind of thing. And that's 20% basically of our total fund spending. And I look at that and think, wow, is that really our intention?
Well, in fairness, the staffing is 3 million of their 23.
Okay. This program is going to come back next year, do you think?
I would guarantee it.
Well, that gets to my
Matt?
question, and maybe this is just to educate me question a little bit, and either for you or for others who have been around for a while. These all, I see all these projects and they all look completely legitimate. They're things that need to be done. There's no question. Where do we toe the line between the supplement versus supplant thing here? Because this feels to me like stuff that should be funded as part of the normal DNR operating budget, yet we're having to fund it out of these dollars rather than normal operating budget. And I'm not saying that that's a DNR problem, it's a funding problem. But it feels to me like we're towing the line between what should have been funded as part of the annual budget for the state versus Lessard-Sams money. And I'd just like to understand a little bit about, are we crossing the line here?
Chairman Hall, council members, good question. I would very much say we are supplementing our work. So I'm the, wildlife section manager, and right now we are carrying approximately 20 vacancies that are game and fish funded, license fees driven. And when I look at the game and fish fund, we just do not have the dollars to fill vacancies. So we got to manage our budget by holding certain vacancies. So when another vacancy comes up, we talked about Tim Quincer's retiring, we got to take that position and say, of them 20 that we have, is this a priority? Where does this fall on that priority list? Again, the beauty of the Out There Heritage Council, when Ricky's team, when someone, if they were to leave, we have great retention because people believe in the work they do. But if someone does leave, we can go ahead and immediately fill that position because it's Out There Heritage funded. And we treat them very separate. We don't commingle them. And again, that's building that capacity that never existed. If we didn't have the Out There Heritage Fund, there is so much work that would not get done in the landscape because our staff just do not have the time to focus on that work and the details and the year after year effort that it takes to get these big projects across the finish line. I can't begin just to tell the council how big of a game changer this funding has been for the state of Minnesota and conservation. So,
Ted?
This is gonna start to feel like we're just beating on you for your staff, but it's. I've got 2.679 million for DNR staff. And I assume they were all positions created and originally funded with outdoor heritage funds to work on outdoor heritage. That's what you just said, right?
Yep.
Only on outdoor heritage.
They only work on
So
shallow lake and
balance
wetland
here
projects.
of 8 million.
Ted?
If we were to
Ted,
zero this out.
it's not just OHF funded projects. It's not just OHF funded projects. It's any shallow lake program that the DNR
Okay,
has.
thank you
Just
for
to
the
clarify.
education fees. If we were to zero out your request, you'd still keep and need to spend 2.679 million just to operate, right? Because all these projects would not go away. They're working on previews. And then I see 2 full pages, and it's kind of back to what Chair Hartwell said. I mean, how can you take on all these additional projects when your additional staff are, I assume they're all working very hard. I know a lot of state employees and a monopoly on their computer, or solitaire on their computer. But how can we expect that these 2 full pages of projects would get done in the time frame that you have to do them? Are we just setting you up to get into a deeper and deeper hole of being behind?
Chairman Hartwell and council, the projects rose up from the field level. These are projects that area managers, shallow lake staff, wetland management program staff brought forward. They were reviewed at the region. They were reviewed at the central office program level. We believe that and we don't expect that we're going to get 100% funding, but if we did, our goal is to finish them in the 5 years of the appropriation, if not sooner. One of the very powerful thing, Dave's used that word a lot, powerful things that the council allowed us to do just 2 years ago was use some of the funding to hire a state wetland project consultant. That has been a tremendous asset to us. Not only has he given us more power at the front end, giving us more accurate cost estimates, which is one reason our request was higher this year. We have much better cost estimates because of his presence. He's now pushing those projects through faster. If we got full funding, our goal would be to get these done in 5 years. And some of them are very doable in much less time.
Other questions? Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is WRE 07, shallow lakes and wetland sorry. HA 01, riparian habitat protection in the Kettle and Snake River watersheds. Go ahead.
Oh, Mr. Chair, council members, my name is Paul Swanson. I'm the district manager at Pine Soil and Water Conservation District. Online is Bill Penning with Bowser. We'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak on the request for our funds for riparian habitat protection for the Kettle and Snake River watersheds. I'm here representing our district as well as our local program partners, Aiken, Carlton, and Kennebec Soil and Water Conservation District. Since 2021, along with Bowser and local DNR fisheries staff, our forest WCDs have been working to protect riparian habitat along the Kettle and Snake Rivers through the Reinvest in Minnesota Easement Program, or RIM. Funding from the Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council has allowed us to work with landowners dedicated to ensuring habitat is protected both now and for generations to come. In our past 2 funding allocations, we have seen great enthusiasm from landowners to protect their properties through the RIM easement, which leads me to why I'm here today requesting additional funding to continue that program. With our 2021 funds, we were able to secure 12 easements, which total 567 acres and about 16,500 feet of stream bank that's been protected. We're also happy to report that all about 33,000 of our 2024 funds have either been committed to properties as they go through the RIM application process or have been encumbered. These easement applications are successful and are acquired. It will result in about 775 acres and about 11,000 feet of stream bank protected. As we celebrate our accomplishments, we recognize more work can be done. We have about 6 eligible landowners waiting on a list for the program to receive additional funding, with more landowners reaching out to us on a regular basis who are interested in this program. Additional funding will allow us to secure additional easements and continue to reach out and work with more landowners interested in the RIM program as that interest continues to grow. Riparian habitat protection along both Kettle and Snake River is critical in the protection of a diverse aquatic ecosystem that both rivers have and are still maintaining. Lake sturgeon is a species of special concern in Minnesota, and both rivers have populations of these fish. These iconic fish species have great importance in balancing healthy aquatic ecosystems and are valuable sports fish. In addition to lake sturgeon, there's over 60 species of fish that call the rivers home. There are also more than 20 species of freshwater mussels that call the rivers home, and many of these mussels are indicators of healthy habitat conditions, and some of them are listed as species of special concern, threatened, or endangered. The presence of these species shows the importance of protecting riparian habitat in order to maintain the ideal conditions that we find in both the Kettle and Snake River. As land conversion pressure continues to grow in both watersheds, it's critical that areas are set aside to ensure natural space stays intact. It's important that we remain responsible stewards of our landscape in which we live so future generations can enjoy the resources we cherish. Protection of riparian and aquatic habitat also protects vital drinking water resources for communities in both watersheds, as well as communities within the larger St. Croix River Basin. In addition to the local importance of protecting resources, both the Snake and Kettle Upper St. Croix Comprehensive Watershed Management Plans identify the protection of riparian habitat as a goal within to protect water quality. The protection of water quality is a key component in ensuring high quality and high sensitive aquatic habitat It remains in both rivers. I thank you for the opportunity for this to state our case for funding and hopeful that you fund our program, and I'm happy to answer questions at this time.
Questions? I'm looking, your 2024 dollars, you've spent 1.2% of the allocated dollars, but you're back asking for 3 times the money. Can you
Yes.
explain that?
Yeah, so as I explained, because of the rim easement process through Bowser, it can take 12 to 18 months for the easements to go fully through.
Sorry for the stupid question. You can stop right there.
So like I said, though, we have properties with those funds committed. We just can't
Sorry, I get it now. I had a brain fart. But I'll admit it is late in the afternoon. I did have a general question of what does success look like? What's the long-term goal here?
So the long-term goal for our program is to maintain the intact forested habitat that's along both of these rivers. These watersheds have a lot of intact natural land cover still. With pressure of development coming from the cities and parcelization of a lot of these areas, that is usually the turning point where you start seeing degraded conditions of both water quality and habitat. Both the Snake River and Kettle River have really great water quality and still sustain very vigorous habitat conditions. By putting these easements in place now, the development of those areas can work around that, and we can think more holistically of how we do that and can maintain those conditions.
What percentage of the shoreline do you have to protect to be happy in the line? I get it. You want to preserve the river. We all want to preserve the river, but at what point do you not need more money? Because you could keep on working on preserving the river forever.
Yeah, that's a good question. I may have, if Bill's online, I may have him take a shot at that question first.
It depends upon your objectives. I mean, for protecting a high quality water resource like Roy River, which both Kettle and the Snake flow into, ideally you protect 75% of the watershed. That doesn't mean that 75% of it has to be in easements, but you want 75% of the landscape to be natural. So that includes all of the wetlands that are already protected, WMAs, county parks, all of that stuff. So in the ideal situation, that would be the goal. You know, when you get to Southwest Minnesota, we're never getting 75% of the watershed. In Northeast Minnesota, we could get to 75% of the watershed. In the St. Croix, in this area here, it has been historically underserved, frankly, by all of the people that are doing conservation work, and we have a huge potential to do conservation in these watersheds. Whether we'll ever get to 75%, I don't know, and hopefully we will someday have the information that will do a better job of quantifying what we need, but I don't think we're close to meeting a goal for success right now.
So I assume you're going to come back next year and probably the year after. It would be really helpful to understand, hey, we're at 15%, we need to get to 75, or we're whatever it is. It just, I feel like you're doing the right things, but I don't understand the scale of the challenge, and it would be helpful. I'm not going to put you on the spot any further. Ted?
As I'm sure I've made clear earlier, Mr. Chairman, I'm confused, but I'm really confused on this one. We've had, by my count, $34 million of requests from Bowser today for rim easements. And you're asking us that we would fund, I assume we'd fund Bowser to give you money to buy the easements? I'm a little confused how these interact.
That's one of the 19 programs, the different rim programs they have.
And I guess I'll follow up is, would you not work with these property owners to ask Bowser to basically approve a rim application? I'm not quite sure the terminology you use.
I think we have somebody who might want to answer that for me. I mean, you could take a stab. Thank you, council members, for that question. Again, Sharon Doucette, easement section manager at Bowser, and you're absolutely right. This is one of the programs that the rim easement section does at Bowser. It is, as I mentioned, one of our smaller programs. It is a proposal requested by a partner, a local partner who, through their One Watershed, One Plan planning process or some other planning process, has identified a very specific project or a very specific priority within their local area. You know, I want to say Bowser is behind the scenes here. I am not here asking for this money.
No.
It is utilizing the rim easement as the mechanism for protection, but it is not a request by Bowser. It is a local project that is using us as a means to an end. Yeah, Mr. Chair and council members, I can add on that too. As mentioned, you know, both comprehensive watershed management plans identify as protection as a key component. We as local partners identified that the RIM program is a great tool for that. So, you know, this is one of the options that we can provide landowners. It is one that is currently seems to be of high interest to our landowners. There are other programs available that we can facilitate. But, you know, many districts rely on their partners to help facilitate many of these programs. So we are in partnership with Bowser to make sure that we can provide as many options, including the rim easement to our landowners in these watersheds.
If I could add one thing as well, and I think it addressed both David's question and the most recent question, is we are working on quantifying some of this. We have done a rack analysis now for both the kettle and the snake. So we have targeted parcels. I can't tell you off the top of my head how many acres that adds up to, but you know, we are incorporating local priorities, the best resource data that we have, and trying to be targeted and efficient in the easements that we take.
So I would just point out the staffing of this proposal is 1/10 of one person for 4 years from the watershed district and 3 people for 4 years from Bowser.
I saw that, Mr. Chairman.
So who's really driving the bus is interesting. Did you have a question?
I just had a bit of a overarching question. That'd be, could I at least, I'm not sure about the other members, but you mentioned the 19 programs. Is there any kind of a summary for a guy like me who's new that says, here's the 19 programs and what the funding programs are? I mean, because what confuses me as a member is when I, you know, see the same faces come up and they're looking for a different project amount, and that's a different kind of thing. And I just, in my mind, I'm still trying to put together what fits where and who are the players that are doing what. So that would be helpful for me. If that's something you could do for me, I would appreciate it.
Thanks for that. And actually, I offered to Joe and Mark last month to come probably next month and do a basic RIM presentation.
Do we have time next month?
We'll find out.
Okay.
Or the following month. I'm
But
flexible,
the
but
request is literally list the 19 programs. That's what you're asking.
And a one paragraph description of what those 19 programs are.
Whether we do a
That's all I'm
presentation
looking
or
for.
not, you would like to see that.
Yes, I would.
So we'll ask you for that as well. Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is HA02 Cannon River Watershed Habitat Protection and Restoration Program.
Thank you, Chair Hartwell and members for inviting us to present today. I'm honored to have the opportunity to tell you about the Cannon River Watershed Habitat Protection and Restoration Program, Phase 15. My name is Jennifer Tonko, and I'm the Executive Director of Clean River Partners, a small environmental nonprofit located in Northfield, Minnesota. Joining me today is DJ Forbes, Public Grants Manager for the Trust for Public Land, and Jennifer Gramis, Southern Minnesota Program Manager with Great River Greening. Our collaborative project is part of a long-term multi-partner strategy to protect and restore high-priority habitats. Launched in 2010 by Trust for Public Land, the program focused on acquiring large wetland and upland complexes, rare communities, shallow lakes, river shorelines, and lands near existing protected areas in the Cannon River watershed. Restoration work focused on the degraded portions of the lands acquired. In 2017, Great River Greening joined us as a partner, leading habitat restoration and enhancement on conserved lands and prioritizing species in greatest conservation need, including birds using the Mississippi River Migratory Corridor. By partnering, Trust for Public Land could concentrate on acquisitions, and Great River Greening could expand restoration and enhancement efforts across the Cannon River watershed. In 2020, our organization, Clean River Partners, formerly known as the Cannon River Watershed Partnership, joined as program managers to provide program administration and landowner outreach with our local connections. With our local connections, TPLs, acquisition expertise, and Great River Greening's restoration experience, this partnership effectively protects and restores key parcels that contribute to larger habitat complexes of forests, prairies, wetlands, and river corridors. Habitat in the Cannon River watershed is worth protecting. Our 6-county area bridges 3 of the Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council's 5 ecological sections: metropolitan urbanizing areas, prairies, and southeast forest. This proposal focuses on prairies and southeast forest. Our watershed is special for another reason. While much of the watershed is rural, it is an hour south of the Twin Cities and accessible to 3.4 million people, encompassing the communities of Faribault, Northfield, Owatonna, and Red Wing. And so, while less than 5% of the land base here is within public ownership, these outdoor spaces provide hunting, fishing, hiking, and other opportunities for recreation and connecting with our natural world for more than half of all Minnesotans. This program has delivered proven results, strategically using the Outdoor Heritage Council funds to deliver meaningful, lasting conservation outcomes. Consistent funding has fueled this momentum, protecting and restoring priority habitats across the watershed and creating a ripple effect. One protected property often leads to another.
Hi, all. I'm DJ Forbes from the Trust for Public Land. And if you look at the first page of the one-pager that we've provided, we're highlighting the story of the Cicada WMA Edition project, which really illustrates this cascading effect. So the Myers family discovered this program through an article written by Clean Rivers Partners, and they contacted the Trust for Public Land as they were dealing with the question of what to do with their family farm. Long story short, this led to the permanent protection of 160 acres as an addition to the Cicada Wildlife Management Area. Restoration efforts led by Great River Greening are currently underway, transforming this property back to valuable wildlife habitat. And this acquisition and restoration effort didn't just protect important wetland and prairie habitat, it also inspired other area landowners who heard about this work and led to the creation of Horseshoe Lake WMA. This would not have happened if not for funding from the Outdoor Heritage Fund. So we've seen this kind of ripple effect happen throughout this program. And quite simply, we are a trusted conservation partners in this area, and good work begets good work. If you look at the back of the one pager, you'll see another example. The proposed addition to Horseshoe Lake WMA builds directly on the earlier success of a project we closed a year or 2 ago. And the urgency of this funding is critical, as the Somerset WMA edition, which is currently under an option agreement, and this Horseshoe Lake WMA edition are wholly dependent on ML26 outdoor heritage funding. These parcels are high priorities, expand existing WMAs, strengthen habitat corridors, which provide increased recreational opportunities for all Minnesotans. Without this funding, these acquisition opportunities will be lost.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Gromas from Great River Greening. So also on the back page of your one pager, you'll see an important conservation effort. It's the restoration of Sungina WMA, which was just signed up last year, 2025. We made that acquisition. This is a 200-acre parcel, and this site needs extensive prairie restoration and wetland reconstruction. Without this funding, this high-priority habitat risks degradation, which can lead to declining water quality, increased erosion, and decreased biodiversity. In addition to Sungina WMA, other parcels identified for restoration in this proposal face similar challenges. Invasive species, if left unmanaged, can quickly overtake native landscapes. Once established, they make restoration significantly more difficult and expensive. Restoration enhancement projects are thoughtfully planned and implemented across multiple different parcels, each funding round. With continued support from the Outdoor Heritage Fund, Great River Greening will continue to restore and enhance key habitats in the Cannon River watershed and ensure lasting benefits for fish, game, wildlife, along with the public that enjoys the land.
As the only fee title acquisition and restoration program working in this part of the state, where agricultural landscapes, critical habitats, and growing communities intersect, our collaboration allows us to work at a meaningful scale, building lasting conservation outcomes that wouldn't be possible otherwise. With Outdoor Heritage Fund support, we have built a list of landowners that we connect with regularly who are interested in permanent protection of their land. We have protected 18 places in the Cannon River watershed, totaling more than 3,300 acres. We have restored or enhanced 568 acres across 8 sites and work on 1,026 acres on 13 WMAs, 1 AMA, and 2 county parks is currently underway. Our partnership has a strong track record of completing acquisitions and restorations. Of our open appropriations, 92% of unspent dollars are already committed to active restoration and acquisition efforts. All remaining acquisition capital is legally committed to 2 priority land protection projects, the Circle Lake WMA addition and the Somerset WMA. These projects will close later in 2025. Phase 2 of the Somerset addition needs an additional $200,000. Without this funding, not only is the protection of Somerset at risk, but so are other lands such as the addition to Horseshoe Lake WMA and Circle Lakes. Restoration and enhancement funds are committed through agreements within the first several months of grant implementation. These projects are designed to span the full 5-year grant term, ensuring long-term ecological success and for the public and the ability for the public landowner to maintain it. In closing, each of these elements are strong watershed scale collaboration, the capacity to build ecologically resilient habitat corridors and amid changing climate conditions, the accessibility of this landscape to a broad population of Minnesotans, the presence of critical species, and a proven record of success underscores the importance of continued work. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about our work and our project. We'd love any questions that you might have.
Questions?
I guess your question from earlier, David, about when do you have the project done? What does that look like in this case? It's you've gotten a number of appropriations, and when do you think you'll have protected? What do you have protected? Do you have a goal? What does that goal look like?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And I want to thank Senator. It's actually really useful for our partnership to think about as we are, this is our ongoing work. This is what we do all the time, right? And so when is enough? What does that look like? We're aiming for 30% protection in the watershed. That doesn't necessarily mean that all of that would be public land. It might not look like that. Right now, it's about 5% of the land in our watershed is public land and permanently protected in that way. There are other ways that habitat is protected in our watershed, like in other places. So you can see in our proposal that about 18% of the ecosystem is in forest or prairie. We have a pretty diverse ecosystem in the Cannon River watershed. But we are aiming for 30% at least right now. That feels reasonable and useful and meaningful.
And so how many dollars is it gonna take you to get to 30% from here?
Well, that depends on how fast you give it to us, doesn't it?
Chair members, I'd also like to add to that. I would just say there's a really high demand for this sort of work in the Cannon River and watershed. When we receive funding from an acquisition perspective and a restoration perspective, these dollars are competitive. There's high demand for folks looking to permanently protect their property. So as we've grown this program, as Jennifer so explained, there's high demand for this work. Habitat protection is needed, habitat restoration is needed, and so we continue to be excited about continual habitat work in this watershed.
So if there's high demand, what are the landowners contributing? Because some will discount their easements, discount their properties, and some won't. If you have limited dollars, you taking donations? How aggressive are you in asking for landowner participation? We've heard, I think we hear, if you ask, you might actually get. If you don't ask, you never get it. And we've certainly heard some people say they've asked and they've gotten it.
Great question. Thanks, Chair Hartwell and members. Yes, we ask landowners when we are negotiating with them if they are willing to donate value, particularly if we do not have enough current funding. Some landowners have time-sensitive reasons to close an acquisition. So in that case, we can move faster if there is a donated value. We typically do not show it in our proposal as it's something that we can't speak for certain, but in the past, we have shown landowner donation in some of our recent acquisitions. One that immediately comes to mind is the Faribault WMA. The landowner contributed over a few $100,000 in land value donation. So it's something that we always discuss with our landowner partners when we are negotiating a transaction.
And maybe it's fair to say, part of the process is that we always ask and we work on that high degree of variability in the answer, right? So.
Daryl?
So I put it in my comments as well and just kind of got to refresh my memory here, but one of the things that was in your proposal was includes restoring 100 acres for 1.1 million. Just seemed like that was an awful lot of money for what appears to be a city-owned piece of property, a city park. Can you describe a bit more in depth for me as to it takes 1.1 million to restore 100 acres? What is that?
Yeah, thanks for the
What does it
question.
contain?
So that park, Kaplan Woods, is a very unique site where there's a rolling topography. It is a riparian floodplain area. So unlike some sites where you might be able to just go in there with a skid steer and do some forestry mowing, that is not allowed on this site. It would be all hand crew work. The other thing is we've compared these numbers with similar sites in the area that we're working on and what those bids were for contracting work, and we're scaling it with that in mind. And also remember, that's not just cutting the tree and walking away. This is 5 years of management. So if it's invasive management, it's removing those trees, it's tree routes, it's going in and making sure that wetland responds well to the, and also seeding if we need to go in and do some seeding and that kind of vegetation planting. So it involves all of those aspects. It's not just similar like, oh, we cut down the tree and we walked away. So there's a lot of steps. It takes 5 years. It's a long process.
Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm assuming the Cannon River watershed, the river also is kind of one of your concerns?
Yes,
Or-
absolutely.
Well, I floated it a couple years ago, the lower half that ended up on Highway 61 there. The river is ugly. Lots of flooded, piled up timber from floods of who knows how long ago, places where hardly a canoe can get by. Erosion banks, et cetera. This is all from high water. It's not, so I don't hear any plans for stream bank structures or stabilization, things like that. Is that in the works anywhere?
Well, so I would say there are some different ways that our organization has tried to work on some of those things. I will say, we're probably not gonna go and remove, downed trees from those big blowdowns out of the river. That's impractical for a small organization like ours, right? We're less than $1 million a year in an annual budget. But we're part of another proposal for one of the tributaries on the Cannon River, the Little Cannon, that does have some of these bank stabilizations aspects. So as there's momentum for a partnership or a project, we're always seeking that. If you know of anybody who would be interested in partnering with us and thinking about that, I'd be very eager to hear that. That's not part of this particular proposal. We're trying to just do more of the, slow the water down where we can. We do that in our other work with our conservation agriculture work, for example. So trying to address it in that way.
All right, last
Hey,
question.
he called me
Yeah.
ugly. He called me uglier earlier today.
Yeah, I have to say, I wish that you could see it the way I see it, because I don't see it as ugly. It's my home, and it's
Running
very
case,
important
so
to
just,
me.
Ted,
Before I ask my question, I want to take friendly offense at my colleague. I paddle on the Cannon River a few times every summer, and it's beautiful, but there's a lot of blow down trees. But there's incredible pressure to find real estate in this part of the state. And if we were to I was reading your scaling, and I just want to clarify, if we were not able to fund your full project, would your highest priority be acquisition to freeze those properties? Because they'll be gone.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on exactly the scope of what we would be seeing. But definitely, we have these 3 properties that we're like trying to finish off the acquisitions. We also have some really crucial restorations, things, I mean, Sungina is just it's a fallow cornfield right now. It's not serving as farmland, and it's not serving as valuable habitat. It's time to get those things going. So there would be we would be navigating that, and we'd navigate it with landowners and within the partnership to figure out exactly what we would be doing. But those acquisitions would be very high on the list because of the state where they're at.
all right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to move on to
Thank you.
HAO3 DNR AMA fee title and trout stream easement acquisition.
County watershed that would have to address this stream bank erosion.
I think so.
All right, thank you for having us today, Chair and members. My name is Rick Walsh. I work for Minnesota DNR Division of Fish and Wildlife. With me is Jeff Tilma. You saw us up here earlier. Jeff and I both work on the acquisition process for both WMAs and AMAs. Kind of plug and play. So what we're going to talk about now is the next phase for our successful trout stream easement acquisition program. I don't remember exactly what phase this is. This is probably the 10th time we've had funding from this body for trout stream easement acquisition. Our last closed 5 phases that supported trout stream easement acquisition, we've averaged 93% spending on the trout stream component of those awards. We've exceeded our acre goals on all 5 of those closed phases, except for 1 time. And on the 1 phase that we have that is still open, we're about 45% 2 years into it. So we're about halfway spent, halfway through. It's been a very successful, the trout stream easement acquisition program has been very successful, and we hope to get continued funding to maintain that momentum on that. Also this time, for the first time in probably 6 years, seeking funding for fee title AMA acquisition, where the state would own these in fee and manage them as AMAs, aquatic management areas. Our funding that we have been using for those types of acquisition has really been depleted. So it would be great to get some infusion to get that, get that program ramped up and continued. There are several, you may notice in the proposal, there aren't any fee title parcels listed in there. It's just easements. But since the time we submitted this proposal, several really good ones have come up. One, in fact, we are starting our due diligence now and hoping to have a patient landowner that if we get awarded, this would be the funding that would come to bear. It's Howard Lake in Cass County, not the Howard Lake we heard about earlier, but in the part of the state where protection is still an indicated remedy. A really nice lake, headwaters of Shingabee Creek, which flows into Leech Lake. It's a cool water refuge lake. It would be a great place to do protection if we can make it all come together. So we're asking for 6.45 million in this ask. 2 million of that would be for the trout stream easement component, acquiring of trout stream easements. Our goal would be 330 acres. We're looking for $3.5 million for fee title acquisition with a goal there of 195 acres. Buying land and fee, of course, is more expensive than an easement, so the acre goal ratchets down with that. We're also seeking money for professional services, contribution to the easement stewardship endowment fund that DNR has, and then initial development on the fee title lands that would be acquired and direct support services. And I just wanted to mention, you'll probably hear more about this tomorrow from Northern Waters Land Trust and Minnesota Land Trust, but DNR fisheries managers and Northern Waters and one of our retired fisheries research biologists are working on what I think is a very elegant or refined way of identifying protection opportunities in some of our cold and cool water lake watersheds. The priorities that identify I think will feed not only this program, but partners like Northern Waters Land Trust, Trust for Public Land, the Nature Conservancy, any entity that is doing protection in that part of the state. It's gonna, I think, identify some pretty good opportunities that will feed those programs for quite a while, and that would be both for fee title protection and easement protection, and held by not only state entity, but county, local government, federal government, you name it. I think we can take questions if anybody's got any.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. The previous dollars that you received, were they looks like, anywhere from $1 million to going all the way back 2015, 4 million. Can you talk a little bit about what the breakout was between easements versus acquisitions? And can you also verify, I see that it looks like the easements in this case are actually open to the public as AMAs, correct?
Yes, correct. Yep. I'll answer the second question first, members and chair. So these easements are open to the public for angling, not, you can't go on there and hunt turkeys. You'd have to get landowner permission to do that, but angling, they're open. And then as far as the breakdown of fee title versus easement, the last time we had funding from the Outdoor this council for fee title AMA acquisition, I think 2016, if I'm not mistaken.
Most of it has been easements.
Yeah, in the past 8 years or so, it's really been the easement, because we had ample funding from other sources for fee title acquisition, which we wanted to spend down some of that other ample funding. It was the RIM. So yeah, it was primarily easements the last 4 phases. Yeah.
Other questions?
I just had a note about your spending shows $40,000 an acre to purchase acreage. Can you describe that for me?
I noticed that question too. I don't know where the 40,000 comes from.
It's on the documentation, and
I think the translation of their easement, which is a narrow strip, into acres skews the number.
Trout stream.
It was on table 6.
Okay, I'd have to look at it, which I have here, but the average cost of like fee title AMA acquisitions that the state has done recently, not with this money, but with our other sources of funding, has been it is expensive. It comes to about $18,000 an acre, in closed successful acquisitions recently. But of course, Lakeshore is very expensive, especially if you measure it by the acre. Lakeshore is, oftentimes appraised by the front foot, how many front feet it has. And it can, on a very nice lake, it can be $1,000 a front foot just for the lot. So $18,000 an acre certainly is a handsome price, but that really is the going rate for Lakeshore on a nice recreation grade lake, I guess, where we want to protect valuable shoreline habitat. The easements are, the rate on the easements, of course, is much lower. Hope that answers the question.
I'd ask you to just follow up with that, because what Daryl's bringing up, your table 5 shows 18,717 for protecting fee per acre on habitat. Easement is 8,400. But if you go down to table 6, it says protecting fee with state PILT liability, 40,000 an acre.
I will follow up on that, because that might be, unless Sandy's looking like she might have an answer.
Okay, table 6, 40,500 is coming from 30 acres in table 3. Okay, dividing into 1.215 in table 4. That is the issue with these tables 5 and 6 not being a good representation, I don't think. But that's how that
If
is
you can just
calculating.
check your numbers, and Sandy, we're going to talk about
I
how
will
we
do
can
that.
make.
40,000
acres
acres, it definitely is not that.
My notes said 40,000, spending $40,000 per acre to purchase 30 acres, and I had a question mark.
Yeah, that would be a no. Yeah.
So we've asked for a follow-up.
Yep, we can do that.
Any other questions?
Just one quick, in your past appropriations, going way back to 9 years ago in 2016, you still have $500,000 left. I mean, that was 9 years ago. Are you still spending that money, or is that coming back?
I think that's closed.
That's
Okay.
got to be closed.
Sandy's nodding her head.
Yeah.
We did not
You did,
spend
is
our.
you had a turn back of funds, and so that's their turn back of funds.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do recall in that 2016 appropriation, we did not spend it all, and it was, that appropriation had funding for fee title acquisitions, trout stream easement acquisitions, forest for the future easements.
Okay.
And there were a couple of very large forests for the future easements that fell through at the last minute. The landowners changed their mind, so there was a lot of money left on the table that year, yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Yep.
We'll move on to HA04, Washington County Habitat Protection and Restoration Partnership.
Hello, Chair Hartwell and council members. I think we'll just start off with introductions of those present today. I'll kick us. I'm the planner for Washington County's Land and Water Legacy Program.
Morning, council members, or afternoon. Emily Jorgensen, planning manager.
Hello, council members. My name is Dan McSwain. I'm a natural resource coordinator with Washington County.
Hi, Chair Hartwell and council members. My name is Lydia Firmnick. I'm a program manager at the Minnesota Land Trust Cup.
So Chair Hartwell and council members, over nearly the past 25 years, Washington County has prioritized the protection of its high quality natural. Located at the convergence of both the St. Croix and the Mississippi rivers, Washington County is home to some of the best remaining undeveloped land in the metro area. The county contains a wide range of unique habitats, from expansive native prairies and forests that create critical migratory bird pathways, to freshwater sources like Valley and Browns Creek that host endangered native trout species. These landscapes are invaluable places where both residents of Washington County and visitors from the entire greater metro area have opportunities to hike, bird, fish, hunt, and enjoy the beauty of nature. The county is committed to protecting these areas through its Land and Water Legacy Program, which was initiated in 2006 through a voter-approved bond referendum that authorized $20 million for the preservation of water quality, woodlands, and other natural areas. To date, the county's Land and Water Legacy Programs protected over 1,900 acres of land, over 51 different projects, and 9 of these were conservation easements that were done in partnership with the Minnesota Land Trust. This voter-authorized program reflects the commitment of both the county and its residents to being stewards of these communities' green spaces and protecting these areas for current and future generations to benefit. Currently, after nearly 20 years of bond-funded land protection, that original $20 million bond has now either been spent or it's allocated to be spent on current and upcoming projects, and many of those are our proposed projects that we're working on with Minnesota Land Trust through phase 1 of our grant. Washington County staff is currently working with the Washington County Board of Commissioners to develop direction to seek another bond referendum as part of the 2026 elections to ensure that we're continuing the momentum for this program. But as we look ahead to this next phase, our efforts are guided by our conservation strategy. Using the best available natural resource data sets, the county's identified our top 10 priority conservation areas so that we can prioritize our protection projects. And these will be the focus of this of land protection through this proposal. The top 10 areas encompass over 17,000 acres of high-quality plant communities, rare species habitat, and the highest levels of biodiversity in the county. These areas serve as the foundation for phase 1 of our proposal, and they were recently updated in 2022 to ensure the most up-to-date data as we now move into phase 2. But now I'll pass it on to Lydia to discuss our partnership's land protection work.
Thanks, Serena. Chair Hartwell and council members, the Minnesota Land Trust is very excited to continue our partnership with Washington County to protect high-quality wildlife habitat in the top 10 priority areas throughout the county. Our phase 2 request aims to build upon the momentum we have gained with our ML 2023 Outdoor Heritage Fund allocation. The St. Croix River Harriet project we have highlighted in our hearing handout in front of you is a perfect example of the beautiful landscapes we have been able to protect with our current funding and the ways our partnership has to protect these habitats. The Harriet property sits atop the steep bluffs of the St. Croix River Valley in the city of Afton. Using funds from both the Outdoor Heritage Fund and the Washington County Land and Water Legacy Program, the Land Trust and County completed a conservation easement over 39 acres of the Harriet property in late 2024. The landowner was eager to pass on the beauty of the property with the community, so we coordinated our conservation easement efforts with the city of Afton, who purchased the property afterwards using a DNR Natural and Scenic Area grant and plans to open it to the public as a city nature park. These types of public-private collaborations would not be possible without our partnership with the Outdoor Heritage Fund. All of our remaining phase 1 funds are committed to other in-progress conservation easement projects that will protect additional habitat directly associated with the St. Croix River and other priority areas. We recognize the ongoing appetite and need for permanent land protection in Washington County. To continue this important work, we are requesting $5,564,000 to protect 385 additional acres of top priority wildlife habitat. We appreciate the council's support as we seek to conserve the unique habitats of Washington County. With that, I will pass it back over to Serena to talk about the restoration and enhancement portion of our partnership.
So in addition to that land protection, Washington County is proposing a total of $1,353,000 in funding to enhance 970 acres of protected land. This includes 80 acres of prairie, forest, and wetland enhancement on some county-held conservation easements that are over publicly accessible City of Woodbury Park land. These projects were initiated through phase 1 of this grant, and they'll build upon the county's strong partnership with both the Outdoor Heritage Fund and the City of Woodbury, who have committed to providing $47,000 of leverage for this request. Building on that momentum, the county is also proposing to fund additional natural resources staff to work on enhancement across 890 acres of grassland, forest, and savanna within the most high-quality natural areas of the county's public regional park system. This is an exciting new expansion of our request since phase 1, and these staff positions will leverage existing county staff and $225,350 of county funding. One of the proposed enhancement projects, which is highlighted on the back of your handout, is work which will be done in Washington County's Lake Elmo Park Reserve. As the largest publicly accessible natural area in the county, Lake Elmo Park Reserve plays a vital role in outdoor recreation and ecological protection for Washington County and beyond. It attracts hundreds of thousands of visitors annually, with over 538,000 visitors recorded in 2021 alone. To support this high-quality natural area, we're proposing a total of 527 acres of enhancement at this site through vegetation enhancement and native seeding on prairie, oak savanna, and wetland habitats. This work will help the county continue to be a good steward of this land and ensure that those thousands of people who visit Lake Elmo every year from the entire metro region experience the highest quality landscapes possible through the shared investment of both the county and the Outdoor Heritage Fund. We know that this land protection and enhancement work is both realistic as well as it's timely. The proposal before you today will serve to expand upon the existing partnership that exists between the LSOHC, the Minnesota Land Trust, and Washington County. This ask reflects several complex needs that we feel that we're ready to tackle right now, including the ever-expanding interest from Washington County residents to keep their natural spaces intact, the need for habitat enhancement, which can be enjoyed by visitors throughout the entire metro, the need for increased protection within the metro area, and the rising demand from interested landowners that requires our immediate action. We're very confident that through this request, we can continue the work done with OHF through phase 1 and expand ourselves into phase 2 to meet the needs of both Washington County's habitats and residents alike. But with that, we thank you for your time and we're happy to stand for any comments or questions.
Great. Questions? Ron?
That's not news. It's kind of confused. St. Croix River 39-acre easement. In your proposal, you say easeland will not be open for public use. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair and council members, so our conservation easements that we complete are not automatically open to the public. This was a kind of unique project in which we completed a conservation easement first that did not automatically allow for public use on that property, but then the landowner subsequently sold that parcel to the city of Afton, and the city of Afton, city owner, is opening the parcel as a public park.
But what you're asking for is, you have 3 different things here on your sheet. The Lake
Those are
Elmo.
past Projects.
What's that?
Those are projects that have been done.
I know, but they're asking for Lake Elmo, 6,917,000, and is that open to public?
Yes, that was a
Park Reserve?
Yes, Chair Hartwell and council member, Lake Elmo Park Reserve is open to the public. So our enhancement work through this proposal is occurring on both City of Woodbury parkland that has county held conservation easements over it, as well as Washington County Regional Parkland. So that's all open to the public.
So is that enhancement project part of the $6 million ask, the 527 acre Lake Elmo?
Chair Hartwell and council member, yes, that's part of our overall ask this upcoming Lake Elmo.
Why wouldn't that be part of Parks and Trails funding request?
Chair Hartwell and council member, we're currently asking for additional staff that would be completing that Lake Elmo Park Reserve enhancement. And we thought it was timely to have that ask within this LSOHC grant, since it's something that the county doesn't currently have the funding to fulfill, but will potentially in the future. So we wrapped it within this request as well.
1.1 million staff cost out of 7. So I would assume then that would mean you would be coming back next year for at least 1.1 million for staff costs?
Chair Hartwell and council member, for the natural resources staff that the county is proposing, that's only $751,000 for that specific component. And there is a potential that we'd like to potentially pilot those staff with the LSOHC. We would potentially be coming back to ask for further funds with that, but it could also be a potential that the county would fund that position fully in the future.
And it's 5 years.
5 years of cost.
Yeah.
Chair
I just
Hartwell,
looked it up.
council member, I'll just add that for our phase 1, we received some funding for an FT. We are not asking for that funding anymore because our county board chose to take that position internally and is funding it out of levy. Our hope is kind of by piloting these natural resource stewards in the parks that the county board would see the justification for them and would fund those through levy in the future as well.
So take the $6 million request and break it up into conservation easement, acquisition, and enhancement. Help me understand the pie.
Yes, sure. Hartwell and council members. So we have that total $6.9 million request. And then there, as you mentioned, there's sort of three pots of work being done. The first pot is land protection. That's $5.56 million. That's land protection that's being done in partnership with the Minnesota Land Trust. And then we have sort of our enhancement work that's being done in various areas in the county. So part of that is $602,000. That's going to be work on 80 acres of conservation easements that are over City of Woodbury Parkland. And then $751,000 is natural resource coordinator staff, which would be implementing that 890 acres of enhancement. So there, I see there's sort of three components that are all working within this one larger proposal.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
So one last question for him then. That would
One
be-
last
that would be your-
question.
That would be your question of what's the ultimate goal of what you're trying to achieve and what's it gonna take for a timeline and the cost?
I think the answer is clearly they're asking for going back to the county to ask for bonding because they don't have near enough. But I don't know what the answer is. What's the long term? I'll bet you don't have an answer. I bet my question was unfair.
Chair Hartwell, can you restate your question? Just because there's three different.
No, we can't.
No.
Okay, sorry.
We don't have time.
You know, think about it for your next proposal, but the question was, what is success? You know, when do you stop with the acquisition? How much is enough? Which was pertaining to a watershed to protect the watershed. Yours is a little different, but it's, how long are you going to keep asking? And they're all different, but watershed is very different than a county program. You know, we hear Northern Lakes, you better protect 75% to ensure the viability of the lake. It's a goal, you can understand exactly what it is. So that's why I really started to ask the question on the watershed proposal. And now everybody wants to know for everything. I've opened Pandora's box. But it's a legitimate question to think about. So I'm going to move us on because we are running behind. Lastly, we have the CPL program, Conservation Partners Legacy Grant Program. Go ahead.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Chair Hartwell and members of the council. For the record, my name is David Stein. I'm here representing the Conservation Partners Legacy Grants Program. With me today are Amy Yolen, CPL Program Administrator, and Karis Rittenauer, our new CPL Grant Specialist. Today, we are here to ask you for $15 million in continued support for the Small Grants Program that has funded over 1,100 projects throughout the state through over 290 unique organizations, restoring and enhancing and protecting over 604,000 acres of habitat since 2011. In this past fiscal year, 85 grants were awarded with 2 rounds of the statewide/traditional project applications, 1 round of both Metro and new applicant project applications, and 5 rounds of the expedited conservation projects or ECP applications. There were projects from all varieties of local units of government, institutions of higher education, regional, state, and national conservation organizations, and local sportsmen's organizations. 18 of our applicants last year were submitting applications for the first time to CPL. There were awards for $5,000, our minimum award, all the way up to $500,000, our maximum award. Even though the required match for a CPL project is just 10%, we regularly see an average of about 20% match pledged each year. Some of the projects that were funded by CPL last year include Faribault County, which is a new CPL applicant, will acquire 11 acres to both expand the Lake Gakeen Wildlife Management Area and allow for additional large wetland basin restoration. The Minnesota Valley Trust will continue their work toward the restoration of Ikes Creek and its surrounding floodplain. Ikes Creek is Hennepin County's only native trout stream and only one of a handful that supports brook trout in the larger metro area. St. Olaf College, another new applicant to the CPL program, will be working to enhance their 30-acre prairie by removing encroaching woody trees and shrubs. This work will lead to improved habitat for a wide variety of grassland birds and the federally endangered rusty-patched bumblebee. And finally, the Riverbend Nature Center will continue restoration and enhancement efforts in their woodlands by removing invasive species to protect wood turtles and the critically endangered dwarf trout lily, a species not found anywhere outside of Minnesota. I will now turn our presentation over to our CPL Grants Administrator, Amy Yolen, for an update on our grant monitoring efforts.
Over this past year, we continued our project monitoring efforts to directly observe CPL projects on the ground with our partner organizations. Some of the projects that we visited can be found on the back of your handout. On the top of the page, under restoration, our partners staff to restore native prairie and remove woody invasives. Another restoration project we visited was with the Lower Mississippi River, WMO, where they restored eroded and exposed portions of Seidel Lake's shoreline with native vegetation seeding and construction of in-lake structures. In the middle of the page, under protection, our partners at Itasca County replaced a degraded culvert that now provides fish passage and stream connectivity. Also, during a site visit at the Valley Creek Park in Woodbury, a monarch butterfly made an appearance in a flourishing enhanced prairie, which you have a nice photo of, which was perfect timing. At the bottom of the page, under enhancement, Ramsey County Parks and Recreation used CPL funds for the planting of native and stabilizing seed mixes and willows on the newly created Pig's Eye Islands. The other photo shows the Ryla Woods Foundation project in northern Minnesota with forest-assisted migration project planting stock.
Currently, the application system for the next round of CPL applications is open. Expedited Conservation Project applications will close on September 8th, and then traditional Metro and new applicant project applications will close on September 16th. Again, on behalf of the CPL program and our over 290 partner organizations, we thank you for your continued support, and we will now be open for questions.
Great, short and sweet. Go ahead.
Has all the $15 million been spent? And also, second question is, DNR is asking for a lot of money this time around. What if it's 10 versus 15? Is there any sort of requirement in terms of how much we have to carve?
So for CPL, Mr. Chair and council members, last year we had an appropriation of $15 million, 600,000 of which were administrative. And we had currently spent 14.1 million of the $14.4 million on grants. The remaining funds will be used for smaller projects in this next coming year. Our projects usually last around 3 years, but those smaller projects could be shorter than that. And additionally, those funds will be used to provide amendments for projects that have, say, increased costs or want to do a little bit of extra work. If our funding is reduced down to 10, we will have less projects that we can fund. That has happened in the past. I know in this past year, we reduced down from 15 million to 11.27 million. And with that, we had to reduce our pools of money between our traditional Metro and new applicant grants. Unfortunately, our new applicant grants were reduced the most. With a reduction in those funds, we will be seeing reduced pools of funding for these projects.
Thank you.
Daryl?
So in the year that you had 11.1 million or whatever, what was your staff cost or your administration cost for that amount of funding?
So the 11.27 million was this past year. It remained the same as when we had the We are now fully staffed with 3 staff members. It remains at 600,000.
Other questions?
David, a quick question for you. This, I see the picture on here for creating Pig's Eye Island habitat. That's the new island that was produced with the Outdoor Heritage Grant, larger Outdoor Heritage Grant. And to my understanding, all of that habitat was to have been done with that grant. So so 2 things with it. Number 1, maybe you can expand on how this added or supplanted or whatever. And the second thing is, when you look at a proposal, do you look to see if they've had larger grants on the same ground and to what effect?
Yes, Mr. Chair and Executive Director Hartwell. The Pig's Eye Landing, I'll have to double check on the situation surrounding that one. But what I believe happened was that the islands were flooded, so they needed an extra just injection of funds to get those seeded and repaired using CPL, just because of the weather. Outside of that, to your next question, we do have a location on our application system where an applicant needs to state if they've had previous OHF funding on a particular site. That way we can take a look as both grant administrators as well as reviewers to see if this money is supplementing a previous grant or if it's something that is brand new.
Other questions? I assume you'll get the answer to his question confirmed. Good enough. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Wow, we're only 5 minutes late. Very good. Not bad. Just for tomorrow, for whoever's listening, who's presenting tomorrow, I am going to cut off presentations at 10 minutes. Just so you know, it's a real struggle to manage when someone's presenting 12, 13 minutes and then we have questions coming. So be prepared tomorrow to be cut off at 10 minutes. Just forewarning. And we'll announce that again tomorrow morning. So the purpose of our next session is really for the council to discuss among themselves, for everyone to listen. What did you hear today that was interesting, that was concerning, that you want feedback from other members, that was special, that you thought was unique? This is a chance for just general feedback among ourselves for your takeaways and questions.
In kind of that vein, I guess a bit of a twist is I have, sorry, got to lean forward even further here. So in that vein, but a little bit different is, you know, one thing from my short time on this committee, I haven't heard what staff's thoughts are on projects and what they might consider to be the top 10, bottom 10 kind of projects that they feel are priorities or that they feel for various reasons would be ones we should look hard at and make sure get funded, or maybe think there's more questions on those. Is that okay for us to ask that of staff?
You can ask anything you want, whether or not staff is comfortable responding. And Daryl and I have talked about this, so he knows. The concern is our staff is challenged every day to work with all of our partners. And if they pick one over the other, it makes it really hard for them to then have a good relationship with everyone. And if they say this one sucks, the chance that anyone wants to turn to them for advice or feedback is diminished. And so it puts staff in a really tough place from my perspective, but I'm going to let staff answer the question because it's a legitimate question.
I'll take the burden off them a little bit by saying, is there a methodology by which we can get something via an email rather than put them on the spot. So at least we as staff or we as members have some idea of their input rather than in a direct forum like this then. Because I look at it from the standpoint.
It's all public. That's the challenge we have of being a legislative body, essentially, is it, whatever they put in writing is as public as what they say.
Okay.
So
I don't know.
I'm not saying that
I don't know what
staff didn't answer your question.
I
I'm
don't-
just setting up.
I don't think I want to ask staff that directly then at this point in time.
Okay.
I'll find a different forum to make that occur, but I guess in my mind, I think about it as a business owner. I ask my staff to provide input. They're the ones that are working directly on a project. They probably have more knowledge than anybody else does about that problem. In this case, I don't want to call it a problem, but certainly information about the issues and what works and what doesn't work. And so in my mind, I think it's important to get staff input. If I don't do it in the public forum, well, then I'll find a different way then. Thank you.
And that's fine. And just so everyone knows, every once in a while you see Mark leaning over to me. And then I ask questions that he's asked me. Which is a,
No.
and you don't know which one he's asked. But there's no reason staff, if they have a specific question about a proposal, they don't understand or they have a specific concern, shouldn't be getting that out in one way or another. A lot of times I'm suspecting that staff is working with proposers before it gets to us to ask a lot of those tough questions. I'm seeing Sandy nod her head. I know before proposals are due, Sandy's voicemail box is full with people saying, what about this? And what should I do here? And if I'm wrong, correct me. But I think there's a huge dialogue that goes on before it gets to us that ferrets out some of the why in the world are you doing that types of questions. Not all of them, certainly. But I would encourage staff, whether they want to send me a piece of paper, whether they want to ask the questions themselves as we're going through this, it's okay to ask questions and provide some input.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what, at what point then do we get the feedback on whether we're staffed properly or not? Understaffed, overstaffed?
Oh, that's a great question. Maybe we should do that at our next meeting, not this meeting, but we should have a discussion because there are a lot of new members here about what's an appropriate staff level for this organization. Can you put that on your list to talk about in our October meeting?
His list is growing by the minute.
It's comes with a job. No, it's a great question. Typically, what I'd say is that staff has put in a request for funding to cover what they think they need in terms of staff. But I don't think the council has had that discussion to know that it's okay. And I think it's a great question. And we'll bring it up and talk about staff levels and, you know, do we have too much? I don't think so. Do we have too little? Maybe.
Well, that's the question, whether, you know, it's Ron or you or me or Christine. You know, we've been here for a while. We've seen there's been probably additional workload, and just the question is, how are we doing?
Yeah, we'll have a discussion at our October meeting.
A little frustration for me today was look at the proposals. I make notes to myself, and I notice that they haven't spent much of their money from dating back to 2022 or whatever. And I go, you know, we've all raised some of these issues, and then I'm told, oh no, that's not right. We already spent everything. We're down to zero now. I go, oh. I don't know what the solution is, but so you make some decisions or assumptions that are not correct. And then, so then you go back to, oh, well, so there you go. I don't know what to do.
So I have a couple of responses to that. I'm not sure they're 100%, but we don't have anything in our system in the proposals that talks about committed dollars. It only talks about dollars that are spent. And we maybe, I know Sandy mentioned today, she has some ideas for enhancements for next year. I think that might be one of them. I also think, and this is something I hope to do at our October meeting or November, is to get DNR back here and talk about how much progress they've made in reducing the time frame in which acquisitions go through the DNR process, because it takes a long time from when a landowner says, yep, I'll take it, or yep, I'm interested, until it can actually get closed. And in some cases, it was taking well over a year. As most landowners just don't have the time and patience to do that. And we can't fault Trust for Public Land for not being able to close a deal because the DNR hasn't reviewed an appraisal. And so I'm hopeful that we can ask the DNR to come in and they have a continuous improvement project, and ask them how they're doing against it, and to ask them against, I've been writing down things that would be interesting to ask them to measure for us so that we can sort of track that progress better, because that's a big part, just as permitting is, getting through all the processes for a wetland restoration. It's tough to hold DU accountable when they have to wait 6 months to a year or a year and a half to get the sign off from everyone to do the project. And then they have to wait until doing it in the winter, so they get the sign off in the spring and they can't start it for 9 months. And our systems don't recognize that. And there are offenders who just have sat. I think we've been better at asking and we're seeing less of that, but some of it is just damn process.
Well, the permit issue is not just DNR's either. The Pollution Control Agency, trying to do some stuff for the Rum River, the people trying to do the work said they had to get a permit to move a boulder 3 yards down the river. And that permit would take forever. So it's
Sandy, you were raising your hand there.
Well, I was just gonna talk a little bit about the status update process. So twice a year, programs have to submit an update, and I keep kind of meticulous notes on a spreadsheet sort of moving forward. A couple years ago, I made a change where the system forced their completed parcels to align with their output tables. And I got a lot of pushback on that, but what I ended up finding out is a lot of people were promising acres and spending of dollars on committed things and not things that had closed. And then when the next round of updates came in, there was a lot of backpedaling going on. So I feel like now we have a system in which it's more accurate because they can't cheat. And so when I go through all of the updates, I'm checking from their past updates, did they say they were going to close 5 parcels? And then they say, oh, we closed 3 of the 5. And so I'm kind of tracking this all over time. And if there's anything out of line, I kind of flag it. Restoration enhancement programs, they don't typically have all their money spent till the very end. It's just the nature of the program. I'm not ever worried about it. If they're a program that never spends it or never gets it done, that's another thing. But there's just trends I see in reviewing the updates.
So we're going to have a discussion later this fall about how our proposal should change, so that we can incorporate some newer and better information. And that'll be a fairly significant discussion that we'll have. And Sandy has ideas for that, and other people may have questions. And will allow enough time that if we come to we ought to do this, we can actually implement it versus in January and it's too late, we'll do it next year. Because I think we've gotten to a point where there are things that would enhance our ability to understand and better recognize the work that the partners are doing and are in process for. Ted, you've got to.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, are we gonna have a time where the council talks about each proposal amongst, at a public meeting?
This is it.
What's that? This is it?
Is it?
Okay.
And tomorrow.
Because, and I know that we've got another spreadsheet we're supposed to fill out. And there's an awful lot of expertise around the table that I don't have, that I'm sure people have looked at some of these applications and seen something that went right over my head. That's why I thought it might be useful for us to have almost a application by application review. I would say this, I do think we do need to do a lot of tweaking on the application. Different applicants, I think, used the same word for totally different things or the same phrase. And the one that, that's a little different issue, but in the describe the scope of your project, almost nobody did. Almost everybody told us what the problem was. Very few laid out and said, well, I'm going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, and we're going to do this. And you had to go through the whole application to try and pull that together. And I found that, I think it's as much our problem as the applicants, probably more our problem than the applicants, because each applicant looks at it and says, what do I think they want? So I think
We
we
can be
need to.
more explicit and.
What you said, we really need
Write
to.
down your ideas so that
I
you don't
will,
lose.
I've been making notes,
That's
so.
great. You know, new eyes are gonna look at this differently and bring enhancement. That's our continuous improvement project.
I found the presentation today extremely helpful. They put a lot of personality on the original applications that we scored. And one of the things that struck me that I found myself having trouble evaluating was when I hear that word phases. Is it phase 1, phase 2, phase 3? Because in some cases, phase 3 was we put the walls up and now we got to put the roof on. And if we stop it, we got a house with no roof. In other cases, phase 3 was we're going to do more of what we've been doing. And I don't have an idea of whether or not we could say maybe we should do a little bit less. And so I don't know if anybody else had that challenge, but I was having difficulty saying, okay, if we don't fund phase 5, what happens? Versus, you know, if we're kind of locked into continuing.
I tell you, we're not locked into anything. There are
But I also don't want a
consequences-
house without a roof.
There are consequences of not doing things.
Right.
I find the phase thing completely useless. I don't care if it's phase 2, phase 7, phase 13. I'm only interested in what the work is.
Yep.
And the phasing is something that we created early on and have lived with. And that ought to be part of our discussion,
Yeah.
whether or not we want to label it. Is it important to label it?
Yeah, I think where the phases originally came in is more about trying to describe a landscape level project.
But it doesn't seem to be showing up that way in all these.
I know, but that's what they're trying to get at. is
Legitimate.
that,
It seems
You
like.
know, it's a landscape level project. I can't ask for $100 million. So we're going to start with phase 1, which is this. Phase 2 is this. Phase 3 is this. And that's, I think, where the phasing comes in, is they're trying to describe what landscape level looks like.
We're making them describe.
Yes,
You know.
because that's part of the legislation.
Trout stream easements, and I don't mean to pick on anybody, but phase 37 is completely useless.
Yeah.
Because there's one on this river, one on this river, one on this one, then one back here. It's not a landscape level other than we're just doing the same thing. And it's not bad to do the same thing.
On the flip side, I don't want to remove half a dam. Right?
Yeah, I mean, that's, we heard one project today where they really need $1 million and then they need more money. Cause the likelihood we're ever gonna give them everything they asked for today, when we've got 500 million in projects and 165 million of money, it's slim. And part of what we need to do individually and collectively is say, with each project where it makes sense, hey, and I'll pick on Cannon River. I'm just picking on them. I'm not anything, but they want to spend $1 million restoring a park. And I'm more interested in protecting the land before it's developed. Maybe we tell them we're not interested in the park restoration, only spend the money on acquisition. We have the ability to do that. And we should do that. We've sort of forced everyone to combine things. We don't want to hear 3 proposals from Cannon River. We want to hear one. And so they lump multiple things in there, but we have the ability to separate and say, our priority is protect it, restore it later.
But if we give them a chunk of money, do we have to put that specification in there? The money has to go towards the purchase, the easement.
If we.
That's in the bill.
If we specify that, they have to do that. If we don't specify it, they get to choose.
Okay.
The same would apply to the Washington County one.
Absolutely. For any of them. So we do have the ability to do that. I would hope as we go through the allocation process, everyone would put in their notes, I'm only interested in restoring the park in Cannon River. And then we have that discussion once we come up with an allocation amount as to whether everyone agrees with that or doesn't agree with it, but not just take amounts by themselves and say, that's it.
A question on the, what's listed now as WRE 7, where we asked the DNR to combine the two. Was that helpful combining the two? Because I found myself going back and looking at the two separately.
I think it was helpful for me for them to combine it. Because in the end, it showed me really what they're trying to do, which is, to me, they're trying to supplant their personal budget.
Which is odd that we've gotten that deep into that discussion. We've tipped our toes into it a few times, but today it was like, that's flat out what we were talking about, which is odd.
Yeah, the discussions
Odd
in the
meaning.
past.
Well,
have
we
been-
don't usually care. We don't. It's we're more interested with the projects and the personnel and the DSS. If the numbers are off the chart, obviously that piques our attention. But for the most part, we don't care who's doing the work. And with agency partners like DNR or MPCA or wherever it may be, we assume that a large portion of that personnel cost should come from the agency. So when we're, and I don't know, it's probably not defined in white and black.
Well, so here's the dilemma. The true definition of supplanting is to replace. DNR never had the staff.
Right.
Maybe they should have.
That's
But
what I got okay with.
But
it.
they
got okay with
don't
it.
have it, so it's not really supplanting.
Right.
And what would happen if they had it in the budget? They had to cut their budget. And 4 years later, they come to us and say, we want to add it back. But it isn't in the budget. Is that supplanting?
Don't we have that now, even though, when they were talking about some of the fisheries stuff where they had, no staff in fisheries, and so they were actually using the shallow water people to do fisheries work. And I mean, you're kind of faced with that, but I guess I didn't realize, and this was a lack of knowledge on my part, that, I had thought that, we were using outside partners to do, most of this work activity. I guess I thought there was probably some program administration, but it appears like we're spending an awful lot of money with staff inside the DNR to actually figure out the projects and manage the project, not administer them, but actually manage the projects.
I think, and staff correct me if I'm wrong, but the proposal for 8 full-time people continuation with the wetland engineers is unusual. Most of the time, it's a person here or a person there. It's not a whole team that has come to depend on our funding. The only exception to that probably is the CPL or the roving crews, where, you know, there was a huge need for personnel, and they had a whole bunch of different budgets to add personnel to do restoration and enhancement in all of the state-owned land. And it made more sense to fund that as a program instead of funding it in 7 different places, and to understand what it was and call it out and fund it outright. So
My challenge is it needs to be funded. I mean, whether or not it's funded here or not is up for debate, but I wouldn't want to.
everything on our list needs to be
Well,
funded.
but in this particular case, there was another entity that could possibly have funded it.
Yeah.
And that's the legislature. And so I don't love the fact that we're having this discussion. We have to have this discussion. I also don't want to say, not our circus, not our monkeys, and then have it be left on the table, because that's a problem too.
I think the difference here is they're not asking for money for staff to fund projects that we're funding. They're asking for staff to fund a program that funds some OHF and some this and some this and some this.
Yeah, I mean,
And-
that's
and
my
that
big
is-
issue.
That is a different than most of our requests.
Yeah. I mean, if the staffing is going to, I mean, typically they have this pot of money and they're the engineer A or biologist B is, okay, I spent 20% of my time this week on this OHF funded project, so I'm charging this much of my time to that. Whereas this request, they were, yeah, this is to fund other than OHF projects, and I didn't think that was allowed.
It's not disallowed, but it's not what most people have done.
Well, is that true though? I mean, I thought that the dictate from the legislative side was we were enhancing habitat, and now suddenly if they're working on parks and trail stuff, I'll make up something as part of their day's work and they allocate 20% without actually allocating because we're funding it. I don't know how that fits then.
Maybe we could get some clarification too on what's real.
We can ask for lots of clarification, but I was pretty clear, they're funding 8 program staff to do work wherever they need it done.
So aren't you effectively committing funds then for the future? This discussion you and I had the other day, aren't we kind of by funding it now, aren't we effectively funding it into
But
the future?
it may never be an OHF project. It could be a DNR funded project that OHF dollars are going to the engineering staff to design it. Is that a good use of our funds? That's what's actually happening, I believe.
Well,
It's building capacity.
in certain circumstances, I think as a board, that's the decision I'd like to have a little leeway on, to be honest. I mean, maybe we want to do that in a circumstance.
It's a legitimate discussion.
There was unless you got more on that topic.
I think it's a very dangerous precedent. Could get worse.
That's why we sit here and talk too. But there was a couple things as the day went on. There was a couple of big projects, and for years now, I've always said I wanted to see one big project, and I didn't think it would be this big.
You only saw one?
Yeah. So there was 2 that came up, and it was, the Legacy Forest and then the Sand Lake and the 7 Beavers acquisition. I don't know if I've ever heard a proposal that I'm supportive of that I need to have a lot more information about like that prior to putting a dollar value on it. I think it kind of puts us in a strange, just, and how Sandy was leaning over talking to me during, we were having a bunch of questions. And I hopefully they're listening, the DNR is listening to this and just saying, hey, prior to us putting a dollar value on that line, we're gonna need to know, like, no kidding, what the tax rolls look like historically. We're gonna need to have some information from the county. We're gonna, and Potlatch and Blandon properties have always been very attractive, personally to me, because it's property that's already kind of in a good state. And it's an easy acquisition. I don't think the restoration is quite what it is. There is potential for, money to come off that property. What does that look like? They didn't really have a good answer for that. So this seems like a great opportunity, but I mean, boy.
It was the third highest scored, and if you
Yeah.
take the CPL stuff out, it was the second highest scored project though. I mean,
Is-
so obviously all the members
So-
thought that it was the right thing to do.
Put the questions down.
Yeah.
And we'll get answers before we do the allocation.
Yeah, and I mean, that's it, like, what does that income from timber sales look like? I don't know how much timber they take off that property annually.
Yeah, it's sustainable. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
But does that mean they get $1? Or does it mean? I have no clue.
Yeah.
We even had a situation with, when we did the Blandon grant, 187,000 acres, where we split it in two, but Joe and I were talking about, it was the same biennium.
Yes.
Two bienniums, so we could put one down, then immediately in the next biennium, the other half would get paid. And that'd be, I would consider that to be ideal, but we're off. And in fact, we just did another one. There was another one up north where we considered the same thing, but we were off again by a year.
Well, and if you'll remember the Keystone Woods,
Yeah.
we essentially
That
found
was-
ourselves in
that
the
was the
same position. And then we had this windfall of money that allowed us to do it all at
Yeah.
once, which was fabulous. I mean, we got really lucky.
I reached out to one of the guys in land services in Crow Wing County and just said, hey, if we had 20,000 acres, or excuse me, 10,000 acres, what do you think that the revenue stream off that would look like from timber sales with the, appropriate timber rotation? And he felt that a conservative estimate was 90 grand a year.
So what are the taxes?
Probably about 90 grand a year.
So there's some comfort that it's not but we should ask for clarification on that, because it's a big deal to do that and not know, and you've got a question, others would have the same question. What's the impact?
So I want to go back to a question that Matt asked one of the applicants, and it's related to us using state money to buy and give property to the federal government. My initial reaction was extremely negative, but then as I read the applications, I kind of shifted to, well, if our objective is to protect the property, it's really not that important. But how much has that issue been discussed by the council, and does the council have a sort of a traditional answer to that question?
There was a lot of discussion about that early on, and some legal opinions to make sure that we didn't get crosswise. And we also had a discussion similar to that about putting a fish barrier in Iowa and funding that with Minnesota dollars. And we have the same thing with the restoration of islands in the Mississippi that are actually in Wisconsin. And the answer on all of those were, it was okay. The federal question, just to be crystal clear, the notice of funding restriction stands no matter who owns it.
That was helpful to me.
And where we had the greatest historical discussions were on tribal land. That was where it became even more messy because they're sovereign and all of that. But the federal thing was resolved long ago, and because of the notice of funding restriction, if the federal government ever sold it, we have to get all of the money for it. So there's no benefit for them to sell off the land.
The tribal one was resolved when they decided they signed that they would pay taxes.
White Earth.
Yeah.
I have a question about the two, Senator Lang brought it up, the Northern Forests, FA1 and Sand Lake FA2. Two huge opportunities, both in the same county. They're next door neighbors to each other. They both have a sense of urgency. I'd like to understand a little bit more about the difference between the two of them. And what they're actually doing and what they accomplish, because those are two of our biggest requests, and I'm kind of torn, is it an either or, is it a part of both? And I don't know how to evaluate them.
I don't know how to answer your question. They are two separate landowners with different motivations.
But from a ecological standpoint.
I'd love to see a map of how they.
Yeah, from an impact standpoint, I was having trouble evaluating. I totally understand the circumstances behind the purchases, but from an impact standpoint, I was having trouble. So watershed issue is
And I couldn't figure out where the land that TNC was going to retain was compared to where the Ryla Foundation or
There was a map.
nonprofit. But the map didn't show where each of them were. I wasn't smart enough to understand on the map where they were relative to each other and where they were relative to other protected lands in the big scale. So it would be great to see a map that shows both of them, both of the projects and their components and how it all fits together.
And if you're talking about potlatch lands or former potlatch lands, you're talking about the wood basket and that's beautiful land, but it's not full of lakes or anything like that. Or it's not like on the boundary waters, which is a lot of rocks and lakes.
Yeah, that's kind of Tom where I was going with.
Where Ron and I clearly disagree.
What? It can't be.
Only because they're food plots on.
Right.
Oh, no.
But right again.
This is, in my mind, an opportunity for perpetuity, because I've spent enough time traveling around to know that what was undevelopable 25 years ago, 50 years ago, now is very developed. And if this land is not protected and it's sold off in 40, 80, even 200 acre chunks, it's in 50 or 100 years is not going to be 40, 80 and 200 acre chunks. It's going to be much smaller pieces, and it will be fragmented. And it's a matter of time, not if.
I don't disagree with any of that, David, but my question we've been asking, you've asked that, when is enough enough?
And that's a legitimate question.
Yeah. I was gonna add that David and I had a discussion on the phone earlier. Some organizations come here and they say, hey, we have a contract for deed to buy this. If you don't give us the money, we're gonna lose it. Like, well, wait a minute. If you took out the contract for deed, you should have had the money to pay for it. Now you're putting pressure on us. We have to pay for it. Where it's gonna be gone, it's gonna go away. Remember that discussion?
Yeah, and we have the right to say no, and they have the right to resell it or to not go through with their purchase. I mean, that's essentially what we heard from DNR on the big project is, the conservation fund borrowed the money to do this. The history is they kind of borrowed to do it because the DNR asked them to many, many years ago, and then it didn't happen. And I know enough to know that a little over a year ago, their loan had to be repaid. So they took, internal funds and paid off the loan. And now they have to replenish the internal funds because they've got other commitments. And they will resell it if the DNR or someone else doesn't come through. Now, maybe that's okay. But it's we're working with a number of partners who sometimes are taking risks on the assumption that they can figure out the financing going forward. And most of the time they can negotiate around that, but not always. And, you know, it's not our responsibility to bail them out. It's our responsibility to look at the opportunity and say, is this worth doing?
Your comment about the change over time, we've all seen it, and I know where my hunting shack that my dad bought in the late 1970s, north of Reamer, out in the middle of nowhere. You know, we've got Chippewa National Forest scattered all around you. You think of all kinds of county land and state land. You know, since the late 1970s and now, you know, that had a 40 is chopped it up into, you know, 10-acre strips, and you got a hunting shack where I used to go, you know, wander around and never see anybody. Now I see people all the time where I used to always bird hunt, and I think it's harder and harder to find tracts of land that are still available out there. So while I might agree with Mr. Scherer on fish habitat, I'm going to disagree.
Someone else is disagreeing with.
I feel like
If you can't get a loan by yourself on this map, there's something wrong with you.
I feel like
Enough on shallow lakes and.
I feel like in the Northeast, what we're talking about here is something that we could have done 30 years ago in the Southwest. And in the Southwest now, the funding is going toward fixing the sins of the past. In the Northeast, we have an opportunity to like prevent those sins from happening in the first place.
And that's why it ranked number 2.
Yeah, I'll just mention that one of the things that has always been considered, especially at the legislative level, is whether counties are in favor of land acquisitions in the Northern Forest. Northeast is a prime example. You have a Northern Forest land use group of counties, and you know, at times they support acquisition up there, other times they don't. So when you see county involved or county supportive of, that's something that's real important from a legislative standpoint.
But that was important.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't had northern counties come down here very often and say that. And we have had counties show up and say, please don't.
I think it was this.
Yeah.
They came down here.
Yeah.
St. Louis County came down here one time. They were bitching that we were buying too much land.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Where was that lake?
Yeah, I think
Now they're down here.
And that's part of the, you know,
St.
it's so
Louis County-
attractive because it's land that doesn't change, the PILT gets paid. Understood, you know, it takes away all the argument.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, you're wrong.
A little bit of a mic drop.
What's new?
This would have been ranked number 1, except somebody over there voted it down.
That's right. So other just random thoughts anybody has about anything we heard today?
When I looked at the dollar amounts compared to the historic allocations, I had the distinct impression that people were cleaning out their closets. And I don't blame them, but just 2 or 3 million a year, but this year we want 15 million.
A lot of that is what we allocated versus what they requested.
Well, that's true. I didn't see the
You have to
allocation.
look at that versus
But,
what we actually gave.
But I was making my private notes that I didn't put on the spreadsheet. I several times wrote something to the effect of, is this everything they can think of that they will ever want to do?
Plus the kitchen
And
sink.
so I think there's a reason I bring that up, is I think we need to feel maybe a little less angst about cutting people way back. As we do
Well,
allocating?
We have $165 million and 500 million in requests.
Big ones.
And some big ones that could take a chunk of it. People are not gonna get what they ask for, and everyone who's sitting around or listening understands it. They may not like it, but they understand it. You know, we wish we had $500 million to give away. We don't.
We have funded some to their entirety, you know, some small.
Yeah,
sure. Small ones.
In the past, the council has at times taken all of them and virtually all of them, given them a third or 40%, whatever it is, to, you know, kind of across the board, with the exception of a few full fundings. But with the discrepancy in the amount of funds available in the ask for this year, I think what Ted said is, I think, really important. You have to look at it and not be, I think you have to look at it and not be afraid to not fund this one or fully fund this one, or really think what's going to make the most use of the dollars, the best return, the best impact. And it's a really tough deal. I've been going through it and trying to do my own notes and figure out what would I think should be done. Holy smokes, I find myself zeroing out some that I never thought I would, and fully funding others that I didn't think I would. So
I'm modifying my spreadsheet just to let you know what I do. And I have a little number up at the top. I'm doing it as I do it, a number at the top of how much is left, so I don't have to scroll to the bottom. And I allocate on the fly on an initial basis, so I can kind of see what I'm doing. And that for me is a way to help me sort of get there. It'll change a lot by the time I come up with my final, but it helps me as I'm going through to say, oh God, I'd love to give them 5, but it doesn't make sense. It's only 2.5. The other thing we're gonna have to face when we're looking at cutting people back is how much staffing do you want to allow built into the budgets? I don't mean to pick on TNC. I think their project is great, but essentially they said, we'll just, you know, come back and we're going to keep everybody employed, and do we want to allow that? And it's not just them, it's others. Or do we want the money to go more to projects versus restoration? I don't know, but we all have to look at it and think about that. And Mark made my point from yesterday. It is okay to zero out a program. We've had members in the past who have been unwilling to make tough choices. And we need to make the tough choices. It's our job to make the tough choices. There are, with due respect to everyone in the audience, we are not going to make everybody happy. And it's our job to decide this one makes more sense today than that one, or they ought to get extra, they should get less, or we don't want them spending it on this versus that. It's our job. Think of it as your own money. If you were not in a public process and just had $1 million to give away, and you had a bunch of people coming to you saying, I want to give it away, would you put conditions on that? And that is our job in the end, to make those tough choices individually and then collectively.
I mean, you effectively provided some of that guidance by having us do this combined score sheet. I mean, to me, the midpoint, halfway down the list of those things, you could go back and forth that a little bit, was the score of 81.4, the collective summary of all of our wisdom and reading. And reading that said that, you know, that top half was our priorities. Now, you could decide how much your funding runs, but I mean, in my mind, if you go back to our corporate world background, you're looking at return on investment of some detail, and you're basically, we're all saying those are the best return on our investments from our initial looks. We want, and when I pushed the idea out before, people said, well, we want to wait and hear You know, if there's more input that we get, well, we've gotten that input. Does anybody change their scores? Do we go back and change our score? And does that help us or not even waste our time? in this
The
ranking?
scores don't matter at this point because now we're into dollars.
What is our dollars?
That's just.
And,
They
and
fit the
the-
things to.
there are
assure
two,
them. you
yeah,
know,
there are two
just to give
purposes of that scoring. The first is it forces us all to become familiar with the proposal. The second thing, which I find some fault with us doing, is we don't look at it and say, these folks at the bottom 10 just don't make sense. We shouldn't bother to listen to these because they didn't make the cut. Their proposal wasn't good enough. And instead we listen to them all. But once we've listened to them, we ought to take that new information and decide whether our initial feeling about it is right or wrong. It undoubtedly changes. We get new information. But that's an attempt to get to the, is it worth hearing?
But given you've got $550 million of projects and you've got $165 million of extra money, to me, that tells you you've got, this gives you a pretty good guideline of where your guidance is at, or what's gonna get funded.
I would say a lot of times I will score a project somewhat high, knowing that I probably will not fund them.
And I agree, I do the
Because the
same.
project
thing.
is valuable.
Mhm.
The problem is when it comes to the money and which one is timely. They might score high overall, but for timeliness, it's not time for this project. Or, right, or they don't score well necessarily because they don't have leverage. They don't, even some of the smaller projects, and I'll zero out the leverage because you don't have any, or whatever it may be. But when
Or-
it comes to the timeliness or the value of it,
Or you get done with your initial thoughts and you realize there's nothing in the metro area.
or that. too.
Exactly. There are other factors out.
Or, geez, everything that we're doing is acquisition. We're not doing any restoration. Or this is an art, not a science.
Where the top level ones are all 30 million, $25 million.
I'm not saying we shouldn't be a little harsher, but part of this reading of part of the scoring forces us to know what questions we have when they come in here.
I have learned, I do my scoring and I'm sitting here and I'm listening to them. I changed my mind. This is better than I thought.
Yeah.
Got more clarity here, or it's the other way around.
Or I listen to someone else in the council that's like, I wasn't thinking about that.
That's why we're a group versus an individual.
Comment in the question. Actually, it might be both questions, both comments. Coming back a little bit to what Mark said, part of the reason why I'm asking a couple of questions about alternative funding, like shouldn't that be parks or shouldn't that be clean water, is because I think it's worthwhile, but I kind of question whether or not it should be our worthwhile or someone else's worthwhile. And so if we can get more clarity on when there's opportunities to get funding elsewhere or send them elsewhere, kind of know that. And the second one is on the staffing thing, I feel like I want to bring this up simply because I've been on the reverse side of this. And I know we're trying to we don't want any organization to basically fund its staff on the backs of this work. Or to assume that they're going to get all their FTEs from this. I can tell you from EU's perspective and from PF's perspective, and I can't speak for PNC, but the allocations are all proportional, and there very rarely is hiring a single FTE for a Lessard-Sams or OHF project. And so when they say they're going to cut back, or we're only giving them half, it's not like they're saying, okay, we're going to keep all our people and fund it through OHF. They've got other sources of funding and other projects they're working on. So I just would suggest that we not make quite so cut and dried that they're going to keep the staff if they don't get the funding, because that's really not what they're doing.
Well, and along those lines, the staffing, having worked for the federal government, when they give us chunks of money to do acquisition or restoration work, yet we have to do it on the backs of existing staff, is almost impossible in some cases, especially when it comes to the restoration work. So I don't have as much heartburn when they're asking for money to pay staff to
Agreed.
help get these projects over the line.
Agreed.
Because I think that's important, because a lot of these agencies just don't have the bodies to do so a lot of these bigger projects and such. So I think we have to find some balance in there between, you know, funding an entire program that's not OHF versus, you know, they want some money to pay an engineer, to pay design.
Time for a burn.
Yeah, for that kind of stuff, to make sure we get some of that work done. And not just to say, okay, I don't want to fund staffing. You don't want to fund staffing, then they won't be able to do the project in many cases. So we have to kind of keep that in mind as well.
But some other organizations have other sources of funding for their staffing. If it's a Pheasants Forever, or Doug, some, they've got other sources of funding that can effectively do that.
But not for these projects. You know,
Right. I
they've got a
get that,
friend.
But they had that staffing, whereas in our request, we're funding that staffing, period.
Any more comments? I'm in charge now. David's been mostly wrong most of the day.
Well, he's gone.
Movie adjourned.
And if
Yeah, there you go.
It's gonna entertain seven.
there's any more snide remarks about me, you'll be dealt with later. Anything else?
One thing,
Mark?
if I may, I think it's, when you're hearing the different proposals, another thing to keep in mind is the amount of time that they have to spend their dollars. So if it's an acquisition program, and if they're going to restore or enhance that land, they've got up to 4 years to acquire the parcels. And then they have up to another 4 years to get those restored or enhanced. So there's potential of 8 years there. If they're just doing a restore or enhance, it's 5 years. So just to say that, okay, they've got their acquisitions done in a proposal, so all those dollars now are obligated. If they're going to be restoring or enhancing with the rest of the money, yes, those are so-called obligated, but they also have to have that staff continue to spend those dollars and walk them through, along with their contractors, whoever it might be. So it doesn't mean that they're out of money. It just means that that one portion, their acquisition or something else is out of money. So when you look at the amount of funds outstanding, I think those are some considerations we all need to add into that. From our standpoint is the length of time they have to spend and how much money is there and what kind of money is left over.
And when do they get their award? What time of the year is it that they actually get the money from the legislature then?
July 1st is when it becomes available, and for starting to spend, then they have to sign their contracts and everything as well.
What is that, a 30, 60-day process?
Yeah, it generally is, it's with grants management at DNR, it's generally pretty quick, but normally I think within 60 to 90 days, they've got all that paperwork done. They just can't, but July 1st is kind of that opening date.
As I was saying, David's been wrong most of the day, but well, you're back now.
I thought you adjourned us already.
It's too bad we
Not part of your
can't
executive
laugh with
position.
each other.
We adjourned.
They want to adjourn.
What question, since we're gonna be back here tomorrow, do I have to carry this flipping binder all the way home and back?
No, you do not. I was,
Everything right where it is.
yes, I was gonna say that, but everything you want to leave, we're the only ones in this room today or tomorrow.
So we have a motion to adjourn, correct?
Yes, yeah.
All right, we'll see you all tomorrow, 8:15 again. Thank you for your attention today. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got a good laugh at your expense.